What's going on, buddy boyos? We are live. Welcome to SNC Sunday Night Cope Weekend Chat Random Discussion Episode 45 of Season 2. We are live and alive. Welcome back to SNC. We are here. We're ready to do our thing. Been a while. I did not stream on Wednesday like I normally would, I guess, but that stream's kind of dying anyway, so who knows. But yeah, shout out to the Cope gang for being in here, staying inside and being inactive. Shout out to the Mystery gang for being in here solving those mysteries. We are live and alive. Still alive, dude. Somehow we're all still alive. I don't know how we're doing it, honestly. I guess man has the ability to cope to ways that I didn't know possible, right? So it really is it's an indictment on, not an indictment, I guess, but I don't know, it's a, I guess it's a testament to man that he's able to cope this fucking much and still be alive, right? I mean, man's not as weak as I thought he was, right? So, dude, I don't give a fuck about collective dismal, dude. I really don't care to cover it, but I mean, if it's just like some dead time on the stream, I will, but I don't care if a fuck about collective dismal, dude. I don't care. Like, he's just some fucking Canadian nigger who gives a fuck what the fuck he thinks, dude. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. I'm not gonna cover it. There's no point. Yeah, he didn't make any. He didn't even address any of my arguments, and he made the claim I didn't say any arguments. So I'm not gonna talk about the guy. This is what it is. I've said my piece. Is what it is. Finn Leos, what's up, dude? Got the hand in the air. Stop noticing patterns, Goim. Eat your goy slop and remain ignorant. Huh? Yeah, that's see, like me, I had this very conversation today, actually, talking about patterns, right? Like, it's really weird that, like, you can notice a pattern in somebody or something or in society or whatever, and then totally just ignore it and say, well, that's just a coincidence. Like you keep seeing the same thing over and over and over again, and then, like, you, like, insert some weird bullshit to interpret what you're actually seeing with your lying eyes, right? Like. It's like the old saying, right? Like, do I believe you or my lying eyes? And it's like a lot of people are just ignoring their eyes. Like, your eyes are showing you, your eyes are telling you what you need to see. Like, it really is sad, dude. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I don't know. Yeah, staying on. I'm gonna skip to this comment real quick, but I agree. Staying on Beast is really feminine, not gonna lie. Yeah, that's true. I would agree. I don't know. I don't have a desire to, like, be involved in like a YouTube crappy drama, dude. You can kiss my ass. I don't respect his opinion. I don't know the guy. I don't know him from anything. He's fucking Canadian. Canadians are like the ultimate fucking WEF bootlickers on the planet. They don't care about their children. Their country being overrun by fucking immigrants every fucking day, and the white Canadians do fuck all nothing. They sit on YouTube and piss away their lives, saying, "Oh well, things will get better in MGTOW," blah 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 blah. Because you guys don't really give a fuck, right? Because, like, a lot of you guys might be doing well, but your society's completely falling apart in Canada, and you guys keep importing millions and millions of people, and you keep voting for Justin fucking Trudeau, and it's like, it's your own fault, dude. Like, your country sucks because you suck. That's the reality of it, Nick. Nobody wants to hear the brass tacks of it, but, like, that's the reality of it. Your country sucks because you're not man enough to fucking stand up for yourself and say, this shit will not stand in my country. That's the reality of it. That's the reality. Like, okay, like, if you're not gonna be like, oh, they have guns, well, fuck it. So, I mean, come on, you do what you gotta do. I don't know. Maybe I'm over talking here, but fuck, like, you're like, oh, can Canada or America's shitty? Well, fuck, I don't know what we're gonna do about it, right? Like, who gives a shit? But last thing, know how these boys expect you to work for little to no pussy. Our taxes go to abortions and birth pills in the United States of cuck. Yeah, it's true. It is already bad enough that these voids are entitled to benefit off your work and expect you to discriminate against sub-8 males. Oh, and expect to discriminate. Yeah. This is weird, dude. It's true. Yeah. No pussy, no work. It's true. No pussy, no work. I would agree. That meme I posted the other day was perfect, dude. Beautiful meme. So was the meme on today's thumbnail. Honestly, these are some really top tier memes I found on the 4chans. So hope you guys enjoy them. They're pretty good. That thumbnail goes hard. Screenshotting immediately. Yeah, this thumbnail is pretty base, dude. Not gonna lie. Good afternoon. Oh, I'm not reading that one, dude. Sorry, I can't do it. Not in education, and employment, or training based. This society wants to treat its prime age men like trash. You get what you fucking deserve. It's true. Yeah, they don't They don't want to pay me the wages I want, or they don't want to find a way to like lower home prices and make the and make the economy work for the average person. They kiss my ass. Like I'm not doing that. Like this is retarded, dude. These delusional boomers calling us lazy for not wanting to work for scraps and a lack of or no pussy. Yeah, that's true. How is you coping? What's up, Medican coping? How you doing, buddy boyo? You're early again. Yeah, no, I'm always kind of early, right? Salute. What's up, Clandestino? What's up, dude? We are live and alive, but don't have a life or wife. Yeah, that's true. Holy shit, Cope is great today. Yeah, no. I don't want to cover collective PP. I don't care for the guy. All we can do is cope. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Let's go. What's up, Mind Wander? Hard R and Viddy. I said it. I mean, I'm more fucking man than fucking. I'm more of a man than fucking collective cuck is. Like, yeah, I'm more of a man than he is. I fucking said it. He's too much of a pussy to fucking say what he wants to say on YouTube. He's too much of a pussy to say it. Collective cuckold is too much of a pussy to say the hard R word on. He said groid. I'm like, you little shit. Come on, dude. Be a man. Say it. Little cuck. You won't say it. I'm a white boy. I can't say it. Okay, fine. I'll say it. I said it earlier. Beefs are fun too. It's like wrestling. I don't give a fuck. Collective doesn't look Canadian. Yeah, true. The country does suck because of the people's ignorance. It's true. Yeah, like people want to like. I made this argument like probably a year ago, but like, you know, like people make these arguments of like, oh, it's like they'll blame these like abstract things, and then it's like, no, like who's in those abstract things? It's the people. Like, if your country sucks, the people suck. That's what it comes down to. No, nobody wants to hear that hard truth. But like, you know, if the men are shit and the women are shit, then what do you expect out of that system? Like bullshit. What do you expect out of that? I mean, this is like basic logic. Like I don't know how people can't see it, right? Like you should expect bad from a bad system. You should expect bad results. Like, come on. The system sucks. The system sucks. Fuck hope. Like, you know, that's what George Carlin said, even though he was kind of a globalist himself. But, like, yeah, the system sucks. Fuck hope, dude. There was an article last week about a dog disease starting to spread to humans. It's called Brucella canis. It's transmitted via snuggling them. Wow. Dude, human beings are so, like, I'm surprised God hasn't come down here and just started, like, slaughtering the whole world, dude. Because, like, human beings will like, involve themselves with anything, dude. Is it white people again? I don't know. I'm not sorry. Maybe I'm over talking, but yeah, it's like, come on. Is it them? Yeah. Who is it? Who is fornicating with their dog? Is it white women? Canada's gay land, cuck land. Yeah. We are entitled to Stacy's. Yeah, we have what we feel like, but I don't even want a Stacy. Really, that's way above my pay grade. I'm like, just give me something normal, dude. I don't want something like, just give me something normal, but like normal nowadays is not normal, like, you know, 1950s, 1960s, right? So yeah, normal today kind of sucks, which is why everybody wants Stacey, right? Because like she's like the only chick who's like fit and somewhat feminine, right? Everybody else is just fucking disgusting. So, and even she's really just not, you know, Stacey's very as well, right? So just because the chick is a Stacey doesn't mean she's necessarily gonna be more feminine, but yeah, she could still be a raging feminist, you know, whatever you want to call it herself. So. No pussy, no work again. What's up, Medican? No pussy, no work should be law. It really is true. Brutal dog pill. I would agree. This law should be made into law, dude. If you're not getting any pussy for like 6 months, dude, you have the right to just flat out not work and do nothing. Like you get paid fucking neat bucks and you just walk around the world buying shit and doing your own thing. This should be law in the new America. Nova America. Base Medican, what's up, Finley? Think it's better than Money Max. Granted, you can meet certain intellectual requirements or are able to develop certain skill sets. You have to work hard for a job, yet they'll give to a woman who will get more money. I would agree. Yeah. How would prevent any more illegal immigrants from south of the border? I would have razor wire and landmine set up if I had absolute power in the United States. Oh yeah, I would have been done that. I would have built a big ass fucking wall. Honestly, I probably would have just encroached on a Mexican territory, clear all the land on their side, so that we have the entire Rio Grande River, and then fucking just build the wall in front of it so the environmentalists won't fucking cry saying, "Oh, but the river." Fine, I'll go in front of the river, and then we're done. Like, if honestly, I would just ride my way all the way down to the Panama Canal, and then build a wall there and just take over the country. It's like, well, why not? Why not? Fuck it. Get out of this Medican beggar and scammer out of this chat. He's placing. I don't know why people. What is wrong with Medican, dude? I've known Medican for a while now. What has he been doing? You said he's been eating out of trash cans and looking for money. What's going on? Based, laugh my ass off. What's up, King Douche? I do have IQ to get better jobs. I'm so disappointed in how much of my money and my work goes to cucked state policies. Tell me why this road is a mess. I thought I always tried my best. Oh, whatever, dude. The normal IQ jobs should easily pay enough to have at least 2 kids in a 2-bedroom house. Yeah, to some extent you're right. Like if your system does not work for the normal average person, then your system is absolutely dog shit. That's just true. Like everything is kind of centered around that mean, and then other things are provided to people who do better or worse, right? So if you happen to have a higher IQ and you get a better job, well then you're able to get a better job, then yeah, you'll have a higher standard of living than somebody who has a normal IQ. But the normal IQ person should never be like struggling like that fucking bad. He might have a harder time in life, but he shouldn't be fucking struggling to feed himself and and all that shit, right? This is the reality of it. This is fucked up. Surprised we haven't had an asteroid hit. We need a clean slate blow. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, we need a clean slate, dude. This is bullshit. This whole world's bullshit. This whole world's so fake and gay, dude. It's not even funny. Oh shit. He posting the link. I want to see what's in this link. Copy link as. I want to see what's going on here. I don't want to copy link as. Let me just open it up. Warning as rare dog disease transferred to humans in UK. Brucella canis, a bacterial infection that causes pain, lameness, and infertility in canines, has now infected 3 people. What in the fuck? UK, man. What's going on over there, buddy boyo? 3 people in the UK have caught disease usually confined to dogs. I wonder how that happened. And like human beings, they'll read an article and say, well, I don't know, dude. Yeah, grandma's been banging the dog. She's like, fuck it. Not fatal cases. No fatal cases have been reported in humans, but possible symptoms can include fever, headache, weight loss, and in more severe cases, it can cause meningitis, septicemia, and arthritis. Oh my god. It's over. Brutal dog pill, dude. Brutal fucking King Doge pill, dude. Brutal. Yeah, normal IQ are... I don't want to do that. Get out of here. What the fuck? How do I get rid of this? The fuck? Oh, there we go. Okay, we're good. IQ and jobs are 66K roughly. Let's say you and the 40s are making 36K. That's 72K. Fortunately, that's not enough to afford a 2-bedroom apartment in most areas. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. It was a joke, but you made some good points. Imagine the next lockdown caused by women that snuggle with their dogs, some kind of nasty dog disease, the next KO vid. Would they admit women are responsible? Probably not. They'd be like, well, because men aren't fucking the women had to resort to fucking animals. Okay, like they're gonna find some way to cope with that one, dude. Base mystery school, snuggle a reparation. That's true. On DBDR's new video there, or comment saying the new broke chads he got with women that helped them get a job and now 80 to 100K with no education. Fucking brutal. That's fucking rough, bro. You're fucking just like busting your ass and some fucking dude just like he exists and he's like, well, here's some money, dude. You exist, here's money. Yay. It's like, whoa. The reality about the border and immigrants in America is basically that companies don't want to stop getting cheap labor. Mexico is weak. We could do whatever we wanted near our border. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, I would agree. This is probably more close to reality. America does rely on like a lot of like cheap labor to keep things going. It's kind of one of the fatal flaws of capitalism a little bit, right? It's not to say you can get paid more, but there's like a cap where it's like people just flat out won't pay for your product if it's too expensive. And like labor is one. If you know anything about business, labor is one of the biggest expenses you have. You have to feed that person. You have to provide insurance for that person. You have to provide like workers' compensation for insurance, stuff like that. There's a whole bunch of insurances you have to do for this person to maintain a competent workforce. And it is one of the biggest expenses in this. Like if it doesn't stay cheap for long, then you're kind of rough, or your product would be so expensive that you'd be fucked, right? So unless your product's like a luxury product, you're just kind of screwed. Females gigamog, males SNV, which means they almost entirely contribute to male sexlessness. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Salute to the neat army. What's up, dude? What's up, Fried Fetus? They at least basically have a great interest in immigration. That's part of the reason why you see companies never talk about getting rid of illegal immigrants, but they're never advocating for citizenship. Yeah. A lot of like farms and big agriculture and stuff like that. They need people to pick the fruit. So yeah, who's going to do that job? But people might actually do those jobs that they actually offer them, though, right? And they are somewhat depending on the immigrants you bring in. It does have a drag on wages, right? Like, so Noah, get the boat. Yeah, there you go. 3 too many people with dog disease. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's white women, dude. I knew it. Intelligence is not enough. Networking, which women are better in, are more needed than ever before. Conformism is also important, at least in the initial stages. You gotta suck up to people to make something to make it big. I would agree. Yeah, this is a lot of like ass kissing and sucking up, and that goes on in the corporate world. And the reality is that you're gonna have to learn to brown nose a little bit, and that's just the reality of it. But unless you make it to like a leadership that's really fast, you're gonna be the one brown nosing a lot more than somebody else. So yeah. Yeah, the dog pill, man. It's true. When Fido and lesbians get more pussy than me, dude, it's over, bro. It's over, dude. There's so many dogs right here that they've got more pussy than some incels have, dude. That's unbelievable fucking fact, dude. That's unbelievably black pill, dude. Like if some men knew how many other animals and shit got pussy before they did, they'd be like, what? Like I wonder if their mind would just explode, right? Like would they just would they just become depressed? What would they do? Like, because like man nowadays is not the same as man back in the past, right? Like I don't know. Would he get angry? Would he be? I don't know. What would happen? Like I don't know. Stop fucking the dog. It's true. Yeah. I just want 1 or 2 lady friends with benefits, but not at the same time. Huh. They're really IQ really correlated with your occupation. I work with a lot of dumb people who make 100K, and I know some smart people who work warehouse jobs. Is there really? Yeah, it generally pretty much is. I think it's a matter of like what you major in, right? So like they've done studies on this, where it's like even your SAT scores correlate to a IQ score, and then that's how schools kind of decide who they want to go to their school, right? So these things all tend to correlate. We can look at the our environment, though, I guess, to some extent, and say, well, is that really true? Who knows? But I mean, and just because they're competent enough to do a job doesn't necessarily mean they're smart in every single way possible, right? They might just be really good at what they're good at, and then everything else is just kind of like blah in, right? So collective dismal diss track win. Oh god, don't care. I type like I have dyslexia. I think I probably do, but it's not about how skilled and qualified you are for the positions of whatever job you're applying. All that matters for others is for others already working there to like you. It's true. Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, they have to like you. I don't know. That's what it comes down to. Yeah, they have to like your face. It's just a whole game of like, how do you make us feel? Do you make us feel confident, or do you make us feel really upset? Yeah. Like there's a reason why interviewing is a skill, right? Because like it is like you have to learn how to do it, and I think I've gotten a lot better at it because I've had to do it. I did it like all of like the first half of this year, but yeah, like it's I don't know. It's just like it's a skill you have to learn how to do, but it's becoming less of a skill nowadays because people don't really like. I don't know. It just seems like You know, a lot of people just working like, I guess maybe interviews are different at the lower occupations. I guess like, you know, working at a fast food restaurant is a whole lot different than working at a you know, at a big company or something like that, right? So yeah. Capitalism our grandparents had was based. The one we have now is a perversion of that. Yeah, it really is just like money printing, and then the government basically funding its friends in the world in the private sector to who decides who wins effectively, right? A lot of these companies run off of like big subsidies, and you know the government buys their products, so it's a huge kickback to them, and this is crazy. Like you know the whole banking system is just a huge cartel at the end of the day, right? So. Mental abortion, facts. Yeah, dude, facts. Mental abortion, exactly. Yeah, dude. I know some people at my job who got the position purely from networking, no interview needed. Yeah, I've gotten one job through a networking. Like I went in for an interview, but the interview was basically like, oh yeah, can you do the job? And how? And we basically talked a lot, and we kind of just called it a day there. It was really easy. So yeah. And then first job I got out of college, I got like straight up on merit. Second job with a networking. My third job was through merit basically because I didn't know anybody there. So. Yeah. Basically a popularity contest from high school transferred over to workplace. I haven't been playing Final Fantasy 16 at all. I kind of fell off that game. I don't know. I don't like it too much. It's just like, I don't know. I'm kind of like, maybe I need to keep playing it. I don't know. But like, I've still been playing Armored Core 6 a lot. That's the only game I've really been interested in right now. So. Denying it. They would deny it and they would blame they are being bombarded with media. Oh yeah. It only gets worse, dude, for now. Yeah. Wake up, get mugged by a dog, cope. Yeah, dude. Most don't require loads of cognitive effort, in my opinion. Some women use their natural social advantage will get more jobs with higher pay. Nepotism is rampant unless you're doing some high level work. Oh yeah. And anybody who thinks that like those top level jobs are not just filled with like yes men and people that the person already knows is like lying to themselves, right? You know, most people can really only ever hope to be like a middle manager. And they can't really hope to be a you know anything higher than that really. Like you'll be some like third level manager at some firm somewhere and you'll be fine, right? You'll be making like I don't know 90, 100, 120K something like that, and you'll live a decent life. I mean, depending on where you live at, I mean there might not be a lot of money, but either way, you know, yeah. Nepotism is rampant. Yeah, I already read this comment already. Okay, over in 2023, if you're not good looking, tall, and NT, truly, yeah, some truth there. According to my SAT score from almost 2 decades ago, I'm barely average at best. Oh, wow. I don't know. I've only taken like a 1 IQ test my whole life, and I think I got like a 115 or something like that, or whatever the hell it was. So, yeah. We need the portal to Demon World to open already. Yeah, dude, hurry up. I think you guys remember the incident when the rich guy and rich kid and 2 others died into a submarine because the carbon fiber was supposed to be replaced before submerging again. Ha! Dude. Oh yeah. Fucking what's that thing called? The like deep sea or some shit, or what was it called? Something deep. It was some fucking dumbass fucking rich dude who's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna put a submarine and we're gonna go to the ocean bottom and see the Titanic. Like, are you fucking retarded? Like you're gonna fucking steer this motherfucking thing with a fucking controller? Like, are you out of your fucking mind? What kind of fucking pants on head retarded? You had, like, I don't know. Like, part of me wants to believe that somebody's wife said, you know what? This motherfucker, he's gonna go down there and die. And I'm gonna get that insurance money, bro. That's probably the only reason. Probably the only reason why they fucking let him go, dude. Because anybody with 2 brain cells rubbed together would be like, you know what, dude? That's a pretty fucking retarded idea. You know, like I'm not doing that. Like. But more diversity, no old white man. Women can't compete, bro. Yo, can't compete, bro. Yeah, dude. Don't smash chicks with dogs 2020. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. T-virus maxing. I had 4 interviews last week and nailed them all. You are right. Interviewing is an art and a skill you better at it with time. It's true. Yeah, you do. Yeah. global capitalism is the problem. When capitalism was more local, the velocity of money worked at least. China owns fuck tons of land and apartments in the USA now. Yeah, I've heard that. I don't know why America allows these foreign adversaries to buy land in their country. Like, that's a fucking retarded idea, but they probably do it just to keep the fucking housing market afloat. So more money and more buyers. So, you know. Had my first video chat with a girl I met from a dating app. Cambodian single mom who barely speaks English. It is truly over, but she was kind of cute. Yeah, dude. Went back to playing Final Fantasy VII Remake. Okay. Miss competition, F having Amazon, Target, Walmart. Back in the day, you had multiple department stores and small businesses. Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, the world was so much more. It felt like I'm just gonna say it just had more soul. There was more of a soul to the world, and things didn't seem so like cold and corporate and just like boring and gray and whatever. Like, it just seems so boring. I mean, I don't know. And nothing. The world's not getting interesting in some ways, but like. In other ways, like, it's just becoming like a really just a shitty place to live in. So, forget which Black Pillar talked about this when they mentioned how a guy at their company got promoted and moved up very quickly within 8 months because he was tall and good looking over some 5'7" guy. Haha. Yeah, dude, it just happened, dude. Taller people, they make the money, dude. Somehow they just make it they're more it's a correlation, a higher correlation for them to make more money, right? So, I don't know, this is weird. VBS Void, a lot of people hire illegals for odd jobs and contract work outside of the company as well. Yeah. I had an interview a few weeks ago with 2 male and 2 female interviewers, and the women said, we're like a family here, so we want to make sure we are all comfortable with each other. It was over as soon as I walked in. I took multiple IQ tests and got completely different results. Wow. I know like you can study to get better at it, but I feel like that only improves it only so much though, right? Like, that's what I've always heard. Like, you can study to improve on anything, but like eventually you're gonna reach a cap where you're not gonna be able to get a higher score, right? Kind of your comment is one of the best. A lot of women are horrible in office places, but they kiss ass and network a lot. Yeah. He brought his kid on that submarine. Yeah, he did. Yeah, what the fuck, dude? Ocean Gate Titan, submersible, taking trips to the wreck site at RMS Titanic. Yep, there you go. It's a great place for a wife, not gonna lie. She got her money free. Funny, imagine living longer than a creature that gets more ass than you without trying. Yeah, dude. Let's see. I'm a black guy that wants a childless woman who's under 160 pounds, 5'5", and isn't too liberal. That's very difficult to get. It's true. Yeah. If you want a normal woman, dude, you're in the wrong time period, dude. Did different tests on different web. I didn't do a website. I took a fucking a real one. I was like a kid, so yeah. Yeah, I've been like hitting the gym like crazy the last like month and a half, almost 2 months really. I mean, I've been getting some mad gains, dude. Like some baby gains off of because I worked out in the past and I kind of stopped and I got back into it, man. It's like, it feels good, getting bigger and shit, and losing some weight. So it's really fucking nice. So yeah, I've been cutting weight for a while, but I've also been trying to like maintain muscle as well. So. Fucking fupa, dude. I was walking around like a week and a half ago, or like at least a week ago, right? I was walking around town, and I was walking around DC actually, and I was just looking at the people, and the people just look so ugly, and they look so they're so fat and just like, and I mean, I'm kind of one of them, I guess, when it comes down to being fat, because like I'm not the skinniest guy either, right? But it's like I'm just looking at the people, and I'm like, dang, like. Somebody's fucking that chick, and someone's fucking that chick, and someone fucking that chick, and then you're looking around like, dang, like, it's true. Like women don't have a problem like when they get fat, dude. They just find some fucking dude. Some dude will fuck it, dude. And it's just fucking weird, man. Fucking horrible, man. Like I don't know. Like we expect nothing from women, dude, and then we wonder why. I don't know. This is weird. Fucking, this is, and then like you see the men, and the men aren't much better. But like, yeah, I don't know. This is weird. And then it really does make me feel like, yeah, like when you walk around and you're walking around places and like you're one of the tallest people in the room, you're like, okay, well then yeah, I must be. Like people kept saying earlier, like, oh, 6 foot isn't really anymore, and I'm like, oh, come on, dude. We actually look at the data. A lot of the people I was walking around were way shorter than me, or not way shorter, but shorter than me by a lot. So like, yeah, that height shit's real, dude. I don't know, like, I mean, just because you occasionally see somebody taller than you doesn't mean that you're like the shortest guy in the world either. So you on that day, you just got mogged. So. So are you Tyrone Light now? I don't know. What are you asking? Totem Spurging Quill confirmed. Women are built for corporate life. They're pros at butt kissing and passive aggressive psychological warfare. It's true. Yeah, they are. That's why you gotta outplay them. Sometimes you gotta use your own version of psychological warfare. Doing lots of IT max studying, making good gains on regrowing my hair. My beard looks tight, too. It's still over for my arse. I've also been getting back on much a low-carb, high-protein diet. Okay, well. A lot of women in tech field barely know what they're doing, but are the masters of emoji and Outlook. Huh? We call those women tortas in the Hispanic community. Tortas. The thing is, I am not Spurg, but she gave me the tip of mirroring when you coping the pose of the other person you are talking to. Normies do this subconsciously, but autists do not. Hey, behavior in high school transitions perfectly. You're absolutely right. Dude, I went to DC a month ago and visiting a friend, and I saw 50% black people and white people. It's interesting to see how people interact in English and how things are in other hemisphere. I got mugged most of the time, and fat cells are somehow fucking more than me. Man, I can't stop seeing women who are 5'7" or 5'9". I am the only one seeing this in Gen Z. It sucks to be below 5'10" of the guy. It is, yeah. It's hell, dude, for sure. We are getting brutally mauled by animals at this point. Fucking brutal. Maybe I should change my profile pic, dude. King Doge, man. I don't know, man. Most people who I see are when I'm out are walking around, look fat and also dead inside. That goes for both sexes. It's true, yeah. They look horrible, dude. Like honestly, when you look at the absolute state of the American people, dude, you're like, man, like you can kind of see the reason why they want to eradicate off the planet, dude. But I think there's more in man than that, though. But I don't know. But it's not there. You know, nobody wants to do anything, so everyone's just everybody's too content with just feeling good and not being good, right? So I don't know. VVS Void. I am 6'3", and many times I see women near my height. Also, when I am walking outside, most women are on their phone. That's true, yeah. Regarding hiring Foids in IT, only hire ethnic Foids. Curry Foids best. Never hire white Foids. They're egotistical, antisocial spurgs. I hope aliens are real and they are freezing again, you Foids. Fuck this planet up already. I've also been good at mirroring despite having ADHD. It gave me early choosing signals since I'm like 7. Since like 7. I still have a weird non-NT mental cell degen. Yeah, I see some fat guys with decent with women sometimes. Like, what the fuck am I doing wrong, bro? Shake my head. Probably just beta bucks guys who know. Who knows? Yeah, I mean, who knows? The dude, he could have been skinny and then got fat during the relationship. And some women will do that actually. They'll actually I think I've heard the story a few times, but like some women will you know, they might stay skinny, but they have a Chad boyfriend that they don't want to lose, so they'll let him get fat sometimes, but because they don't want to lose him, because he's still Chad. He's just Chad who got bigger, so it's like they're like they know what they have, and they got married at the time, and they fucked him a few times, and it's like, okay, well, yeah. Oh, let's do some stuff. I have some memes we can show off today. We have a lot of memes. We have some memes. Let's do some memes here. Okay, first things first. We're gonna cover this news story first. This is a really important one. This one here is so fucking weird, bro. Like, this one is beyond fucking odd, bro. Here's the news story that came out today. Let's see. Ukrainian President Zelensky has asked conceptual artist Marina Abramovich to serve as ambassador to help rebuild schools in the country. That's weird. This chick? Do you know how weird that is, dude? Do you know how fucking weird this is? Ah, dude. And the Zelensky's a Jew, and the Jews are known for their sacrifices and Baal and Molech, and then you have all this weird shit going on. It's like, I don't know, they're coming in here like begging for money, and it's like, what the fuck? It's just weird, bro. There's too much shit going on here, man. It's because Ukraine is a global nexus for child sex trafficking, dude. Well, yeah. If you don't know who Marina Abramovich is, you need to look her up, dude. She's attached to the Clintons. She's attached to a lot of like high profile people, and it's like, you know, certain people, they have like cuts on their left I think their ring or middle finger, one of the two, and it's like a ritual they do. It's some fucking weird shit, dude. Some weird occult shit, man. But yeah, look her up. It's an interesting news story. You should definitely there's definitely something else going on in the world than going on in the world compared to just like, I can't get pussy, right? Like, this is some weird shit. Like, why would you ever let this woman near children? The rabbit hole goes deep. Yeah, it's true. It's true. The rabbit hole goes real deep, dude. These people are vermin. They are vermin, dude. They're disgusting. Fuck Ukraine. We need to fix America before giving a single fleeting thought about some country that's a walking zombie. Yeah, that's true. But I think they're trying to like make Khazaria again, effectively, which is where all the Jews used to be. That's where the Ashkenazi Jews came from, actually. So yeah, dude. And here's another one, dude. Yeah, this is another connection. The Clinton Global Initiative is ready to help rebuild Ukraine. I wonder what for. I wonder. They're already talking about giving like gay porn stars like statues in you know, in Kyiv or some shit, and getting rid of like Catherine the Great statue. And it's like, that's weird. Like, why is like everything that this country touches turn fucking gay as shit, dude? Something's going on here, dude. Like, there's too many like people laughed at Pizzagate. People laughed at you know, all these old conspiracies. Laughed at QAnon, which I think that was kind of funny too. But people laughed at all these things, and it's like, but then there's too many. Like, once again, if you notice a pattern in something, why are you ignoring the pattern and saying, well, it can't be that, bro? Like, you're either coping with it because you don't want to accept it, or, you know, you just like, if you don't notice a pattern in something, you're kind of functionally retarded, in my opinion, right? Like, stop noticing things, right? Like, okay, no, notice these things. Like, always take a mental note, dude. That's all I'm trying to say. Ukraine is about to give up. The USA is about to wash their hands of Zelensky. Who knows? Being fat is fine if you have Chad bones under that fat. When Russia disrupts your child trafficking ring, yeah, basically. Why don't Ukraine just give up already? Because they're just there to slaughter fucking all the Slavs living there so they can bring in the Jews. They've been pressuring the Zelensky to negotiate. Yeah, his this counteroffensive is bullshit. Like, oh, we're gonna do a counteroffensive, and it did fuck all nothing, bro. You guys just flat out don't have the fucking men to fight this war. Many of these tests are very difficult, requiring you to have an IQ of a 120 minimum to just solve one problem. Oh, well. Either way, that's the first meme. Let's do another meme. Where's my meme folder at? What the fuck? There it is. Here's a funny meme. I posted this one in Discord earlier, but this one's pretty good. Here's one from Discord. This one's pretty funny. This is the one I posted in Discord. This is like, you got BRICS. It's Brazil. fucking Brazil. You got Russia. You got India. You got China. I guess you're missing Sudan, I believe, or something like that, or South Africa, one of the two. I think it's BRICS, not brick, but whatever. This is a brick. Brazil. Look at Brazil. I don't know why I'm geeking out so much for it. It's funny, like, I don't know. Dude, Brazil has some of the weirdest looking people on the planet there, dude. I swear to God. It's like some of the most like it's like they're like devolving, right? Like de-evolution or some shit. Like, we're going back, guys. Like, what the fuck? He's like, how the fuck are you still alive, bro? See, look, guys, this is the eternal question right here. This is the eternal question of all time. See, look, here we have our old friend here, the happy merchant, right? We have the happy merchant right here. And here we have woman, right? We have white woman especially. So we have white woman over here. He's like, who are Goim? Who are you, Goim? You, but eviler. I hate you. I got you kicked out of heaven. I will end female genital mutilation in Somalia before I save my own baby boy from genital mutilation. That's if I don't kill him myself first. I will ignore my looks match and trade my whole for limited access to a handful of guys out of my league that will never marry me. For a short-term personal gain, I will help destroy the same men who helped me survive the wild for thousands of years. My gender doesn't pay net taxes, but spends 85% of domestic spending, but still uses fake wage gaps to demand more benefits. Yep, there you go. We have made life so hard for you that men are transgendering themselves to become women en masse. You will never be a woman, by the way. I want you to die, and I think it's funny, lol. There you go. Who's worse? Who is the greater evil right here, dude? Who is the greater evil? Is it the person who is evil, or is it the person who willingly follows evil? Who is evil, or like who really is evil, right? Like the person who knows good and evil and then does evil anyway, or the person who is evil himself? Who is it? Who is the worst actor here? I've always like had this question in my mind, like who is the worst actor here? Like you have like say Satan incarnate here, and then you have like the followers of Satan. It's like, okay, like you know I'm evil, right? Oh yeah, bro, we're good. Oh god. Brazil is the most tranny max country on the planet. Yeah, it probably is, dude. Wouldn't surprise me. Here we go. Where's the we'll do one more what the fuck is this? Yeah, here we go. This one's pretty good. This is like no, she's a woman in general, probably. Let me do a quick. Let's do a quick meme here. This one's pretty. It's not really a meme. It's more just an infographic, but whatever. Here we go. Here we go. This is some old history I didn't know about. Here we go. It could be fake too, because it's from 4chan. Who fucking knows? Let's see. The Nazis attempted to re-feminize women by stripping away what they considered the decadence of the Weimar era. Hitler had traditional with ideas of gender. In Hitler's mind, the natural role for women was domestic. They existed to tend the home, care for the husband, and bear and raise children. Hitler's had traditional with ideas of gender that were probably influenced by his mother, a simple but caring housewife who protected her son from his stern and sometimes brutal father. In Hitler's mind, the natural role for a woman was domestic. They existed to tend the home. I read that one already. What the fuck? He just fucking wrote that down. 1932, the year before Hitler's rise to power, just 44,000 German women applied to terminate a pregnancy, and 34,698 of these were approved. Between 1935 and 1940, there were only 14,330 applications and 9,701 approvals. Hitler was full of scorn for women in paid employment. He called this a Marxist ploy, an attempt to clad women in overalls and work boots to strip them of their femininity. This derision for single and working women was reflected in policy. Unmarried women were viewed by law as Staatsangehörige, subject of the state. The same legal status later given to Jews and mentally infirm. When the Nazis took power in 1933, there were 100,000 female teachers and 3,000 female doctors working in Germany. Most were eventually sacked, forced to resign, or pushed into marriage and motherhood. From 1936, women were prohibited from working as judges, lawyers, and principals in a range of other professions. Women were also removed from high-ranking or influential positions in government agencies, charities, schools, and hospitals to be replaced by men. University and college places for women were restricted to a firm quota of 10%. Dang. Here's the cross of the honor of the German mother. It's something I guess they gave to the women when they got children and some shit. And then the white pill. If it happened once, it can and must happen again. You are not stuck. There is a way out. Oh, dude. Anyone messing with you, with your woman, is messing with your reproductive circuit. There you go. Someone posted a video in the chat. What is this video? Let's see what it says. Let me copy a link. Yeah, there's a cope there a little bit. He's like, okay, well, he assumes that we're going to do the same thing we did back in the past, which we're probably not, so we're long past that point. So, oh yeah, I already listened to this, I think. Satanic 6. I think I listened to this. It's kind of weird how we're all finding the same thing, and it's interesting. Oh yeah. I remember listening to this, and they kept they really just like shit on men the entire time. And it's like, come on, dude, you really need to like change your fucking mentality, bro. Yeah, I'll play it. It's pretty funny. Yeah, this one's actually pretty good to react to. Actually, this is a good reaction video because I've listened to this before, and it's pretty sad. All right, let's do it. We got our video here. Let's here we go. Let's do it.
Satanic 6. These are the big cultural crises that we're dealing with in our day. Number one, men are encouraged to be boys or girls, but not men. When my daughters were little, they would dress up like princesses. Now we're telling fathers to do the same thing. It's a broken, corrupt culture. And for you young men, they're trying to keep you in adolescence and childhood and boyhood as long as they possibly can, so that you're overmothered, underfathered, dependent on the government, broken, and ultimately no longer a productive member of society. Number two, men are not launching. How many of you guys are the young guys? You're in your 20s? Your whole generation is a failure launch situation. Here's what the research tells.
Yeah, come on, this is retarded, dude. Come on. It's failure to launch because you didn't give the rocket the conditions in which to launch, you dumb motherfucker. It's not failure to launch because of it's not inherently that they're fucking horrible people. Some of them might be bad just by definition, but not all of them are just lazy because of the fucking because they're just fucking lazy. That's a retarded fucking conclusion to come to, man. Like, come on. Yeah, the system failed them, and then you're blaming them because the system failed them. Like, they were born into this system. They are not the creators of the system, and then existed within the system, and then it's like, oh, the system's broken, like, and then they didn't fix it from shit. Like, no, the system, they came in, they were born into a broken system. I hate this like bullshit, man. I don't know, this is stupid. This is dumb fucking logic here. It's like, come on, dude. Like, people always try to flip cause and effect, or they'll find some other weird like copium fucking reason why people aren't doing stuff. And it's like, yeah, I will concede that for some men, they're never gonna work very well, and they're just derelicts, and they should be taken out, right? Or maybe not taken out per se, but you know what I mean. Like, you just write them off, right? You call it a day. But like, for a huge percentage of those men that you keep writing off, you're writing off the whole bunch of them saying they're all lazy. It's like they're just not. They're failing to launch because society failed them. Yeah, that's what it comes down to.
Tells us. How many of you are dads and you've got a son?
Young adults are taking longer to reach key milestones, impacting finances later. Analysis show. Come on. Why do people write stuff like this? Like, as if like this data should be readily apparent to anybody who lives a life, right? Like, it's just weird.
Right? How many of you? You're looking at the world and you're saying, okay, is my son going to be able to launch? We're going to need to help him. Because here's what's going on statistically.
And like, wait, he says that like it's a bad thing. Why is it bad to help men? Yeah, you should be helping him because, like, I think honestly, Chip Skylark, this is a brilliant comment, dude. A rocket can't launch itself. Yeah. It literally can't launch itself. Like, that's not how rockets work. If they're failing to launch, that means that you're either the fucking fuel mix is bad, or there's a storm coming, so you can't launch the rocket. There's something going on. But like, either way, these rockets don't launch because there's a reason why. You can't just say, well, the rocket's fucked. Well, if the rocket's fucked, it's your own fault because you're the one that built it, you dumb motherfucker. But you can't accept the fact that your rocket fucking sucks. God damn, man. I'm not lazy. I've been failed by society. Yeah, that's true.
This is from CNBC, and it comes from the Pew Research report. Young adults in the U.S. are taking longer to reach key life milestones that impact finances compared to 4 decades ago. In 2021, adults who were 21 were less likely to have a full-time job, be financially independent, living on their own or married, or have children than their predecessors from the 1980s. Here's what I'm telling you. The generation today is the least impressive and the worst launching generation of men in the history of the United States of America. Waiting longer to marry.
Why? Does this guy never ask the question why? I want to. Okay, I got to keep listening. I guess I don't want to keep fucking interrupting.
Waiting longer to leave home. Waiting longer to have a job with no intention or plan of ever launching. And what the result is, what we have now is we have a record number of over-mothered, under-fathered men. And it takes a man to raise a man. They tell us that masculinity is adopted and adapted from a father figure in your life. And what we've got a generation of young men. And I'm not saying this to beat you young men down, but to build you up. I speak to you with the heart of a father. I've got my sons who are here tonight. And you men need to know that if you just go with the cultural stream, you will be a very unimpressive man for the rest of your life. And ultimately what we're seeing young guys are not launching. They're not getting married, having children, becoming husbands and fathers, and launching careers and businesses. What are they doing? They're staying at home. They're living with their mother until their 30s. They're playing video games. They're vaping. They're ordering food delivered to the house because they're too lazy to even go out and get it for themselves. And ultimately, they're addicted to pornography or alcohol or legalized drug use, and they're just sitting around and vaping all day. We've taken men who are at the strength in their life and in that season when they should have the greatest vision for their future, and we have broken them and we have sidelined them. Number 3, men are not working. It's called not in labor force. A record 7 million men ages 25 to 54 are not working or looking for work.
Thank God. Keep dropping out, dude. Don't work. If you're not getting, I'll put it to you this way: if the perceived benefits of work do not outweigh the benefits of staying home and just living in your parents' house, why the fuck would you work? This is basic fucking like incentive logic here. Like, why would you work? Are you like, oh, I'm supposed to work? Like, I think there is some truth to like, oh yeah, truth, not truth, but like work is somewhat good for you. Yeah, sure, I would agree, but at the same time though, like it's good for you. The good for you part is kind of a tertiary or a secondary effect of work, right? Like the primary reason why we all work is that we want to make some money or we get something out of it, right? And normally it's some sort of like you get to buy food or you get to eat or whatever you call it, right? It's the reason why we work. If you remove every incentive to work, or if the incentive to just lay down and rot is better than the incentive to work, then why the fuck would you bother? That's dumb. Like that breaks all logic.
Okay. What that is that's a whole generation of guys who are in their 20s, let's say, and they're not working and they're not looking for work. If you're an older man, how many of you don't even have a category for this? You don't have, if you're a single guy, you should have at least 2 jobs.
Dude, come on, man. 2 fucking jobs. Okay, this guy gotta be Gen X, right? So we have a Gen X guy, right? Gen X. Okay, so I'm supposed to go to college full time and then work 2 jobs at the same time. So I guess one job's gonna be full time, the other one's part time, right? And since I have no skills, I'm probably making some like a dead end wage at both jobs. So if I'm making some dead end fucking wage at both jobs, I'm still not doing better. I'm still fucked. Now let's take out college out of that, right? Where am I supposed to find enjoyment in life? When am I supposed to find time to talk to women? When am I supposed to find time to do anything? Oh, just work more, buddy boyo. Come on, dude. This is some bullshit fucking logic, dude. It's stupid. Just work 2 fucking jobs? Okay, dude. Like your parents' generation only had to work 1 fucking job to feed a family of 2, or a family of 4 rather, and have their white picket fence and a car in every lot and a big and a decent sized house. Like he's literally just like saying be a slave to the system and then die. Because that's the conclusion for a lot of the men that you're saying this to. Be a fucking slave to the system and then die. I'm telling men to say fuck that. Drop out of that fucking shit, dude. Fuck it. If the system does not work for you, why the fuck would you keep supporting the system? Now, maybe I'm wrong, and maybe the perceived benefits of the system is better than the alternative, right? But how do you know that? I don't know. Like, it's just I guess you're weighing your options, right? But yeah, this is weird. I know these people don't get it, man.
Okay, for 2 reasons. You have the energy, and if you don't have a wife, you have nowhere to put it, so you may as well go get 2 jobs. Just something to pray about. But nonetheless, the way this works is we've got a whole generation of men that we have created to be dependent and not to have them mature so that others can depend on them. And in addition, men are not marrying. 40% of millennials and Gen Z, ages 18 to 42, don't believe in marriage. They think it's an antiquated, outdated institution. And here's what you need to know. The whole world is built by men who have women and children to feed. The reason that a man gets out of bed and goes and works a job, pursues a...
See, look, how can you say this and then not, and then, like, what he's basically trying to do here is that, like, he's trying to say, like, I get what he's trying to say, right? Like, yeah, like in an ideal world where the women were chaste and the women were good and you didn't have the state involved, this would be a great argument, right? But that is not the world we live in. I don't know what world this dude's living in. What is he talking about? Why is this his fucking like conclusion out of all, like, I guess maybe this dude's a Christian guy, so he hasn't been in the market for fucking 20-30 years, so he probably he's a Christian, he thinks everything's fine. I don't know, because he has his own, obviously has his own fucking church and shit, so he's probably making decent money right now. Who knows? But like, basically what he's saying is that you will work for a streetwalker who will still cheat on you, and you will work 2 jobs and you'll own nothing and you'll be happy. Everybody is spouting out the WEF fucking conclusion, right? They're all spouting it out.
Career, takes a chance, launches a company. He's got a woman that he loves and children with his last name, and he feels this God-given level of responsibility to provide for them. As soon as you take away a wife and children, you take away the motivation for a man to carry the full responsibility that God intends for him to carry as a man. Furthermore, men...
Yeah, how are these men supposed to get married, bro? How? Like, if the women don't want the men, how the fuck do you make the women want the men? Oh, well, the men need to work more. Okay, I'm supposed to work more for what? The women aren't even worth the work. It's true. All these chicks are out here whoring around, dude. The whoring around has only gotten worse as time has gone on. It's only gotten worse, dude. This chick I work with right now, who's a single mother, and I think she's fucking looking at me all the time. I'm like, I'm not doing this shit. I'm not fucking dating you. I'm not even gonna smash it, dude. Fuck that. I have a strict like don't smash where you eat type shit, dude. But I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't know. Like, they expect you to take single mothers and used up fucking roasties and shit and marry it. I don't know, like, or they expect even fucking beyond that shit, dude. You have fucking things like the women just being insane, liberal and shit. What do you do with that? This is weird, man.
Are marrying far later than ever. The average guy today is well into his 30s by the time that he does have his first marriage. And what we see as well, 25% of 40-year-old men in America have never married. 25% of, remember that show, The 40-Year-Old Virgin? These guys aren't all virgins. I'm just telling you how this is working. So men are not marrying, but what are they doing? They're living and sleeping with multiple women with no intention of ever marrying. And so what
Yeah, because like that's the best thing you can do right now. Like the system is not providing me anything in which to build a family with. There's no good women. There's no good job that pay enough money to support children and a wife. And being able to afford a home as well, like, and 2 cars, and everything you need for a modern society. Like, these are like fantasies that this dude he's living in a fantasy world.
you've got as well, you've got an entire generation that are cohabitating. And now what you're starting to see is two things happen. Women who go to college, which men don't, and women who are in the workforce, which men aren't, are having a hard time finding a man to marry. So they're doing one of two things. The younger women are marrying the older men, the dirty old guys who can afford it.
Oh, they're all dirty old men because they want to marry somebody younger, dude. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. I'm so tired of it, dude. Like, if some dude's in his 30s or even like even in his 40s, honestly, and he looks good enough to attract women who are in their 20s, dude, it's the best. It's the best deal you're gonna get, right? She might still be ran through, but would you rather have a ran through 20-year-old or a ran through fucking 30-year-old? Well, we all know which one is the better deal out of the two situations, right? It's very obvious. It's very obvious. Anybody with two brain cells to rub together could see this. Like a baby could see it. The baby sees the cookie that's on the floor or the cookie that somebody spat on and shat on. Well, he's probably taking the cookie on the floor, right? I mean, they're both shitty options, but one of them is way less shit than the other option, right? Come on, this is obvious shit, dude. And those men have what the women want. They have the resources, and if they look good enough, if they're chads, then they have the looks as well. So they got the whole package right now, right? Yeah, if some dude happens to make it and he wasn't able to make it in his 20 some way and he got some money in his 30s or 40s and he gets some pussy, I'm not. Who am I to tell me he's wrong? Fuck it, dude. Good for you. I don't know. Like, it's sad that you have to poach because like you should have been married and had 3 kids by now. But whatever, man. Like, if the market's so fucked up that this is the best you can do, and this is the best you can do, right? Yeah, so many people talking like fantasy fucking world or some shit where it's like, oh man, nah, dude, you're a dirty old man. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. Like, come on. Just because you got married to a decent woman doesn't mean everyone else is gonna find a decent woman too, dude. Everybody does self extrapolation and then thinks, oh, I was able to. It's kind of like fucking Ben Shapiro. I found a woman, or the Prager, or even Matt Walsh. Sometimes, like, I found a woman, therefore you should do the same thing. Come on, dude. You think every single woman is like your woman? Fuck you, dude. You're retarded. Like,
Or number two, they're becoming lesbians. The whole trend toward transgenderism and lesbianism is in large part a number of women who would like to get married, but they can't find a man, so they decide to be a lesbian. And then number 5,
he's definitely really close there. The chat sexual meme is kind of true there, right? Like, women would rather fuck other women than be with a sub 5 or even an average dude at this point. So yeah, that he's close, but he gives the wrong. I think there is probably a good correlation between like the LGBT shit and women not being married and shit like that. Probably the pretty decent correlation there as well. But yeah, he's not getting the whole thing though, right? So yeah,
men are not fathering. 1 in 4 young adults today are saying that they are not going to have children. And what you're seeing is,
yeah, they're not gonna have children because they can't find a woman to have children with. That's the reality of it. It's not a matter of like, yeah, they know how fucked it is, and they're like, well, I'm just gonna really get myself to being a single man my whole life, right? Like, they just give up.
for the first time in our nation's history, the majority of children born to women 30 and under, those children grow up with no father in the home. The majority of children at some point in their lifetime have no father or father figure in their home. And now the next generation of men, 25% of young men are saying, I have no intention of ever having a child. And then lastly, and I will say this as well, many men don't want to have children because they don't want the responsibility. And number 2, many men who have children don't carry that responsibility. I'll give you some statistics. 1 in 4 children today in our country have no father in the home. That's 18 million children have no father in the home.
Now, whose fault is that? Whose fault is that? I mean, yeah, sure, it is a moral failing on the men, but it's also a moral failing on the women as well because they pick those men. So If you picked a morally shitty man, then why would you be surprised that he doesn't stick around? Come on. Yeah, this is a good comment here. Like he talks as if we live in living in a coherent and stable society. Yeah, he's lost the plot, dude. I don't know.
The majority of the homes are single mothers, not single fathers. And you just need to know this. If a kid grows up in America, they are 300% more likely to not have a father than the other nations on the earth. Technically, statistically, this would be one of the worst countries in the world to actually be born if you wanted to have a father. And so let me just tell you this. You men are a statistical anomaly and miracle. Like some of you guys didn't know this, but going to work today made you special. Okay? You're right. Some of you, how many of you guys are married? You're the weirdos and the outliers. How many of you are the father of a child? Okay, you are a statistical minority. How many of you have more than one child? You're a total freak. Okay, and thank you. Because when everyone is wrong, you're the oddball if you're the one getting it right. And that's the world that we live in. And what happens today as well, if you don't have a father in the home, the odds of a child having mental and behavioral health issues is up 200%. If you don't have a father in the home, the odds of growing up in poverty go up 400%. If you don't have a father in the home, you're 500% more likely as a child to have a medical or emotional disorder. And what do we do with the little boys who manifest these issues? We medicate them. We say, you know what, there's something wrong with you. You're angry and acting up. You don't have a father, so instead we'll give you a pill. And then we'll put you in school, and then we'll cause you to question your gender. And then maybe we'll mutilate your genitalia. And then we'll make sure that you never grow up to be a strong man. And what we don't know what to do with the strength of boys, we don't know how to direct it, so we castrate it. And this is a cultural crisis. Number 6, men are not leading. Statistically, more women than men are in church, more women than men are in college, and more women than men are in the workforce. And so men are not leading.
Yeah, I'd go to church too if I was a woman, because the only thing that happens there is I get fucking placated to. So who gives a shit, right? Like, I'm the one who actually runs the church now, not the men. So like, you don't give any sermons that are meant for men. Like you might think this is meant for men, but all you're really advocating for is the status quo. Like, you know, you need to create a system in which men can actually do their job and be leaders. Like, if men can't actually have the authority over their women by some sort of like, because the state cucks them at every corner, every turn rather, then how do you expect them to lead a country or lead women, right? Or lead anything, lead a family if the state cucks them at every turn? If men aren't allowed to actually have authority over their families, then why the fuck would they even bother having a family, right?
Men are not launching. Men are not marrying. Men are not working. Men are not fathering. It is a complete and total cultural crisis. Okay, so this is the problem. And I would tell you, if we fix the men will fix everything else.
He's not necessarily wrong there. Like, you need to fix the men, but the problem is that, I mean, the problem with fixing somebody who's already been broken is that it's a lot harder to pick up the pieces and put someone back together than it is just to already have a whole product, right? You know, if you have a bunch of broken people coming out of a fucked up system, then it takes a whole lot of work to fucking get that person back to normal. And you know, it takes a lot of hard work and a lot of tough love and shit to get that person back to normal, dude. Like, it's not gonna be some fucking like, it's not easy, you know, and it might even be impossible, but
that's my thesis. That's the whole heart of real men.
Yeah, fix men, voids, break them, repeat. It's true. Yeah.
And you could look at it and say, well, how do we fix all these problems? If we have better men, those men won't cause these problems, and they will fix the problems caused by the bad men. That's what the good men will do. So we are here not to just complain, but to be the solution. You men matter. Your family matters. Your marriage matters. Your kids matter. Your legacy matters. For those of us who are now grandfathers, your grandkids, Mary, they matter, and your ministry matters, and you guys matter to us. And so here's what we
Make sure you pay your tithes and offerings.
ultimately need. We don't need bigger government, we need better men. And what always happens is the worse men increases the size of government. If the men do their job, you don't need nearly as much government. We live in a day when we don't need bigger government, we need better men.
Yeah, well, those better men don't come from nowhere, dude. You have to build a better men. You can't just start off with nothing and say, well, or start off with some. If the base is shit even on its own, then yeah, you're gonna have good men either way. But like, if the base is decent, but you don't put anything into it, that's equally as bad. You have to actually like build them up. And if you refuse to do that, I mean, I think he's trying to do it in his own way here, but like, he's ignoring so many of the other factors that lead to that lead to these factors, right? Like, men aren't failing to launch because they're aren't failing to do any of these things because of like there's something wrong with the men. The men want to do these things. The problem is that the environment is shitty. The environment is just bad. And this is another thing you got wrong here. Women created bigger government, not weak men. Yeah, I mean, it's somewhat men did as well. Like back when the welfare state was expanding, as women got the vote, they voted for more welfare. But the men who were in government could have said no. They just didn't, right? So like some weak you could argue that weak men did create this big government, right? Because like it is what it is. You can argue that, well, they're following the will of the people, but if the will of the people is wrong and you're a leader, then you need to be the one to say the right things, right? So. You keep blaming men for situations of society, then, but it's actually women who are causing the problems. I guess the real question is, it's kind of like a chicken and the egg situation, right? What came first, the bad behavior of the women or the man who didn't fix the problem, right? Men are problem solvers by our very nature, and we do it whether we like it or not. And if men don't correct women, like I said earlier, I've already made the argument saying that like the state has effectively cucked you and taken away your power. But at the end of the day, like if men either aren't able to or don't correct women, then we end up with a shitty system because the men then the women just get the upper hand, and then at that point they rule society, right? So okay, I'm gonna do a quick intermission. Let me get the meme ready, and then we'll let me invite people. Okay, there's your link, and then I'm gonna post them and get the meme up ready. The meme ready. Meme. What's a good meme for today? It's raining in my area, so we're gonna use the raining Pepe meme. There's Pepe with his rain hat on, and here's some memes. Let me here you go, and I'll be back. Here's the links in the chat. Get ready to get in here. I think it's gonna be quick. We're looking about 10 minutes long, so yeah. I'm back. What's up, dude?
Hey, mate. Hiya.
How you doing, buddy
That
boy?
Gen X guy was a pretty remarkable specimen, wasn't he?
Yeah, really.
I think a guy like that. What do you reckon, Mystery? Do you think a guy like that has lived a life where he has had things his own way for a very long term? Sorry, very long time, and he can't conceptualize that there'd be any types of lifestyles that are different from his. Because I should imagine a guy like that has come from a very stable background. He's part of a church community. He almost
Yeah.
had
Yeah.
an arranged marriage, and he's managed to use his connections to do well in the economy. And then he's humble bragging, turning around to guys that haven't been given his opportunities and basically saying, "Why aren't you like me?" Yeah, isn't he?
Yeah,
And
I don't even want to give him the. I don't even want to give him the idea that he's like humble bragging per se. Like, I just think that he's like just out of touch. Like, so many of these old dudes are like they think that the world's the same way that it was back in the 80s or the 70s or some shit. Like, this is not the age of the 70s. We are in a different age. Like, why would you even assume that? Oh yeah, the same problems that. I mean, just to some extent, things never really change, right? But at the same time, like, there's just some like it's kind of like the smaller things that change that really add up to a bunch of small, a bunch of small changes can really affect somebody's like quality of life, right? And it's just weird that like people just don't see it that way. They're like, oh yeah, no, the world's the exact same way that my life was when I met my wife, right? Versus somebody who who they got married or they're in our generation trying to find somebody and it's like good luck.
yeah. He was brought up in a culture. I should imagine he's approaching 60 years old. So you could say he was young 40 years ago, which would have been the early 1980s. And he was living in a culture where property prices were lower, jobs were much easier to come by, and you had better relative spending power. Females were much more inclined to get married. This is the thing he's missing out. They were much more inclined to get married because feminism and all different aspects of feminism, such as careerism, consumerism, hedonism, these things hadn't really taken hold to a greater extent. And he had these opportunities, and he's looking at these younger men and he's saying that the reason why they're not doing so well is because they haven't got a mental capacity. They're not strong, they're not powerful. But if he was placed into the same environment that these men he's looking down on, let's face it, he's looking down on them, he would be faced with the same types of challenges. And I can't see a guy as deluded as that being able to solve these problems himself. He just happens to come from a generation where things were better for him, and he isn't offering any type of advice which would work for today's society. And the troubling thing
Yeah.
is that because he comes across as quite authoritative and he comes across as quite coherent, a lot of younger guys will then start to blame themselves and not actually see the problems that they're faced are different from his.
Yeah, I mean his perspective really is a I if some people happen to get lucky and they somehow find a woman really early on in life and they get married really early on and they have the family, like technically speaking they are doing the right thing. He's not wrong. Like that
Yeah,
is the quote unquote right thing to do. That's what helps human society flourish. But just because you did it, like it reeks of survivorship bias, right? Where it's like, I made it through a bad situation, therefore everyone else can do it too, and that's not how things work. Like if this once again, like if the system itself is garbage, don't expect anything good to come out of it. And
yeah,
like these
yeah,
people,
yeah.
like just because you somehow found some alternative system to operate in that works for you, and that's probably the old system that actually worked for everybody back in the day. Just because you happen to be able to exist within that system that's long gone now doesn't mean that everyone else is, right?
Yeah. And a lot of these types of people don't understand there is no such thing as a self-made man. There's on this particular issue, it's the conservatard type people. They seem to think that everybody's equal, everybody has equal opportunities, and the outcomes for men is down to their particular hard work. And the things are,
Yeah, hold on.
the
Just to
reality,
backtrack here, it's so weird because like when like conservatives claim to they believe both sides claim to believe in equality, but really only conservatives actually like I think actually truly think that way, which is probably like liberals don't actually believe. They say they believe in equality, but they believe in equality of like where they like basically bring everyone down to the level of an idiot, and that's their level of equality. Whereas conservatives actually believe that everyone's equal and like some like weird like we're all like superior beings or we all have the exact same shit and
yeah,
it'll all work out in the end, right? So yeah.
yeah. Well, the average conservative tard in 2050 will say the liberals are the real
Yeah,
paedophobes.
yeah,
Yeah, you know what I mean. They're the same. They're the guys that really dislike them. You know, you know. What I mean?
yeah.
There'll be the yeah, and the arguments about equality are destructive to a lot of men, and the idea that you can pull yourself up without help is destructive to a lot of men. Most people who manage to do well in this world have had a hell of a lot of help through critical phases of their life. I can't think of one hyper successful man who has not had a lot of backing and critical help. I did a video about it recently, and I was talking about three men: Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and one other. I can't remember what his name, but Elon Musk and Donald Trump were two examples I remember. And both of these come from rich backgrounds. They were helped along by their fathers, social networks, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
And
really, people
if you're
like Bill
born,
Gates and Jeff
yeah,
Bezos and all of them have like any rich person you see. There's very few self-made. Like even the ones who claim they're self-made, like the ones who aren't rich, still had probably some advantage that someone else didn't have, right? So like,
yeah,
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 like there's always a secret sauce that's kind of there that allows that person to excel where you fail, right?
yeah. It could be that they're just smarter. I've been
Yeah,
looking at I've been looking at a lot of videos recently. I've literally just posted one about how low IQ people aren't to blame for their failures. And I've been looking at a lot of material online. There's a whole burst of people online who are documenting their low IQs and how it affects their lives. And you know when you get somebody saying something about the same problem, you don't really pay attention. But if you've got 10 people saying they have this same type of problem, then when they're claiming to have the same condition, then you understand this is a pattern and this is probably true. And all these low IQ people are saying the same thing. They're saying that they were put in positions where they couldn't cope with the workload, and no matter how hard they worked, they couldn't learn the things that they needed to learn. They couldn't solve the problems, and uh, they were a burden to the people that they were working with, and this caused a lot of them to drop out. And at aggregate levels, you've got a hell of a lot of individuals who have been told that if they just work hard enough and do what they do, then they can excel and climb, get higher status. But there's the problem is it's the same thing. I use this analogy when it comes to incels. You know what Faces talk about years ago, and he would talk about a giga chad who says just get a haircut and get some new clothes and put some expensive aftershave on, and then you can get the girls. This is what works for me. Well, you've got these high IQ individuals, these people that are very capable, and then they're turning around to low IQ individuals and tell them all you've got to do is work hard and study, and then you get to where you need to get to. Do you see how the parallels are the same? It's all based on how genetics aren't equal, so you won't get the same results. And
yeah. A lot of people
uh,
can't. They have a hard time with that one, dude. They cannot accept the fact that they're just like genetically inferior to some extent. They have a hard time
well,
with accepting that.
I accept my genetic inferiority, and
What
uh,
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
I've embraced it. I've embraced my genetic inferiority, and I'm not saying it to try and get people to feel sorry for me, but I think it's better to be honest about things than to be the type of individual who lies to yourself, and then you do things which are, uh, in essence, even more stupid because you put yourself in places where you're not going to perform very well. Now, Jordan Peterson, I do quite like Jordan Peterson in certain ways, and he was talking about what low IQ people can do, and he was saying that if you're a low IQ individual, now, did you know that about 15 to 20% of the American population are essentially uh, what you could classify as stupid? Now, it's the same thing in America.
Yeah. That's how a bell
Yeah,
curve
yeah,
works. Yeah.
yeah. It's the same thing in Britain. I'm not claiming that British people are smarter than Americans. We're not. We've got the same problem. And these individuals are told that if they just work hard and they read a few self-help books and they go to educational institutions and learn the same things that their betters have learned, then they can do exactly what these people have done. Now they can't. I've been looking at these low IQ videos and they all say the same thing. They fail again, again, again. No matter how hard they work, they always get bad results. And this is the lie of egalitarianism. And this guy, turning around to people and telling them that you've got to you've got to work 2 jobs, and you've got to get yourself a property, you've got to get yourself a woman. Well, there's a lot of different factors in place. Is the person smart enough? Does the person live in an economy where it's easy to get property and easy to get these jobs? And are there women available? If these things aren't available in an environmental situation, then this person is not going to work 2 jobs. What is the point of working 2 fucking jobs? All right. You've got to go to work 5 days a week, slug away for some guy who hates you and looks down on you because you don't run the business and he sees you as a slave. Every type of work that you do for somebody else is basically a form of indentured servitude, at least. Yeah. And then you've got you've got to go home, and then the weekends you've got to work Saturday and Sunday night. So you've got no spare time, no leisure time for what? So go back to an empty apartment and then have a chance maybe every 6 months with a prostitute. This is bullshit. The advice he's given these men is bullshit. And frankly, a lot of these guys who are on the incel spectrum, they listen to this type of information. The best thing they should do, if they're going to work, especially if they're not very intelligent, get yourself a job that's repetitive, that doesn't involve too much abstract thought, which pays well. Things like delivery driving, truck driving, working as a security guard, things that pay well, but they don't involve too much thought. And then the only thing you could do from that point is just to go right down to the bottom of the look scale, and or do what I've done, location maxing. But certainly don't listen to boomer churchgoers. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean even that's the backtrack here. We were talking earlier about like being inferior. Like I think what you talked about earlier was what I was going to interject earlier about the jobs that for low IQ people, right? And like, why shouldn't society have jobs like or those jobs already kind of exist, but like why shouldn't society have a spot for somebody who isn't necessarily as smart as somebody else, right? There's nothing wrong with that. Like I feel like if you create a society full of just like high IQ, would that society be better? I guess in some ways, yeah, but I feel like there's something a little bit not so much maybe endearing, I guess with the word, or a little bit there's some like simple facts of life, like what's this old saying of like many a wise words have come out of the mouth of fools,
Yeah,
I feel like there's something about them being so simple that's like, oh yeah, that's like a really big insight, but you don't realize it, right? Like you know what I mean? Like they don't understand
yeah,
what they've just said, but it's a big insight, like, and I feel like because their minds work much more simpler than not our minds. It sounds like a little bit elitist, but they work simpler than someone who's of higher IQ. Then there's something to be said there, right? And it's kind of like the midwit meme, right, where it's like you have the high IQ guy comes to the conclusion, and the low IQ guy comes to the same conclusion. But the high IQ guy, he probably definitely understands the implications and the abstract notion that idea has versus the low IQ guy's like whatever. He's like I had this idea. I don't know. It just felt right. You know what I mean? Like
yeah, yeah. I agree with you. Yeah, the worst type, I think, low IQ working class type of individuals, if they've got good character, they've always tended to be the backbone of a society. These are the people that do the mundane jobs that keep society going. And unfortunately, because of how the economy is structured now, you've got these capitalist individuals who have offshored a lot of work to places like China and India and Taiwan. So a lot of these low IQ jobs now are going to these places, and you've got these people working in sweatshops rather than giving labour to people in the host nations. So they've lost a lot of their essential dignity. If you look at the working class communities in America during the 1960s. You could have all these low IQ people living in the inner cities. People like, if you look at like classic Boston Irish people. I'm not saying Irish people are dumb, but working class Irish people, and they're not particularly bright at an aggregate level because they're not the doctors or the lawyers of their community, and they've got an essential dignity because they've got all these low skilled entry level jobs that they can do. But the governments in the West have taken these away and offshored them. And in many cases, they haven't upped the minimum wage. They've 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 made it impossible just to be a normal person who isn't at the higher end of the IQ spectrum, particularly for many different types of men. And this is creating a huge problem because loads of guys are dropping out of the economy as well. So one of the reasons guys are dropping out is because of feminism, because there is all these problems with guys becoming incels. The other problem is that a lot of guys basically feel like they can't participate because there isn't the types of jobs available. They're not paying well enough for them to actually enter into the economy. So you've got all these dropout men and they're becoming bored. And what will happen is that who are the mainstream groups? What is the part of the population that you mobilize if you're trying to form a political movement? You mobilize the low IQ incels. You mobilize the disenfranchised. You mobilize the people who are right at the bottom of society. It's always been the case. And
yeah. Like I agree there, right? Because like that not even this the incel part. Just like the low IQ, he might not understand the rantings or the writings of Locke or Rousseau or something like that. But he'll understand the fact that he ain't got no food, no food, no job. Like just go out there and say that you'll win. Like you got no food, you got no job, you got no pussy. What the fuck you gonna do, buddy? Like tell him that. Like and you can run on that. There's nothing wrong with that.
That's it. Like if you look at the French Revolution, you've got like a bunch of low IQ morons going through the Bastille,
Yeah.
That's the type of demographic that are used by revolutionary movements. So the globalist system, it's created a massive problem for itself because it's neglected this part of the population. It's socially engineered a situation where there's all these disaffected men, and then they're wandering around. I mean, to turn around to a guy and tell him that he's got to work 2 jobs, do a 70-hour week, and then go back to an empty apartment. Men work for their women and their children. If you've got no women and children, you've got no real chances because the sexual marketplace is so hard. Then there's no reason for this man to go to work. And the idea of no pussy, no work, I think, is a very good concept. And you've got all these guys told to pull their weight. Pull their weight for what? Society is based on a social contract. You have to know that your participation is going to get some type of rewards, both genetic rewards, both social rewards, both cultural rewards. If you're getting none of this, then your participation isn't worth it. And then you're going to drop out. And the only reason why you would work if you're getting no rewards from society is to make society easier for people who are getting the rewards. So what you're doing is you're carrying bags for people who are getting their rewards, so they carry less. So you're making life
kind of like the stock market, right? Wherever there's a gains and someone's loss, right? That's how it always works, you know. And like right now, I made this argument 3 years ago at this point. It was my the video where I talked about it was the I think it was the apex fallacy, where it's like a lot of the incel men are carrying the bags of Chad. Like they are the ones holding up society to some extent. Like Chad gets to walk through life free and scot free, and he gets to abuse women and and be this bad guy and bang women on the first date and leave them and shit like that. He gets to do all that shit, and then like the normie or even the sub 5, the sub 5 and even the high tier normie men, they bear the brunt of those Chad mistakes because she can't come to the conclusion that she's making bad choices and that it's the men's fault. But she doesn't really mean all men. She means the men. She means the men she's fucking, but she extrapolates from that one dude to the rest of the men in the population, right? So
yeah, that's basically that's what's happening. You've got these people that they're expecting, particularly Middle America and Middle Britain. They're expecting all these low status males, all these men on the incel spectrum. They're expecting them to get their hands dirty and grind away and embrace the struggle for keeping the society functioning as this superlative organic capitalist unit. And you're working away and keeping a society going, essentially, so guys like this have got a functioning society so they can get all the rewards, because there's only a certain type of man who's getting rewards in this society today, and a lot of men don't fit that criterion. So the argument then becomes, what should a man do if he isn't getting any rewards and he doesn't seem to think that he won't get any rewards? I think the accurate thing to do is to assess the person individually, and I've just come to these conclusions recently. If you're a sub 5, if you're a guy that is on the incel spectrum and you've got no real chances of getting women within your own particular nation because you go underneath the scale, the only thing you could do is location max, or that's pretty much it, really. There's no other conclusions. But if you're also a bit stupid, then the only thing you can do is menial jobs. So basically, you've got to be a location maxer who does menial jobs, and then the other factor is luck. And a lot of men aren't lucky. And I met a guy one time. I know Black Pill Jay's coming on, but I met a guy one time. I'll tell you the story, mystery. It's a guy I knew from back in London. And this guy, we all mixed together as a teenager, and we're all kind of middle of the range IQ. Some of us are on the incel spectrum. There's a few chads, which mixed in a big group in London. And this guy is now a millionaire. Now, he's not a millionaire because he was any smarter than us. He's a millionaire because his father owned a big syndicate of businesses all around London, all around the country, and his brother owned a subsidiary of this company, and then he started working for the company, and then he become a leading manager in this company. Now he's got houses and that kind of thing. So in some cases, if you get no luck, that guy was lucky. And if you combine them three things, you're low IQ, you're in the incel spectrum, you've got no luck. And then people are turning around to these guys and saying that society, the reason why the government's so big and the reason why society's been destroyed is because of you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like gaslighting of its most extreme form.
Yeah, the whole society just gaslights men about the problems they're going through. They try to make men feel like the reality's like the thing. Like I said earlier, man, like the stuff about patterns, right? And it's like, do you believe your lying eyes in front of you, or do you believe this the narrative that's being spun in front of you by the media, right? Like who do you believe more? And
Yeah. I know what you're saying, mate, about that piece of shit. Fucking
yeah. Do you know who that woman is? Marina Abramovich.
Yeah. I keep my power levels pretty low, but I know everything.
Oh, you do? Good shit, dude. I'm glad someone else knows, man, because I didn't get much of a reaction from the chat. I was like, yeah, dude, that chick is she's insane. Like, they do stuff like spirit cooking, and they smear they have a concoction of shit, piss, and semen and other weird shit, and they do this. Yeah. Effectively, they're doing magic, right? Which is, you can call it that, but.
Yeah, it's walked beyond you could.
It's effectively just a devil worship, and it's like, if all the elites are into this devil worship, shouldn't that give you an indication that maybe there's something else out there? I don't know. They obviously have more. Yeah, go ahead.
I'd say so. Yeah, I'd say that the main currency amongst these people is the most depraved actions you could possibly imagine. And
yeah, because it's blackmail for them, right? So they bring you into the group. Yeah. And it doesn't necessarily have to be real magic. It could just be that, oh, you're involved in this shit. Okay, yeah, where it would be a scandal, or maybe it wouldn't be a scandal anymore. Who knows? And maybe it wouldn't. Who knows? But
yeah, they did it. They did it in 1950s in Cuba. They used to get all these political types. They used to take them out to Cuba, and then they would get them to engage in. I mean, during them days, being a homosexual was a lot worse than it is today. and they would some of these guys were inclined that way, and then these guys would they'd get them into these rooms and they'd film it, and then they would turn around to them and they would say to them, all right, we've got you on camera having sex with a man, and if you ever vote against us in the Senate or Congress, whatever it was, then this is going to be exposed, because it's all tied in, the papers, the government, all that kind of thing. They all kind of know each other, and it's that kind of thing. I think it's partly blackmail. It's also partly that they, all that type of depraved stuff they're up to. All that. I don't, you know what I mean, don't you? I don't want to really go into detail.
Yeah, you don't have to go down that rabbit hole, but yeah.
Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about. I read articles on it and shit.
Yeah. It's amazing. People just like poop that stuff up, saying, "Oh, that's a conspiracy theory." Like how can there be that many connections and then there be oh, it's not real, bro? Like what? Like do you know what you're implying by saying that? Like I don't know. Like you're like, you think that the elites don't all know each other and have blackmail on each other, and they all seem to want to praise the devil effectively? Like this is weird, man. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, they follow a sort of might as right philosophy. It's the idea that there's I don't want to go. I want to keep it YouTube friendly. I do mystery. I know everything. I'm not saying everything, but I know how it all works. Yeah, you know what I mean. There's certain things I can't say, and you've got this system, and they all know each other. These big financial houses and these elite royal houses, and the upper middle class people, the people right on the periphery of the upper class. That if they've got enough wealth, they mix in these circles through elite institutions. Then you've got old money families, these people that control whole regions like the House of Sword, and these big aristocrats in England and France, all that kind of thing. And they all mixed. They all know each other. They kind of consist of a global cast, and they believe in their minds. They believe that they are the best people on the planet. They are the top people. They're everybody else is beneath them, and they have to display this on a regular basis, that they're untouchable, that they're above the law. So what makes you more above the law than doing types of things that are promoted by that scumbag witch, whatever? Yeah. Do you know what I'm saying? Yeah. And so what you've got is they keep on doing these types of things to keep on showing that they're above the law and they're above everybody that's beneath them. And then it gives them this psychopathic mindset that they can implement policies on the population and do whatever they like because these people are beyond contempt. And it's a really warped mind frame, but you can't understand it unless you understand that these people have possible connections to demonic entities. I mean, I believe that there is a partial demonic element to the leading powers, and it's not. We can't conceptualize it because we couldn't understand. We're normal people. We can't understand why you would think in that way. Yeah,
but it's pretty easy. I can tell you why they think this way. Because just compare every Abrahamic religion to basically to Satanism or paganism. Yeah, all of our religions nowadays, they are very they're apologetic, right? And paganism, or especially Satanism, is not. So it's the mindset. It fits the mindset of these people. It's pretty simple. So they gave us basically from back in the times, because just look who the priest class was. They were also noble. It was mostly like noble-born people who became popes and bishops and stuff, cardinals, etc. Yeah. So they gave us this framework of apologetic Christ cucks, and Jesus and saves us all and dies for us and shit, and why they self have a framework of not being apologetic and praising Diabolo or whoever, and therefore I mean, it makes sense. Why would they restrain themselves by being apologetic and how you call it, and taking care of others, right?
Yeah, but like I'm not saying this is a recent development because there's always been people like that in the world, but like it just seems more I'm not saying it's likely, but like it just seems like what am I trying to say here? Like a lot of our politicians used to actually believe in like God and stuff like that, and Jesus and stuff like that. Now you can argue that maybe the
Yeah.
top of the top elites didn't, but what did that mean back in the day compared to now? Like was the Pope? You can argue the current Pope's not pious at all. He just says whatever the fuck a liberal media wants him to say. But
Yes.
you could argue that popes in the past. I mean, they definitely varied in levels of piety, right? So
Yes. Yeah. We can imagine the founding fathers in America. I know it's a bit of a controversial thing because there's a connotation, in America, but I would suggest that the original founding fathers, the men that fought against the British Empire and founded the Constitution, they were far higher quality men than the guys that are controlling America today. Yeah, they were far higher quality men by a country mile. And someone like Thomas Jefferson or George Washington, these types of men, they would be revolted by even sharing the same room as the elites of today. They couldn't even conceptualize the types of people that they're dealing with. They would see that they were so vulgar and base and low that they wouldn't even want to share a table with them. Never mind allow them to enter into the centers of power. And you made a good point. The quality of the elites has gone right down. I would say since since the 1960s. Yeah.
I mean, this element of I don't know what you would call it, apostasy or not apostasy. I don't know. This element of impiety by elites has always kind of been there. They're the ones who had the most time to think about this stuff. Whereas like the average rank and file dude who's just working his job or working some field somewhere, he just he believes in God because why the fuck not? Like if what he's been taught and it works for him and is what it is, right? He probably doesn't have a lot of time to think about it anyway. Versus a guy who's who's got the money or the wealth. So these people have probably always existed in society. Now whether or not that you can argue that as these things reach a critical mass, then it causes problems in society.
Yeah.
But they've always kind of existed. So
yeah, I think it's psychopathicness as well, right?
well, it's kind of funny you say that because there's a lot of stuff that correlates. I posted some stuff in Discord. Nobody really commented on too much, but I posted a lot of stuff in Discord, and it's like it just shows so many things correlate well with or correlate with like Gnosticism and atheism and all these other things. So
yeah. Remember the Iraq War? You had in 2003, you had the invasion of Iraq and the sanctions that took place in Iraq. It killed something like 500,000 Iraqi children. Now, that is a despicable act by anyone's estimation. There's no need to starve to death. I'm not trying to virtue signal, but I'm just saying there's no need to starve to death 500,000 kids in another country just because you want to place one of your banks in their country and take their oil. That was what the war is about. It wasn't anything to do with Saddam Hussein being a freaking weapons of mass destruction. And to think that these people would implement that type of policy, knowing that they would cause that much devastation on all them poor children, it shows you their mind frame. They're totally callous. They've got no respect. They've got no sense of right and wrong. So of course, when you can look at that sort of that witch thing, that's their people. That's exactly how they think. That's the type of people that they respect.
Yeah, the funny thing, they always society nowadays, or they always did, like they constantly blame the poor and the losers of life. Yeah, it's just like you say in your videos, Jack. Yeah, all of these people who never get a real chance or are constantly kicked out and forced to quit after some time. Yeah, and they are basically blamed to be the parasites. Yeah, but those people at least try. Yeah, and if you would give them the right job, yeah, or the right treatment, they could actually succeed. Yeah, but those people at the top, they are the real parasites because basically they produce nothing and they let us work for them. Yeah, so they are the real parasites.
Yeah, it's true. It's true that the society itself does try to deflect its blame onto certain quarters of society. I think the incel thing's dying out. They really hated incels for a while. That was
Mm.
the social pariah, but I think they're moving on to a new one now. I think it's climate deniers. I think that's the new one they're going to move on to.
That's the
People who
next
deny it.
division. Yeah, that's the next division
Yeah,
after the vax and everything else. Yeah.
yeah. I
Yeah.
think that the anti-vaxxers, that we're scum, but I think the people who deny that there's such a thing as weather systems and it gets colder sometimes and it gets hotter sometimes according to weather systems. I
Yeah.
think you give it a couple of years, they're really going to start cracking down on these people. So the system, the media, it indoctrinates. There's a certain part of the population. I remember reading sometime. It's a critical mass. They don't get everyone. A lot of people are skeptical about the media, but there's a critical mass of people who are given a voice who are not. I think it's like 20 to 30% of the population in the West are totally believe everything they see in the papers, totally believe everything
Yes.
they hear from
Yes.
authority figures. And these types of people, they're given a license to do whatever they like. They're given a lot of leeway to implement their social policing on the population.
Mm-hmm.
And I think they start to talk about carbon footprints and all that, and we've all got to move into these 15-minute cities and eat our bugs, all the rest of it. You'll notice that these people that have been heavily socialized by the media to hate everybody that they told to hate, well, they're going to start turning on climate deniers. So you can notice over the next couple of years, if you say that we should actually not be put into 15-minute cities and
Jack,
told to
most
leave.
of these people are not really educated or intelligent, in my opinion. So basically, most of these people are really, they don't have the IQ to understand, to make any, to connect any dots. Yeah. So
Yeah, yeah.
yeah.
My last video was about how low IQ people was analysis of low IQ people.
Yeah.
My channel now is not about incels; it's about low status males and low IQ people. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've changed I'm sick of incel spectrum. I've said everything I need to say about that, so I don't want to sound arrogant, but I have. Yeah, I'm more interested now on low status males. And do you say, Ario, that Arabo? Would you say that low status males are the only low status males are pretty much the only free people on this planet? I'm talking about people who are getting neat butts. Yeah, you know.
I don't know if you are really free if you are on social welfare. I don't. I don't think so. Because you still have still have to comply and follow all of the rules and
Yeah, yeah,
continue to apply for new jobs, and you have to do actually a lot of things, and yeah, they force you to try to be as effective finding a new job, any kind of job, just have a job. And yeah, so I
yeah.
don't think
It's
meat boxes are free.
the whole of East Germany.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but
Not everywhere, but
there's a difference, those people in the east, in East Germany, is just like Eastern Europe, because we know East Germany was also a part of the Soviet oppression.
yeah,
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 let's call it like that. So they see the signs. Basically, we are in a soft authoritarian state. Yeah, and
yeah.
and
Policeman,
the
yeah,
people, the people in West Germany, they don't get it, they don't know this, they never had a problem in their life. They were in the economically stable West, yeah, in the free West. And those people from Eastern Germany, they were in the democratic German Republic, right? So
yeah, yeah, yeah.
they know authoritarian states, yeah. So that's why they are more far right than the West Germans, yeah.
Yeah, I've been to East Germany quite a few times, and I kind of like them. Like, if you meet I don't want to be offensive to you as a German, but if you meet the average East German male, he
Yeah.
hasn't had a job for the last 20 years.
Yeah.
He hates authority.
Yeah. Yeah, the bad thing
Pretty-
about Eastern Germany, there's like probably three big cities where you have a lot of production and economy, and that's basically it. So The smaller city and the countryside is just like it's just like Detroit or Chicago. It's just over. There's no economy anymore there, or never
I know.
was. Yeah,
I know. I've gone through villages in East Germany, and you just see all these
yeah,
people walking around, and they're like aimless and that, and
yeah.
they're all right though. I prefer East Germany to West Germany, but
Yeah, that's also the reason why the rents and the housing prices are so low over there, because the people they don't have a production or economy over there, so they don't have money. Yeah.
the problem is though, if you live in East Germany or live in anywhere in the north of Germany,
Uh-huh.
I would say, I mean, I'm a near cell in England, but I would say I would be a turbo incel in Germany. It's like the thing about it is I'm tall in England, but I mean I'm 6'5" in Germany. I'm about average, aren't I? In East Germany.
More or less. I think the Dutch and the Danish from Denmark, the men there are even taller than the Germans. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm somewhere around average, and I was walking around in Leipzig, and I was just thinking I'd have no chance here. Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
like it's for a German girl, for a German guy to get a German girlfriend, he's got to be really, he's got to be a Chad. You know, Germany's a different context completely. They're more Chad. They're like when people say that Germany is Chadamy, it's true. They are basically a whole nation of Chads.
I think it's still the Nordic genes. I mean, Germany's, yeah, it's mainly or many people still have these Nordic genes, but the Germans are more mixed. So the Swedish and the guys from Denmark and the Norwegians, they are probably the Uber chats, yeah, the Chris Hemsworth type Thor from the
Yeah,
movie, right? The blonde, tall, musculous chat. So yeah, but Germany is also still Nordic, but more mixed. So yeah, that would
yeah,
explain it, because it's just like
yeah.
pale skin, blue eyes, blonde hair, and being tall. Yeah.
Anglos aren't very attractive at all. I mean, that's one thing that goes in my favour. That's why I'm a near cell in England. I'm a big incel in
You
Germany.
English also have a terrible reputation everywhere I go for vacation. It's unbelievable. This is what you
I know.
said in all of your videos. Probably you English people, you shouldn't be that proud of being an empire before, or stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Uh, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind being a pirate back in the day in the early British Empire,
Yeah.
purely because it would have been a bit of fun, and it kind of contradicts what I'm saying about the nature of the elites being these psych. But I wouldn't have been as bad as them. I'd have just robbed the Spanish as they come back with their gold and silver. I think that's a bit more honourable than starving 500,000 Iraqi children to death. I think the early parts of the empire are okay, but I think they went a bit off kilter. Uh, I think obviously the idea the transatlantic slave trade. I totally renounced that, but that wasn't a good idea. And the other thing they did was they persecuted the Boers in
Yeah.
the late 19th century and put them in concentration camps or that kind of thing. And
Well,
I think
because
that
the,
was
the
awful.
the Boers were no British people, you see, so they were constantly contesting South Africa for the countryside. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Them two things. But apart from that, I think the British Empire was okay. Uh, uh, I think as a whole, it was a good thing. But I think there are two major things they did which were wrong. But we were the only nation ever to end slavery. You know, we're the first empire to do it. But as I say, I renounce what we did in that aspect. But we built the infrastructure in India. Uh, uh,
Basically, all of these empires are just the blueprint for all of these empires is basically the Roman Empire. Yeah,
yeah,
if you just look at the Russians, they even called during the time they had their Tsar. Yeah, they
yeah,
even called themselves the Third Rome. Yeah, because the first Rome was the Roman Empire itself. The second Rome was the Holy Roman Empire of German nations. Yeah, so
yeah,
the Russians, they called during they had their Tsar, yeah, their emperor. They
yeah,
even called themselves the third Roman Empire. So there you go. And Roman is still the
yeah,
blueprint. Just look in the U.S. Senate. You have all of these symbols from the Roman Empire. Yeah, like the fastest and all of these the yeah. So the what's the thing called in English? What the Roman Empire was wearing on his head? Those leaves,
All right. No, I don't know
those
what it is.
the crown made out of leaves. That's still a symbol in the U.S. Senate, and so is the fastest. And there's so many symbols. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Rome's had a big influence over the Western world. I've heard all
Yeah,
that.
Rome
But
was
like, but
Rome
like
was.
Rome
Hmm?
wasn't even the first to practice empire like that to begin with, right? I think this
Yeah,
is just
but
how simply how
mhm.
empires are formed. Like this is how they operate. Like if you're gonna, why would you do something new when running an empire if something worked in the past and do it in the future? I guess, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Rome was basically the granddaddy of all of the Western empires, and they probably were also the most effective empire. Yeah,
Yeah. They're
and they.
heavily
Yeah.
influential, but they weren't just practicing empire. Like it wasn't like they're like
No,
own
no.
original ideas per se. Like there's still human beings that came from other human
Yeah, of
beings, right?
course.
So all these ideas get
No, let's
passed
face.
along.
Sorry to interrupt, but let's face facts. The best empire was the Spanish Empire, because they went all the way over
Yes.
to South America. They interbred with the native women, and they produced like all these hot chicks, like the Colombian chicks, the Brazilian chicks. You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
That's
they did
true.
it right. Yeah, that's the
That's true.
legacy you want. You want to. That's the legacy you want. You don't want some
No,
bullshit leech around your head. Yeah.
it's the hot Spanish blood. You know.
Yeah, exactly. Like you go to the Romans have got this some hat with all leaves around it. Yeah, that's great. They've got all these buildings that are crumbling and all these philosophers that no one really reads. But great, good on them. Good on the Romans. Yeah, great. They built roads. But then if you go to Colombia, you go to Venezuela, you go to El Salvador, you go to these places. You've got all these hybrid chicks, and they're I would say that they're the most attractive women in the world. Yeah, and they're a direct result of the Spanish Empire, the conquistadors. So if you're going to build an empire, at least leave something like that can actually leave a lasting legacy, something to admire. Yeah. So the Spanish Empire was best in my opinion. Now, was they the most efficient, most powerful? No, but they left a good legacy, you know. And yeah, I would say, I would say Colombian chicks are the hottest chicks in the world. So these Ecuadorian, Mexicans. I mean,
Hmm.
one of the one of the arguments coming from the American right about immigration, it's that I can understand in certain aspects, but I would be very welcoming of hot Latina honeys coming through the borders. You know what I'm saying? If you're
Yeah, I mean a visa for importing only third world foids to the West. That would be a
yeah,
great solution.
oh man, oh god, I'd vote for that party. I'd vote for that party. Can you
I
imagine if
just
yeah,
This will never happen. Yeah, it will never happen, and we know
they
why.
don't want to give they don't want to give low status males. They don't want to give
Yes.
low IQ males. They don't want to give the bottom of the barrel, the bottom of the totem pole. They don't want to give us any kind of hope for the future. They just want us to suffer. Yeah. And if you had some decent politician uh, who said, okay, then we're going to open up the borders of Britain, we're going to have a mass immigration, and everyone's going, oh no, not again, not happening. all these boys coming in from Colombia and El Salvador, Nicaragua.
And then shaking their bums in front of our faces, right?
All these there'll be all protests. There'll be all protests. And there won't be protests about keeping them out. There'll be protests about building more schools and hospitals so you can take more in. That would be great. That'd solve a lot of our problems, wouldn't it? They should just have to import all these hot chicks from around the world. But they ain't gonna do
Yeah,
that.
but you know the problem with all of this, yeah, let's call it gentrification, right? Is
Yeah.
because their own boyos would have even less foids than over there. You see?
Oh yeah. Then I mean I've say my girlfriend's from Latin America,
But hey, but I
and
know there's no problem. You know why? Because they don't want their own boyos anyways. So just do it, right?
yeah. Would
Yeah.
I've grown quite a lot of affection for Latin American culture naturally because she's my girlfriend and all that kind of thing. And I've started to look into the ways of the Latin men, and I've got a lot of respect for them. I've got a lot of respect for them. They're fiery. They've got a lot of honor. They've got a lot of.
Hmm.
They stand their ground, and they don't put up with shit. I mean, they wouldn't put up with shit we're putting up with in the West. All this crap we're putting up with. They
Yeah,
don't.
well, guess why it's called toxic masculinity, huh?
Yeah, they're toxic masculine. Yeah, the Latin
Yeah,
men.
exactly.
They're like
Whatever that means, right? Because basically, why is no one talking about toxic femininity, right? There's enough toxic femininity to go around. The constant nagging, the gaslighting, and all of this other shit. But of course, no one is talking about this.
yeah. I think
Uh,
we should merge Latin America and Europe. To be honest with you.
yeah, well, it would work. I'm totally for the yeah. I support this. Just import hot Latina foids because there's not one single negative consequence because basically in this
Are you
modern
serious, bro?
world. No, seriously,
You,
I'm
yes,
totally
yes.
serious
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I am
because
too.
because look, there's not a single negative consequence because in this feminist modern world nowadays, even the chicks from Colombia and from wherever, they don't want the majority of their own men. So they this doesn't matter if they are in Colombia or in the West. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. It'd just be a good thing. It'd be a good thing in that, and it's uh yeah, but I'm hopeful for that kind of. I mean, obviously, it's not going to happen, but yeah, it's just to get back to what I was saying, and I'm not sure if I'm going on a bit about the same thing, but if you do you agree with what I'm saying now about low status males that and what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to create a theory on low status males. So I'm not. I got the idea from a guy called Andy Nowaki. Have you heard of him? Andy
Yeah.
Nowaki?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I got. He was talking. I read his book, Ruminations of a Low Status Male, and he gave me a lot of
Mhm.
ideas. And the idea I've got is that I'm trying to create a theory on low status males, and I'm trying to work out what constitutes low status males, like the looks theory, oofy doofy, Chads, social status, upbringing, low IQ, and then what I'm trying to do is
Yes.
I'm trying to create levels on these different types of men. Then I'm trying to create options for these types of men. Yeah, so like I'm leaning on Jordan Peterson's advice for low status males. I'm leaning on advice on by the black pill people, white pill people for looks theory. I'm looking at how to mitigate against environmental factors and actually understand them, so you cannot be disappointed that you don't get outcomes because you haven't come from an upbringing which actually or a society that's actually helping you in the first place. And I'm hoping then to build a total low IQ, my low IQ theory for low status males. So my channel could be a resource for low status males. Do you think that's a good idea?
I think status is a big factor. Yeah, for the attractivity of men to the other sex. I think it's a huge factor, especially
Yeah.
it's even more important in the second and the third world. Yeah, it's even more
Yes.
important because we all know in the West is women don't need status because they have enough for themselves. Uh,
Yeah. Yeah. The thing is, I was going out with like an Italian. I was friend zoned by this Italian Stacy in my late 20s, and the reason
uh,
why she didn't cross the threshold and I could have gone out of her was because I was a low status male. So I think in some instances, having low status is a turn off, and having high status is something which is at least not going to do you any harm. And in some cases,
yes,
it's actually It's critical. It's critical, and genetic endowment. It's something. This is the problem that people have got is that the egalitarian worldview of telling everyone that they're all equal. I mean, I've accepted myself that I'm not equal to people, and I
yeah,
mean,
you also need to you probably we also need to discuss what is status, right? Because basically status can be everything. It can be your influence, it can be your money, it can be your looks. So basically status is influenced by all of the other factors. Yeah.
yeah. I I define status as your ability to produce goods and services which are difficult to produce because they involve a very complex gestation period to educate yourself to be able to do them. and then you hold high objective value to the wider economy, and this enables you to acquire both material assets and social capital, and that kind of status is the type of status I think matters.
Mm.
And being a good-looking guy, I made the point in my last video, maybe not very good, maybe it was a bad point, but I saw a Giga Chad drinking cans of strong beer on the side of the road with a bunch of guys who were on the streets. This guy was a good-looking guy, but he had low status.
Yes.
So I would say that I'd rather be an ugly, high-status male than a good-looking, low-status male.
Well, that's the only solution you have as a ugly, as a inkwell. The only thing that will help you is acquiring status. Lots of it, right?
Yeah.
There's no other way that will help you. I mean, not even like getting a hair transplant or geomaxing, or I mean, I still think that money is the best solution to yeah.
Yeah, it's true, my friend. I appreciate letting me on the forum, Mystery. I've got to go now, my friend. See you later, mate.
Bye.
See you, mate. Thank you, and thank you, Black Pill J, mate. See you later,
All right, man.
friend.
See you, Objective.
See you, mate. See ya.
Have a good one, man.
What's up, BPJ?
Yeah, what's up? I was just hanging in the cut, Yeah, I'm glad you checked out that Mark Driscoll video. I was watching it earlier this morning. And because I didn't know what it was about until I clicked on it and kind of saw, but I just wanted to send it to you just because we talked a little bit about religion and how religion was one way in which we were able to kind of curb hypergamy. But then when we look at, these religious institutions and what they think the problem is, unfortunately, they're still off the mark. You know what I mean?
What do you think? What do you think is the problem at base?
For what specifically, in regards to men, or just
in men and women? Like, what do you think is wrong with the gender relations at base? Like, what is the base problem with that? With the situation?
I mean, the base one of the shit, man.
Yeah, it's multiple problems, George. Listen, tell me, like, what do you think? Obviously, but one of them might stand out as like the main one, right? So,
yeah, I think where we're at right now is, so number one, one of fucking, I don't know, 15 or whatever, is there's a big disconnect between the people, again, between the generations. We talk about that often. Mark Driscoll has no fucking idea what the dating marketplace is like at all. And even the red pill guys, even guys like Rollo Tomasi, and like they barely know what the dating marketplace is like. They kind of have an idea, but not really.
No, hold on. I feel like we're talking past the issue here.
Yeah,
I want to hear even deeper. Like, what do you?
Yes,
obviously, like that is like a problem, but what is at very base? Like, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to, maybe I cut you off, but yeah.
No, you're right. I'm trying to figure it. I think that,
like,
well,
what happened first to set off this chain of events?
Look, one of the things was of the voting, which happened over 100 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so
that's, I don't know the time.
So that's the first thing. And
so before we who fucked up first then?
What's up? No, men fucked up first, absolutely.
But I mean, who specifically fucked up? Like obviously, if you look at I think men did fuck up on a collective level. They should have put their foot down and said no, but they didn't. So that's like the first fucking step of okay, we fucked up real bad there, and then it only gets worse from there. I guess what one part I kind of did agree with is that if the men don't put their foot down, and it obviously I've made the argument before, but men have their hands put behind their back by the state. Yeah. Well, then this problem will never get solved. Like, he is right that the solution to all these problems is men. Like, it is men. It has to come from somewhere. It's not going to come, if you don't believe in God, then it has to come from man.
Right, but it's somebody like Mark Driscoll would never be, because unfortunately these men are.
Yeah, he's never going to say that, but yeah, he came to the right conclusion, but he had the wrong analysis at this point. So
Yeah, or the wrong implementation of how men are
To
supposed
fix the problem, yeah.
It's the problem, right? Because he's obviously coming through from a religious standpoint, so that's that. But in essence, the laws do need to change, and the laws just don't need to change from a child support and alimony perspective. The hypergamy problem needs to be fixed, because all that the alimony thing, the alimony and the child support, those were already problems before social media got big. Now we're not even at a point where people are marrying because men and women don't like each other. And I think, well, I shouldn't say that. Women don't like the vast majority of men. And before we kind of knew that, but now since they don't need the vast majority of men and they're only fucking obviously the top 10%, right? So because we're at
even here, I don't mean to cut you off, but we are still talking like we're talking way past the issue here. Like the issue always, I hate to say it, like it does fundamentally come down to the will of man. Like if men who at the time, and you can argue currently now that there are a lot of women in Congress, but a lot of women in Congress, sure, but like back at the time though, when the men actually had the majority of the power and they didn't use it rightfully and for the best thing for society, they fucked up. Like we fucked up. Like I don't know any other way to say that. Like when I say we, I mean the more ubiquitous we, where it's like on a societal level, things are happening now that are just simply like some of it's not in our control, some of it is, but the reality of that world is going downhill.
Yeah, no, look, I'm with you, but the problem is we're looking at men how the feminists look at men, where it's like, well, you guys built the society, but you're talking to us in the millennials that are products of the people before us.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, and I've made this argument a million times. Like I understand the context in which the man's situation currently is in, right? But even, I mean, I'm not gonna say the man shouldn't fight back. I mean, I don't know what's the solution to that problem, right? If all these things are in your way and you refuse to use the one thing that you have the embargo, almost the monopoly on when it comes to men and women, which is strength, and you refuse to use that thing, then it's like you either haven't got to the point where it becomes necessary, which is okay. And maybe the problem needs to get 55 times worse, right? Before men finally say, "Fuck it, we're gonna."
Yeah, that's why I think we are.
Or men, or there's some way to do it via the system, but the system doesn't appear to have any will to do that. So you either wait till men explode, which is probably going to happen. Who knows when it's going to happen? But either men explode, or we go the route of Japan, where men just totally tap out. And I think we're seeing a lot of that too.
We are going Japan.
Men are just tapping out. They're tapping. Now I'm not saying though, because like depending on how you view it though, like certain races of people might react to certain things differently.
Yeah, we go Japan. That's where we go.
I think, is that Abo?
I can't say that though. Like, why would you, like, the Japanese have a different culture and a completely different like mindset compared to like a black or a white? This is true. So like we respond to stimulus and things differently as well. Like Asians are not the same as there are different racial groups whether we like them or not. They exist.
Right. So what do you? Okay. So let's break that down then. So what do you think the black response would be? Because right now
I don't even going to care about the black response in particular, but like the black response, I mean, like I don't even know like where to start with the black community, because like they've given, once again, like the state is involved, like, but at base level though, man has to be able to say fuck it. Like this system is not benefiting me. I have to do something to change it. And now obviously you have a lot of shit going against you. And if the perceived benefit of doing that is less than rotting, then you'll rot, right? Well, then that's what you do. I don't know, like pick one of the two. If you think the risk is too high to go against your perceived oppressors, which would be in this case the state and big national corporations and all these things like that, then what are we talking about?
No, I think it can. No, I think it absolutely can be done, and I think that the work that is necessary is being done today. I think that a big part of this is the red pilling of men. I mean, to say what's real about the red pill, pill.
Men are far more aware of shit now than they were, in my age or ages before. Like, or maybe the problems we have were just different, but there were certainly the problems that we had in the past are not the same problems we have today. It's true.
No, yeah, but I think so. So as time progresses, men are becoming more and more red pilled. And so let's think about it like this, bro. What percentage of men in their 20s are incels or close to being incels.
I would say that stat that came out, that's a damning stat, that you can't even argue that one, right? Like, I could see if it was like 45% of men or even like 35. Okay, you're looking at like what, 80%, something like some crazy number. Like, what the fuck? Like, how the fuck are that many people? Maybe not necessarily virgins, but they're just single and not doing anything. Like, what are we doing? Like,
yeah, but even if they did have sex, whether it's last
Friday and 3 years ago, yeah, like,
right, but they're close to it because we're all closer to an incel than we are to chat.
Yeah.
Right. So here's the thing, right? So the vast majority of men are either incels or a few degrees from being an incel, right? So just right there, these men are closer to the red pill or closer to manosphere content than our predecessors before us. So I think that, you know, one of the main pieces right now is just information getting and this information is being spread. And I think that it needs to get to a point where men are have to be able to put their differences together. And I think, and I tell fucking black men this shit all the time, because you got a lot of these black men who think that white people and white men specifically are their biggest problem, and it isn't. So what I'm trying to say is that I think that if men were to get together, again, this might be a fantasy scenario, but if they were to collectively as a unit, the blue collar men, the white collar men, the construction workers, the truck drivers, if we were to all get together and whether it's withholding work or what have you, I think that only then will we be able to make some sort of change, at least from the family court perspective.
And honestly, that's probably the peaceful way of doing it, right? Where it's like we just abstain from the regular societal duty that men are expected to do, right? Like that's one way you can say fuck you to the system, but but who knows how the system going to lash back at that? Oh, we're going to bring in a bunch of migrants now. You know, they'll be the new men of society. They'll maintain it
That's
that
also
way, right?
That's not enough. We also need to exclude the fights wherever we can, because we all know what happens if there is like 10 men in a room and a cute, attractive fight comes into the room and shakes with her ass and yeah, we all know what happens. So you really need you have to Muslim max basically, because those traditional Muslim countries, they exclude the fights from places where men gather.
I would agree, but I think that there also needs to be a figurehead. I think that, you know, despite what we want to say about Andrew Tate did represent, whether it's Andrew Tate, Donald Trump, what have you, they did represent somebody who was a figurehead who can kind of be behind this cause. So unfortunately, somebody like Andrew Tate has no fucking interest in the U.S. But I think that if we were to kind of rally behind, whether it's a few different figures to kind of be our
representation. My main problem with Andrew Tate is that I think he hates the fucking poor. He like literally calls them like beneath him and all this stuff like that. Which maybe there's like some truth. Okay, maybe you have the money and the power and all this stuff like that, and maybe we are quote unquote beneath you. But it's like, how do you expect to get a following of men to do anything with that fucking mindset? Like, fuck you, dude. Like,
it's like
I'm using him as an example. I'm just using him as an example. I mean, it could be. It's not him specifically, but sorry, I had some in my teeth. But you know, somebody like it doesn't have to be him, but like a Coach Greg Adams. No. But a Coach Greg Adams. If you would have put Coach Greg Adams on Fox News, put him on CNN, put him in front of people. Right now, the closest that we fucking had to somebody at that level was a Pearl, but she's a woman. Get somebody like him, make him big, make him rival Andrew Tate in regards to numbers and followings and reposting and all that, and put him in front and have him.
You know what? Do you want to know what his main problem is going to be? Like, we know how a look at society is, right? He's short. I'm going to say it. Like, it's true. Like, short men just get less respect. People are going to look at him and say, okay, yeah, you know, you have stuff to say.
I mean,
I know arguments matter, but like, there's a reason why like someone like Obsidian is like, you know, he gets a lot of money sure off his subs, but like at the end of the day, like I don't know how big his network is at the end of the day, right? So it's like, look at the YouTube channel, he's short, you know. You have the problem is that like, you need somebody who's like,
I know what you're saying,
high tier normie or even like Chad Tyrone light tier, right? Where it's like, okay, you're not necessarily, I don't know.
But here's so I hear what you're saying, and you're not, even though I know what you're doing.
His arguments are good. His arguments are great, right? I like Coach Regan. I think he'd be great to have on Fox News or one of these other big networks, right? Yeah. Sure, he'd be great. He'd be great at argumentation, and yeah, sure, like you can, you know, obviously you can, depending on how they view the guy, he might even be able to get a few people to be like, oh yeah, he's making good sense here, right? So like I hope, I mean, he would be a good candidate for like a first like test run of like, okay, this is the guy. Like
it could be him. It has to be somebody who I would argue somebody who's charismatic, somewhat decently attractive. But now, here's the problem, though. The problem is that the guy who is the reason why in Andrew Tate, he had one of the reasons is because yes, he's tall, he can fight, he got a lot of money, so he is not going to be able. I don't think that Andrew Tate is black pill. I think Coach Greg Adams is a little bit black pill. So so it's going to be difficult for us to find a Chad Light or a Tyrone Light, because Tyrones and Tyrone Lights or Chad Lights for the most part aren't usually red pill. These are the guys who tell you to just be yourself, bro. So I understand where you're coming from in that, like, the media is not going to listen to a guy who looks like Coach Greg Adams. So we're in a bit of a conundrum there. So I see what you're saying. John Circa couldn't be John, and I'm looking at the chat right now. And mental abortion says, but the message have been spread though. It is, but it needs to take it a step further. I think that men need to, and I'll kind of land with this, right? The problem.
Go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead.
I'll say it like this, right? So we could have had something about 3 to 4, maybe 5 years ago. There was a little that group called the Red Pill, either the Red Man Group or the Red Pill Group. I think it was the Red Man Group. You had and Entrepreneurs and Cars, Rollo Tomasi, Donovan Sharp, etc. Right? Had all of those men added Kevin Samuels in there. I mean, at one point,
Kevin Samuels was getting big. He was getting people, actual people on, man. Like,
yes, right. Yeah. He was actually the guy. He was the guy who, had he kept living, would have been on CNN. He would have been on Fox News.
Isn't it amazing how he just like crooks out? I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what is it? Like I'm saying, man, I'm not saying he didn't croak out legitimately, but there's some weird shit going on. I don't know.
No, you're right. But no, and he was the perfect. That motherfucker was a chosen one. But what I'm trying to say is just that. And here's the fucking problem with the red pill, right? Because you got a lot of egos, you got a lot of grifter. It's fucked up, right? We can't really lock in on shit. They had that big split where you had Rollo Tomasi and what's that Down syndrome type guy, the beef muscles guy. What's that guy? John something. John Anthony. Not John fucking something. I forget his name. He's a guy who founded the 21 convention. Forget his fucking name.
I know you're talking about. I can't remember his name, but yeah, I know you're talking about.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is that, like, there was a point in time where, had these guys pulled in their resources,
it's Anthony Johnson. Anthony Johnson.
Yeah, Anthony Johnson, not John. I thought it was Anthony Johnson. Okay, but there was a time where they could have gotten together and been able to figure something out, right? Like they could have, and I think there has been attempts for it, but we just haven't had the I'm not quite sure what it is. Maybe it's because it's hard for men to really get together on shit because we're so divided. But I don't know. But Kevin Samuels was the last hope for the black community, and once he died, the black community that was I think the final death nail on that. But we needed a Kevin Samuels type of guy.
Yeah, he was really bringing people together, and I mean, he was exposing so many women and exposing the problem, and at least he was like, I don't know, like he preached the right message, even though he lived a not so clean life, right? Who knows? But like, at least he was saying like, hey, black people need to like actually have families, like, get married and have he was saying that. Now, like, he was another person who was wrong in that that lifestyle is never going to happen because of the conditions, but at least he was saying something. I don't know. Yeah, people poo-poo that, but it's like the black community is one of its major problems is there is no family. Like there is no man in the house. Like, what do you do? Like, but the problem is that all that stuff is attached to the state. It's all attached to the state apparatus causing this problem. So,
wait a second. Was Samuels not doing style advice before he switched to the red pill?
Yeah, he was. I'm just saying that it doesn't have to be him. I mean, like I said, I think it could be somebody younger, but the point of the matter is that he was a type of guy who had the aesthetics and had the poise, had the class necessary so that you can put him on TV and you're not going to have Twitter talking about, oh, he's short, he's this, he's that, he just can't get puss, whatever the fuck it is. Like we currently don't really.
Yeah, because people, you are absolutely right. People would just instinctually then thinking there at least, if they, even if they don't speak it out, everyone will just think, well, this guy is, of course he has that mindset because he's short and ugly. So yeah.
So I
Even beyond
think
the fact that they might not even think that, they might just think instinctually, like they might even buy his arguments, but they might not think he's as credible as somebody who's like taller or whatever, right? Like, it's just the way, like, it's kind of like politics, right? People, they always vote for the taller guy candidate normally, or
Yeah,
the
of
guy who has
course.
more hair or whatever you want to call it. Like,
Yes,
it became a
yes.
huge a vanity project years ago. Obviously, now it's all about making the candidate look stylish and stuff like that, instead of making them look like they're having any real substance, right? So
yeah, I mean, I think that, I think we have a long way to go. I think that, the black pill would need to grow in the consciousness in the consciousness of young men in order for us to get to a point. Because I think that even before we start looking at things such as the family court system and alimony and all that other stuff, which, yes, these are things that are ruining men. But most men, and the guy in the video says it, are not even getting to that point. They're not even getting close to that point because hypergamy is fucking insane. That, if anything, is the ultimate virus. I mean, fuck COVID. Hypergamy right now is that's the true pandemic, is hypergamy.
That's contagious.
You know what I mean? Like that in essence, that needs to be fucking regulated in, but we're not even having a conversation about hypergamy.
Yeah, that's contagious, because Foyts are comparing how much cocks they had in the last week. Yeah.
Yeah. No. And we're not even, that's the thing. So but somebody needs to, the thing about it is there needs to be a figurehead. Not Kevin Samuels. Andrew Tate was close, but Andrew Tate was international. Like, I get what his whole thing was, and he got caught up in the shit. There needs to be like an Andrew Tate, but based like in America or based in the West, or whatever you want to call it, who is out there trying to say, okay, here's our marching orders, here's our plan, here's what the fuck we need to do, and here's why we need to do it.
Tate is a joke. All of my normie Gen Z, all of the normie Gen Z young people I know, they all know basically Tate, and they constantly make jokes about alpha and sigma males. It's just fucking. It's just on a level like TikTok. That's what it is. That's what Tate is basically.
King Doge asks, do you think black pill TikTok videos or YouTube shorts help or do more damage? I think they help.
I don't think so. The YouTube shorts is just like TikTok. It's just cancer.
No. Well. I mean, look, if people are gonna be on there, because I'll tell you this in my own personal life, and maybe this is because of Coach Rick Adams. Whenever I hear "run game," that shit is that phrase is so funny to me. Just think, like, I'm gonna run game on this chick. Like, it's funny. Like, it's like a fucking meme at this point, right? And it's because now we're all, at least here, we know what the black pill is, we know what the real deal is, and I think that men just kind of need to be on one accord on what it is that is wrong with the sexual marketplace, what is wrong with society and women nature in general. Because I think that if we're all on one accord on female nature, if you weren't arguing back and forth, well, it's about game, no, it's about money, it's about this, if we were on fucking one accord, then we can move accordingly to make things better.
Yeah, but you cannot have on all of these fucking shorts. Yeah, it's just like TikTok. You cannot have like a format like we have here. Yeah, with Mystery School. Yeah, we cannot have a face MLMS over there. It's those short videos which are only good for spreading memes, and as I said, teaching hopeless young Gen Z generation what the alpha and a sigma means. I mean, there's nothing to gain from such a short format.
No, he was saying black pilling shorts. Like, I don't think he was talking about what's an alpha man, what's a sigma man. I think the shorts that he was referring to were shorts that were specifically delving into black pill content, like black pill, not red pill, be an alpha content, but like black pill, lookism, hunterize, you know what I'm saying, frame, jaw, like those things. I think that more men should know what these things are. I think we're at that point because they know, but they know from a meme perspective.
That's normie land. It's just like all of these alpha sigma male jokes. Yeah,
But I guess
that's
I
all
guess
they know.
But like, I
That's all
guess
they
like
know.
okay, but like that's all like we can poo poo that all we want, but like if that's the way people are consuming media now, that's the way it has to come through.
Exactly right.
And it's
Yes.
like you don't get to pick the way you deliver your message sometimes. Like if your population's IQ is the size of a gnat, well you have to give the information to the size of a gnat. Like I'm sorry,
Yeah.
like there you don't have a like okay like my
That's
forum,
an argument. Yes.
yeah, like my forum may be great for people who are like higher IQ or maybe you want to listen to 5-hour long streams, but like most people are never going to come here and consume this stuff in long form. You have to like chop it up and then give it out to the masses and short little
and then once
right?
and then Abo, what's going to happen is that once like so like out of every 10 young men who consumes a black pill video that they come across on TikTok, for one out of every 10, they learn something and then they go and seek out more information. Because again, this is infecting the vast majority of young men. So young men are look, trust me, young men are Googling how to get a girlfriend. They're Googling how can I get sex. They're Googling how can I stop being a virgin. They're Googling these things. So it's like these men are going to find the more content, the more stuff we put out there, they're going to be able to find this stuff, man.
Yeah, which is basically why POA is the entry point, because POA is just like Googling, right? How do I get her number? When do I call her? How long do I wait? All of these questions. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, so it's like like Mr. said, however they can consume this this content, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I guess that's probably maybe a flaw in my design as well. Maybe it's like maybe I need to expand my stuff to like short little clips, but that stuff takes a lot of time to do, right? So
well, I mean, look, bro, I think that Coach Rick Adams.
That's if we even say anything worth a fuck, right? But
right, no, look, somebody's gonna go back and look at your stuff and clip the shit for you, bro. But I would say that you got Coach Rick Adams. There's plenty of people already making black pill adjacent content already. So the work is already being done, bro. So
yeah.
So I think we just gotta just give it some time, but things are gonna get worse. I was talking to a couple of people the other day, and I said we're gonna start seeing dating apps where you're going to have to pay a price per message. That's if you don't have that already, that's where we're going. Similar, so like I think the OnlyFans model is going to be the model for the new dating app. I believe.
Well, they're already trying to like jack the prices up now. I mean, the dating app prices have like gone up like a huge percent from like the back in the day. You had like the $10 plan. Now it's like $25. I think they're charging some people like $100 some odd. I'm like, what? For nothing? Like
no, but
nothing. Oh, dude.
But I'm saying this, but here's the new again. Here's what I this is my prediction, and again, I probably said this earlier. Maybe somebody else said this. I don't think this is an original idea. We're gonna go with the OnlyFans model of dating apps, where let's say you do either match with somebody or you want to send a message. You have to, similar to what they have now. You pay money to send a message. And maybe either because you didn't match with that girl or maybe you did, whatever. But once you start to have a conversation with her, you have to pay per every single message. So, but it's gonna be the model similar to TikTok, where how like on TikTok with that fucking AI, right? Where you send little likes and you send little I'm not sure what those fucking things are, tokens or whatever the fuck, and they say the shit live. It's going to be similar to that, where you're going to be paying like 15 cents, 5 cents, 10 cents, 15 cents per message, to however many women, and then these women are going to be, because so now these women are going to literally be paid for being on the app, because one problem with these apps is that there's not a lot of women really on these apps compared to the men.
Yeah, some dating apps started this already. You can
already an app like that. Okay.
Yeah. With the tokens, there are some girls and guys streaming, and then the more attractive they are, the more tokens they get.
Yeah, Sex Addict says, Google, how long do I wait in between texts to a girl? Yep. Tinder's offering a $500 membership. Wow.
Oh, have you guys heard? Because this guy Russell Brand, right? He's in the news now, right? Because he was a lefty first, and now he's unofficially or officially, or who gives a fuck? He's a right winger guy now. And then I recently heard that his daughter is on OnlyFans. What? Unbelievable. Imagine your father is Russell Brand and has money, and you and your daughter is on OnlyFans. Yeah, just lol.
Hey, can everyone hear me? I'm on a bit of a different setup right now.
I can hear you, bro.
Okay, hell yeah. But I thought I wasn't going to come on today, but this discussion for kind of a black pill messiah I thought was pretty interesting. We've had this one before. I mean, BPJ, why don't you do it?
Yes, you have the name.
No, that it could not. No. I don't think that it's not a black pill dude though. It's not. It doesn't, because a black pill is going to be a distraction. It doesn't have to be necessarily a black pill. You could be black pill adjacent, and I think that Kevin Samuels and Coach Rick Adams were a little bit black pill adjacent, to where they understood what a Chad was. They understood that looks mattered. I mean, Kevin Samuels was highly into like aesthetics and what people look like and what men look like and what men needed to do, right? But it's not about that person being black pill, but more so about, hey, being able to be a symbol to rally the men together, right? And I think he needs to be a guy of a certain age, maybe a guy who used to be married, a guy with a story, a guy with a history, somebody with who's had achievements. Some, like, it needs to be, hell, it can even be like a former rapper. It could be somebody. I mean, look, you got somebody like Tyrese. It could be maybe not him because he doesn't really have the IQ, but it could be somebody just like on that level who can do this shit, you know?
I mean, how about Kanye West? Yeah, he's one of us. Yeah, he's a spurk. He's an autist. He's short and he's ugly.
It's too late for him.
Yeah, no, it's not. It gotta be somebody who's a little bit. I don't know. I gotta be kind of be somebody.
You mean he's too much one of us?
He
He's too many flaws.
Too soon.
It kind of just needs to be like a I don't know, like maybe it's maybe like a normie, but like I don't know, somebody who's like, I don't know, like just normal, like somewhat normal, right? Like
it could be it could be a normal guy, but it does have to be a guy again, like who.
Yeah, they have to be a little bit taller than average, and they have to have the entire lookism thing going on. But just like cognitively, this guy is like relatively stable, normal, lived a regular life, went to school, yada yada, did follow all the things, follow the typical male path, and then it didn't work out for him. But like
Chip said, Jay Waller, man, fuck that guy. It can't be no fucking Jay Waller. The fuck?
Wait,
Jay Waller?
Did someone mention Scott Galloway already?
No, not him. He doesn't understand it at all.
Chip said Jay Waller.
He still blames men. He said he knows there's a problem with men, but his conclusion is still like, well, men. He says, oh, men need help, but it's still like, oh, it's still somehow men's fault some way. I don't know.
Yeah, hey, let me tell you, I'm gonna. I
think he's better than most. I'll give you that. He's better than most.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, whoever made those comments about Kevin Samuels saying if he was still alive, he probably could have been a spokesperson in the mainstream media. Yeah, that could have been true.
Yeah,
I think in some ways, I think Kevin Samuels near the end of his life, I think he was mainstream in terms of his subscriber count and the number of people that knew about him. He may not have been on CNN, but I mean, of course, the big TV networks, they are becoming less relevant, and blog posts and social media is taking over as far as how people get informed. I think I'm gonna nominate someone now. I'm gonna nominate Face. I know A-Boy. I think he said not facing LMS. I'm gonna nominate facing LMS. I mean, come on. English accent, that amazing English accent. Come on, dude. How could it?
No, okay. You know who again? Because I don't think the guy needs to be black pilled. I think this guy could just be red pill or dark red pill and do. So here's who I think it could be, but he would need to like get over himself. There's a couple of things he would need to get over. He would need to have a discussion with Rollo Tomasi. He would need to kind of put his own trad conness to the side and zero in on what the fuck that we need to do. And that guy is, I believe, again, he will need to make some significant changes in his mindset, but that person will be Matt Walsh. I think that if Matt Walsh took the red pill, like took a big red pill with no water, I think he would be able to do it. If you look at what he did with What Is a Woman, and just kind of see like he was able to kind of get numbers on that, I think that he could possibly be that guy.
Yeah, dude. If Matt Walsh just changed his entire belief system,
yeah,
everything about himself, he'd be good.
No, I don't even think he needs to change everything about himself. I think that he could just I think that he could be the guy because he's been trying to make some changes when it comes to like the T person stuff. But let's move that to the side. I think that once he takes the red pill, he realizes, oh shit, here's what the fuck's. I think
he does have this problem. He does have he's not that charismatic. He's not that bad though either, but he's also not that charismatic. That bad. Yeah.
No, but it doesn't have to.
But he delivers his message in a very direct and very like calm, which is kind of what could work. It could
work. But because here's the thing, it could work. I mean,
Ben Shapiro's on crack cocaine when he's fucking doing his stream, dude.
Yeah, no.
GDP's whatever, dude.
It can't be Ben. But I think that you take somebody like Matt Walsh because the problem. Because look, Andrew Tate shits on him with charisma. He's flashy. We understand why Andrew Tate's that guy. But the problem with Andrew Tate is Andrew Tate has a disdain for the average man. Matt Walsh has a respect for the average working man. So I think that just from a blue collar, from a average guy's perspective, I think that Matt Walsh would be able to better connect with a wider range of men if he kind of hone in on that, as opposed to an Andrew Tate who was kind of shitting on your, I mean, he might be flashy, he might be entertaining, but he's kind of shitting on, if you work for, what I'm saying? Like but that's just,
About Myron Gaines, fresh and fit. I think they're
I like Myron. I like Myron.
No. How Myron?
What do you dislike about him, Ryder?
Yeah, what do you dislike about him?
I don't dislike him. I just don't think that he's just that guy. I mean, like, black people don't really like him like that. White people, he's making them. He did the monkey noises. I think that he's just too. I don't think that he's that insightful. I mean, he's not really. I don't know. I just don't think he's
honestly like a Destiny.
He also lacks he lacks the maturity, in my opinion.
I think Destiny kind of called Myron Gaines kind of right. Like Myron Gaines, he operates on like a flowchart mind where like he has a flowchart kind of like, if a woman says this, I say this. If a woman says that, I say. If you actually watch his streams, which I don't very often, but when I was watching him, it's the exact same arguments which I guess is maybe it's a testament to how dumb voids are, because you can just look at the stream and look at his arguments, but like never do it. So, but like either way though, like he has almost like the same flowchart kind of arguments he does down every single like thought path whenever he talks to a woman.
Yeah. Yeah, and also too, I mean, it's the same flow chart, and doesn't seem like it's all that flexible. Because I don't even think that a Matt Walsh type needs to necessarily. It's about action. I think it's about trying to we're gonna rally men together. I think it's somebody who can kind of understand politics a little bit and be able to try to get shit and are able to get shit done. And I don't think that a Myron Gaines has an incentive to get shit done as opposed to a Matt Walsh who still believes in America.
In the chat, I mentioned John Zerka, but what do you guys think about him?
I never heard of him.
John Circle, is he intelligent?
Yeah, he's like friends with Fresh and Fit. He's been on there a couple times, and I've been seeing him on Instagram Reels and shit lately.
That don't mean he's intelligent.
Oh, I mean, yeah, he's okay.
Yeah, he kind of seems like a. I mean, I'm not gonna say he's a bad looking dude, but he kind of seems like he's like a fucking caveman or some shit, and how he presents himself a little bit.
He's low IQ Andrew Tate. But it does seem like he has a little bit more sympathy for inkwells, just the average dudes. He doesn't shit on poor people all the time like Andrew Tate would.
Chip Skylark said Zerka is an idiot. Yeah, I don't want to. I mean, look, he could have he could be smart, dude. I don't know, but he just comes across like he's kind of dim. You know what I mean?
Hello.
What's up, Bubble Tea?
Oh, what's up? I was just waiting to talk. How are you guys doing?
Hey,
I'm good. How you doing?
Good, good. Yeah, I don't know. I listen to the stream from time to time, and I just thought I actually didn't realize like the stream link was like in the like literal chat. So yeah, my bad on that. But yeah, cool. How you guys doing? Good.
Yeah, doing good.
Nice.
I feel like I've heard of you. I feel like I've heard you before.
Yeah, sometimes I comment in this chat. I guess you could.
okay.
I'm like I know Pyramid. I talk to him a lot. So.
Oh, do you? Okay.
Yeah, I'm Pyramid's friends. One thing I kind of want to talk about, or like you guys are talking about, like all these like kind of like people or who are on like men's side, or who's like the best kind of representation, who would I guess who would be like someone a good spokesperson for like the black pill, I guess, in like the public scene, public eye. I don't know. I think a lot of these people, like I don't know, like Tate is like an actor. All these people are actors. They're just I don't know, it sounds schizo, but yeah, I really do think, like, I don't know, I think Tate is a shill, and it's like all these people, they don't have your best interest in mind. When almost anybody in a position of power is not going to have your best interest in mind.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's I think people with positions of power normally it depends. Like some of them have come in there with like good intentions, and then all of a sudden the power either corrupts them or the apparatus itself corrupts them, right? So they might have like some of them they might pass every once in a while do something good, but for the most part though they're everybody to some extent is like self-interested anyway. So like to expect these people who you get these followings to not have their own interest in mind is a little bit absurd as well. So. But yeah, honestly, but sometimes you have to like play into this a little bit, right? If you want to get them on your side, then you just play into them, right?
I mean, look, some Americans may still believe that Trump will drain the swamp this time when he gets reelected, and it will take 2 weeks, 2 more weeks, Come on.
No, Trump is a very high-level Freemason, or like a Masonic puppet, basically.
You think you heard something about Trump being a Mason?
Yeah, they're all Masons. Like everyone at
of course,
levels, they're all Masons. So they're in like the Illuminati families.
So
even our chancellor here in Germany, he's known to be the head of the lodge in Hamburg.
Exactly. So they're all connected in the Masonic order.
But I guess my only, I'm not gonna say it's an issue, but it's like, okay, if whoever is the figurehead of whatever this hypothetical thing is, if they don't have men's best interest at heart necessarily, and they're out for whatever ulterior motive, but if it helps men out as a net, wouldn't that be a positive?
I guess so. I guess it may seem like it helps, but I don't know. There's always an agenda to be pushed.
No, but okay, so my whole thing is that who cares about the agenda of that particular person if the end result is a net positive for this population of people? In this case, it will be men in society.
Yeah, there's kind of like people make this argument of like, does it matter that somebody profits off of like helping somebody out? Like, like I think it was Vivek Ramaswamy. They were like, he was on the Breakfast Club, and they were arguing with him about how like, oh well, you did this thing to get an advantage in somewhere else, and it's like, yeah, I did it, but it still helped people out, right? So does it matter? Like, does it matter that they have an ulterior motive for actually giving you what you want?
No,
like, who gives a shit?
I don't think so. Like Rollo Tomasi, it's like, okay, say what you will about the guy. He might be a grifter, whatever. But the thing of the matter is, when it comes to guys like him, guys like Donovan Sharp or whoever, these guys do prevent men from committing suicide. These men do stop men from ending their lives. Coach Greg Adams is the same thing. Fresh and Fit, the same thing. So these guys are actually, they might be doing this shit to get money, but they're still helping out men regardless.
Yes. Because they are anti-point. They are an entry point to men's problems. Yeah.
Andrew Tate, Fresh and Fit, whatever podcast. I think those are all a net positive for us.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No
you-
matter how shitty the quality is.
But
yeah, you can't. There's no way around that. There's no way around it.
I still don't think so. Just because the way this world operates, like you can't be given a platform if you're not given the seal of approval by the powers that be. You know, anybody speaking.
You're kind of, but you're kind of just you're kind of. I don't want to. Yeah, people can be conspiracy theorists or what have you, and but you don't kind of at least see what we're saying here.
No, yeah, it may seem like that, but you guys aren't understanding the whole picture. Like,
Yeah, basically what he's saying is that if they let it through, they want it to come through.
yeah, they control the media, they control everything. You know, of course,
Yeah.
like it may
Yes.
seem like it's doing like some sort of good, giving a voice to these men's issues, right? But I don't know. I don't think like what does Fresh and Fit do? Like he just hires he has these like strippers and like these OnlyFans girls on there talking about like these aren't like women that like I guess
The average,
the
dude,
average
they're
woman,
really-
like the average woman is not.
No.
literally on OnlyFans.
Wait a second. Do you actually watch Fresh and Fit?
No, I don't. But I
Okay.
just
So,
he brings on like girls who are like just from Instagram, right?
No, so here's the thing about that. That's the thing, because sometimes we gotta stop getting to the habit of like you hear about a thing and then just assume that's what the thing, as opposed to just asking what the thing is, right? So yes, on occasion they do maybe invite girls who have Instagrams or big Instagram followings or fucking OnlyFans, but they also invite educated women. There's women who come there and are from all over the place. Some of them have Instagram, some of them don't, some like, so it's a wide. Now the age groups are mostly kind of same, like ages like I guess 18 to like maybe like 30 29 or so, but they're not all just strippers, right? So I don't like it when, because there's been at this point hundreds and hundreds of women who've been on that show. There's been hundreds and hundreds of women who are on the Pearly show. There's hundreds of women who was on Kevin Samuel's show, and you would hear the same thing over and over. So we can't keep saying, well, it's just these types of women. It's like, no, it's a wide variety of women, from the quote unquote lower quality to the quote unquote higher quality, who have the same talking points,
Mindset, yeah.
the same mindset. So you're like the woman who didn't go to college, who got knocked up at 16. She got the same standards and same fucked upness, and she's ran through just like
But I
ahead.
think that to some extent, maybe if you believe what Bubble Tea thinks, then and there might be some credence to that they actually kind of want that stuff to be out there, right? They don't actually like care that men see that stuff and they get blackpilled. Maybe this is what they want.
Well, if they
Like-
wanted it,
like-
wait,
propaganda.
if they wanted it, but here's the problem though. If they wanted it, then why do Coach Greg Adams get demonetized 8 times? Why did Fresh and Fit just get demonetized? Why are all these channels why are the black pill channels? So
they use you for a time, then they throw you away.
I don't
complying, or it might just be they might just be lying. They say, oh, we're getting demonetized, they're censoring us. That they're just lying. Like they could just literally be lying.
I don't believe that. That to me doesn't make any sense. I think what happens is that you have these platforms, which we're on YouTube right now. You have these platforms run. Look, there's millions, maybe billions of channels and people on YouTube at a given moment. There's probably been 3 YouTube channels that have been created since I've been talking, maybe even fucking a dozen more than that, right? So,
but a lot of them don't matter. Like the reason why we know some of these channels is because they're relatively like big. Like you're not gonna notice the guy, like someone like me who only has a handful of subscribers, right? Like, and honestly, even most of the YouTube channels never rear any real content either. So, like, you're already looking at the exception of the exception, right? Of YouTube.
Oh, I'm saying YouTubers who are actually making content. Not just
even amongst the content creators, I guess. Like, I wonder what percentage of them even have above 100K. Like, how many of them are just like a middling channel that just kind of exist?
To be honest with you, this whole thing of like they're always watching us and they control everything. I don't think this. No, I think to some degree, but for the most part, they do not really want to have this message out there. It's not some. Well, I guess to some extent, to add even more to this is like,
but they see your channel rising up to through the algorithm. Like they know who's popular on their platform. They have. I'm pretty sure if you went through Google's like internals, they probably have a bunch of people flagged, and like they know what's going on their platform. Like,
Okay,
so,
List.
like, and
Wait,
there's
hold
certain
on.
things
So-
that they could just cut you off altogether and just say this content's no longer allowed on YouTube. It's not even, but they let it stand. Like they let the message say, but they won't give you any money, right? So it's like the next level of like, okay, fine, here you go, we're done with you. But if you happen to survive, we'll let you have your quote unquote free speech, but we're not going to pay you for it.
No, but I guess so take somebody like a Coach Greg Adams or his subscribers. What percentage of subscribers would he be, or your average red pill content?
I don't. That's the thing. I don't know the YouTube what the average YouTuber has versus what the toppest of the top has, and I guess. I mean, like, how many does he have right now? 200K, 300K, a million? I don't even know.
Maybe I'll have to double check. I know somebody like Donovan Sharp has 170K. Slapping free agent lifestyle. He might have like I think he might have 500,000. Let me see. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get too deep down the conspiracy theory. Like,
yes,
90.
Hole, but
Okay.
Yes, 90K on his free agent lifestyle. So I guess my point is this: there are so many YouTube channels that destroy that. Like, I don't even think that a person like CGA or Donovan Sharp or Rolo is even relevant in whatever YouTube headquarters where they're even looking at shit. I really don't.
But when apparently they were enough to be some of them demonetized, right? Or at least that's what they say anyway, right? So like,
no, but they
like the moment something gets any news, people kind of know about it, right? People are gonna remember it to some extent. So like, it at least becomes part of the cultural zeitgeist for a time period, right?
But why are they getting demonetized?
Because like, once again, you serve your purpose, and it's like we can just like throw you off now, or maybe they just become aware of it. Maybe it's not from like completely top down. Maybe it's organic, but they don't like it, so it's like we just get rid of it.
They got no. I would argue it's just it actually is what it is. They just got flagged dozens of times. You got a guy like Tommy Sotomayor where he will make a new channel, and before his channel is able to even get any sort of traction at the fuck all with subscribers, the same group of black women will flag it, and he will get demonetized and get shut down again. But
the fact that they don't, the fact that they allow him to not allow him per se, but they allow the flagging to even go on, like even though he's been flagged multiple times, like just shows the fact that once again they hold all the keys anyway. They could let his channel stay up, but they're like, no, we're gonna get rid of you.
And I also think it depends on why they get flagged. I mean, obviously, if a channel gets flagged for sexism or hateful speech or whatever, it's gonna be more likely to get flagged as opposed to trying to flag a channel because it's promoting LGBT or whatever. So
we should just say what it is, man. Just say what it is.
I said it earlier, so we're
it is. Makes it much easier for me. I'm gonna keep it real,
Hey, I want to ask a question. Hold on.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Let me get my microphone right.
I mean, everybody serves someone. That's the thing, bro. Everybody serves someone.
Something, yeah.
Or something.
Yeah. Very true. Very true.
Serve God, or not evil, at least.
Yeah, true.
Let me ask this. When we talk about a spokesperson for this, the red pill, black pill community, I don't know. Forgive me if someone brought up this idea already. Like, does it have to be a man?
I would say so. Yeah.
Because that's interesting. That's interesting because
honestly, at this point, I don't even think it matters. Honestly, I mean, you see people like Sean Head. You can say what you want about her intentions, but she did make a video, and it's like, or two videos rather, about this thing. And she still got like lambasted for it. Like, you could call it a pick me, whatever, like that.
What's her name?
I mean, obviously, maybe people will accept more from a woman, but even then, like, I think it just comes down to the fact that anything that comes out that wants to help men out, you literally just like, men don't need help. They're oppressors. They want to call it. They're evil. They're this. They're that. Like, this is the narrative that is spouted out.
What was the name of the female content creator you mentioned?
Not just Prilly things.
I don't know if you had.
Sean Head.
Oh, Sean Head. Yeah, Sean Head. Yeah.
Sean Head.
Yeah. She's been around for years. She was an old a skeptic community channel that back in the day, and if her and armored skeptic used to go out and you left her a wig on head. Yeah, she has a wig, so.
Oh,
So, yeah.
shoe on head.
Yeah, shoe on head. Yeah.
The reason why I don't think it should be a woman is because I think it needs to be
go ahead,
somebody
tell us.
who. I just think it needs to be somebody who men could look at, respect, and be on one accord, and are willing to be able to take not take orders from, but kind of take like, okay, men, we're going to rally together and do X, Y, and Z. I don't think that somebody like a shoe. I'm just using these two as an example. A shoe on head or a pearl is capable of that. Andrew Tate was capable. Kevin Samuels was capable. A woman, I don't think that's not the job for a woman.
I would be open to the idea of a woman kind of being a de facto leader, if you want to call it that. And I would be, and I know it's going to piss a lot of people off in the chat. And I'm also open to the idea of that person being not just being a de facto type of leader, but being a spokesperson in the public as well. I have seen successful movements, even now, successful social movements started and founded by women and led by women, and men seem to have, and let me finish the point, men seem to have no problem being led by these women. And I think another reason I'm open to the idea of a woman kind of taking the helm in this space is I think that would disarm a lot of people. I know Pearly. I know people in the chat hate Pearly things, but I would be open to a Pearly things filling that position. I mean, or filling that role or that responsibility. I think that would disarm a lot of people, especially women. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
So
she already had
that's
her. She already had
just
her 50 minutes of fame on Piers Morgan, right? That's not the biggest platform, but it is a pretty mainstream platform, right? Piers has been on the news for years. So she already had her 50 minutes of fame, and then did she? I'm not even sure she did well or not. I didn't really watch the whole thing, but
yeah, that I know what you're talking about. That video did get a lot of views and a lot of comments.
Yeah, and it's like, people might even acknowledge it, but they won't do anything about it. That's the scary part about it. Like, you can acknowledge someone's problem and completely be like, okay, fine, and then just do nothing. Like, they don't. They have no, like, who cares? Like, okay, you have
Women
a problem.
have
Who gives a
low
fuck? They can just say that.
constitution for the most part. That's the thing. They have low willpower. They follow the waves, the societal waves. This is why most women aren't on black pill servers, or most women aren't radicals either.
This is why I don't let women in my server either. But
yeah, that's true. That's very true.
That's interesting.
Most revolutionaries are men. You may call them incel men, but it's because men have more passion.
Yeah, we're just testosterone, the hell of a drug, right?
Yeah, testosterone. That's
Or
whoever's the strongest.
Or it's because your kids and your wife don't have enough to eat, so your void is constantly nagging you to finally do something against the government. Yeah,
exactly. Fine, bitch, I'll do something.
All this talk about like a black pill messiah is kind of fun, but I think more realistically, all we really need is just kind of one-hit wonders every couple months. A TikTok or a YouTube video will blow up, then that person will never be relevant ever again.
What was are you able to are you able to, if I ask the question, who was the last one-hit wonder or the last viral video, relevant viral video, does anything come to your mind?
Well, relevant, I mean, that depends on the numbers, but I'm always on the Instagram reels, and those get a lot of views, and it'll be like a fresh and fit clip, a Zerka clip, shit like that. Maybe a shoe on head clip. It's not the actual content creator themselves. It's like some random person just clipping their shit.
I was just thinking as I was washing dishes. It's a shame, man, because we were close. Back, I'm telling you, when they had the Red Man group and they were doing as a collective, once they were banding together, because there was a Red Man group, and I don't know if you guys remember, and there was the Six, where Donovan Sharp and the black Red Pill consecrators got together. And had they just, they were so close to They're doing a 21 convention. It seems like they were on an upward trajectory, and then that shit all just kind of fell apart. So it seems like we kind of get close to like there being kind of something to where men can kind of get together and the bottom just.
Well, I will say this. I know they're not huge, and I know, but I know I listen to Obsidian.
I do too. Yeah, no, Obsidian is great.
Yeah, he's very intellectual. Because we keep saying that this de facto leader has to be intellectual. He's very intellectual, very articulate, has a very good temperament. He recently had a like a convention where it was like some other red pill content creators, and I think a couple Passport Bro content creators showed up, and it was down there in Atlanta. I know a lot of people. Again, it's not very big. But I know he's trying to put together he's trying to create some kind of coalition. He's trying to coalesce around certain issues. So I mean, that's something, Still not in terms of notoriety, it's still not where it needs to be, but he's got something going on with that annual Manosphere convention he has. So
I don't really see this person coming out of the black manosphere. I mean, he could be black just in the manosphere. If he only really appeals to black people, then that's as far as it will go.
Yeah, I think.
No, he doesn't. No. I absolutely agree. That's why I said Kevin's CGA. CGA. I don't think CGA is not a part of the black community.
No, he's not. You're right. He's not.
Could I do it?
You'll be part of the Pepe
Pepe Reich,
the Pepe community.
Imagine if you had an Andrew Tate leader, an Andrew Tate like leader who was interested in America and actually was an American and was trying to save it. And he went viral talking about on, I don't know, October 30th or whatever fucking date, all men stay home from work. All men are going on strike. And that shit just went viral. Imagine something like that going viral.
It would never happen though, because most men wouldn't go stay. Maybe if you got the
but I'm saying, but if you take somebody like that and it becomes it, like for example, it's not like this, but like No Shave November, whatever the fuck type of thing it is, right? I'm saying is if you would have somebody, you put this person on Fox News, you put this person on the Shave, and you put this person on fucking, now he's on the I don't know, the Breakfast Club, whatever news media outlets it is, and he's talking about this thing. You don't even if half of men participate, you don't think that'll make a dent in something?
Yeah, I think it would make a dent. Yeah, I'm not saying it wouldn't, but obviously you're not going to get a majority of men. I'd say maybe like even.
No, you're not going to get it.
Too competitive, too disagreeable.
Yeah, too disagreeable, too competitive. We don't work together. That's the reason why we're in this position in the first place.
I would say
that's what I'm saying. But that's the only thing, and that's why I mentioned the red man group, and I think somebody said in the chat there was too much infighting, and I would agree.
BJ,
but
can I say something real quick?
What's up?
I was just going to say, like, the reason why, like, they bought all this, like, okay, it's going into the immigration bill, right? But the reason why they allowed all this immigration in was to cause disunity in the unions, because if the unions and all these, they like don't trust each other, like, because back then the unions were usually ethnically predominant, like you had Irish, Italian, or sort of stuff, all these other stuff. But when they started introducing, Polish, Mexican, Spanish people, then they started looking at each other sideways now, and then boom, you're not going to have strikes anymore. And this is the same way they did with men. Like, we have all these different men without a common culture, really, the only common thing about us is that we're suffering and we're all virgins. Some of us, not all of us. But, and can't get wives or, have families. Maybe that's the only thing you need to unite men. But right now it doesn't look like it. So what I'm saying is I don't think it's going to work at all, honestly, because I think, just too too disunited, too disagreeable, like Base Billington said, and too competitive. We're always going to want to get up on always want to up one another, right? It's a dog eat dog world, and men operate on that premise, especially in today's society.
Also, no mainstream news media outlet will allow someone like that on.
True.
That's not possible.
Unless
no, wait, hold on a second. Didn't they say the same about Andrew Tate?
Andrew Tate's part of the system.
He is part of the system, though. That's the thing. Like maybe
wait, part. Okay, y'all talking like
he's
like,
a Freemason.
You're
chill.
You okay? You guys
his father was a Freemason.
So let me wait. Okay, so now. So this is kind of we're kind of going into G.I. Joe Cobra territory with this shit.
Yes, because it's true.
So I just maybe I'm lost. So it was him going to prison like that? Was that like a part of like
that was fake? He didn't go to prison.
So he didn't. So like, where did he go then?
I think
don't know,
he went to prison,
Epstein Island or something. I don't know where the fuck he went.
Wait. So like, where's like your evidence that like he didn't go to prison, or like that he went to like Epstein Island, or are you just like making shit up?
No, he's going to some like little he's laying low for a couple months,
So what was the purpose of like faking him going to like what was like the purpose of that?
Oh, we're gonna arrest this sex trafficker on live TV. It's gonna be epic for the world. Look at this toxic grift.
No, but I'm saying what is like I'm saying like what is like the purpose of for him like specifically?
I don't know. He does what he's told. He has a script. He follows it.
So wait.
Pyramid.
So when he was making like being like a fighter, so like was that like all in this, like was all like those fights like scripted too?
Probably, yeah. UFC is scripted.
So like him like training and shit like that. So all that's just like fake. Like he's just like an actor.
Yeah, probably. Most.
Oh
people,
man, that's a good
most sports are scripted. The NFL is 100% scripted. NBA is scripted.
So
the humiliation ritual.
Okay.
I've heard that before.
I would like to ask a question about that. But if you say sports is scripted, how have they been? I would just be curious to know how they've been able to keep that a secret.
Because everyone's retarded. I don't know how to.
Actually, he is right about the scripted part of the mob and stuff. Were doing this way back in the day, scripting fights.
Yeah, scripted baseball games and fights and stuff like that.
I mean, for like rating. Okay.
It's kind of like it's not necessarily scripted in the sense that like they're playing a game, but one team will play worse, and then they'll
they have
get the
magnets
win. Yeah.
in the balls in every sport.
Wait, hold on. Is college sports also scripted?
I would think so. Yeah, they are.
Oh,
yeah.
You lost me on that, bro.
See, to me, it just seems like it just doesn't seem likely it would be scripted because it would. A lot of people would have to be in on the lie and would have to.
It doesn't make sense. But Bubble Tea. But I'm not. Listen, bro. I'm not trying to say that what you're saying. There's no at all credence to. Obviously, you got people at the top, but you might as well basically say that fucking junior high sports is fucking scripted at this point.
But the athletes, no, I'm not saying it's the athletes.
I'm just saying like this is
their asses off, dude. I'm not saying that. But I'm just saying, like the NFL owners and all these other guys, right? They play by certain rules. They're not allowed to own those teams just to own those teams. They don't just let anyone own those teams. Come on, let's keep it real.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just shortly asking, who were we talking before?
I mean, if you do look at the NFL team owners' ethnic background.
Yeah, the tiny hat tribe, maybe a little bit.
Tiny hat.
Small hat. Yes.
I think a lot of, to be honest, I think a lot of this. Oh, they're all actors. They're all controlled. It's all a big thing. They're all blah 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 blah. They're lizards. They have zippers in their back of their neck. I think it's just kind of like very. I think it's a fucking Saturday morning cartoon way of looking at this.
It is. The world is a stage.
You might as well at this point say that fucking Hydra and Cobra banded together with the Legion of Doom and everybody.
Fed
is just-
Well, sounds
just
more
saying, like, it's
likely
just
than
kind
they
of-
stormed
Yeah,
the
DJ,
Capitol.
you don't know the LA lizards? Come on, man.
L.A.
You know about
lizards.
the satanic lizards and the interdimensional demons controlling society. I can't believe this. BB
No,
Chat.
I mean, I know. Look, there's a bit of it's kind of like there's a bit of sure, like a person can watch a movie. A person can watch a movie in the background. Oh, you see right there, you see it says 9 here, and in this scene it says 1 and 1. This
Yeah,
movie
but-
came out in 1997. It's like, okay, Bob.
No, just
You know what I
watch.
mean?
Just watch for certain things. Like watch for the color
Everything is
orange.
symbolic,
Watch for
dog, I'm
the color
telling you.
30. Watch for the color the color orange. Watch for the number 33. That's Masonic influence. Every rap star raps about selling their soul to the devil, and they all have this like these Masonic rituals, and they all have this like in a lot of these music videos they have like the checkerboard floor in them. That's
Yeah, I mean, I showed this earlier
Dude,
about.
I swear when I was listening to Fetty Wap one day, like I heard he said that, and like he whispered something. I was like, he said, "I worship,"
Yeah.
I was like, "Yo, what the fuck?" I said, me and my dad heard it too. I was like, "Hey, yo,
Yeah, like this thing I posted earlier. Like this stuff happens like all over the place. Like there's symbolism everywhere.
Oh no,
like you look for it.
Listen, I'm 100% agreeing that there is symbolism in shit, and there and 100%. It's just that when we paint the whole picture of it's all a thing and it's all a part of it, I don't think that makes any fucking sense. I don't think that makes any sense, because if you know anything, because you can't say, let's take a sport like
Like
basketball.
to some extent, they don't necessarily have to be like.
they don't have to know they're in the like the loop."
Oh wait, okay, cool. So Bubba T, does Andrew Tate know that he's like an agent, or did they like put
Yes,
like
he's
the
born
fucking-
into it. He's born into it. He had
So
a
he
role to
doesn't.
play.
So wait, so he's like the Winter Soldier. Like he doesn't know that he's like been programmed.
No, he knows he's been. Maybe he's under MK Ultra or something like that. But it's
mean,
like
yeah, you
these
just look up
people
MK
are
Ultra
born
and shit,
into
bro.
it. Like they have certain roles. They
So-
take
so-
oaths and they
So
swear by
Andrew,
them.
so wait, hold on. So Andrew Tate, so like him being born into poverty, like was that true? Or was
He's
that
not
like
born into poverty. He's born into Illuminati family.
His dad was a CIA agent.
Is
and
CIA,
everything.
no son of a CIA agent is going to grow up poor. I'm sure you realize that.
that? No, now that I will give you. So that to be honest with you, that's probably the most valid thing that you said that I didn't even connect the dots with. I'll give you credit for that.
Yeah, he's a Fed. He's gonna be living cushy, no cushy guy. He was a star on a TV show, also, wasn't he? Like,
Wait, but
Yeah.
wait, by that logic, hold on a second. Now I got to question this. Now, by that logic, are all sons and daughters of CIA people who work for the CIA just automatically Illuminati?
maybe
Yeah,
not
I don't-
Illuminati. They could
not
be secret
Illuminati.
society members. A lot of police are secret society members. A lot of military are secret society members.
What percentage of police officers are secret society?
A
A
members?
lot of them.
Truth be told, like my dad, he was an officer in the Navy, and he got offered to be a Mason. He never took
Yeah,
it, but he got
exactly.
offered.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
they offer
exactly.
it too.
My
That
dad's a
if you make it
Freemason,
up high
he's
enough in the
Freemason.
echelon, people will just approach you and say, "Oh yeah, you're one of us. Come join us." Yeah.
The truth
Exactly.
is, most of these Freemasons are just like dads who have nothing else to do. Most of these guys don't do shit. I'm gonna keep it real with you. Like there are
the low
top
level
level
Masons.
Freemasons.
Yes. Yeah, the low level Masons.
I
yes.
mean, you US guys, you should change the text in your national anthem from the land of the free to the land of the Freemasons. That would be fitting.
No,
Yeah, I mean, like,
America is the
Masons
land of
in
the
Europe
home,
are different.
the home of the free and accepted Masons. This country was
Exactly.
founded by Freemasons.
Yeah,
The
our
founding
country.
fathers were all Freemasons.
Yep, and it's such a coincidence that the pyramid with the eye is on your dollars.
Yeah,
Huh? That's what a
exactly.
coincidence. Huh? Who was it again? Was it Johnson or which president put the pyramid on the dollar? Yeah.
Victorious Unum,
Wait, here's-
order
wait,
of chaos or something.
I got a question. So if Andrew Tate's like, so I didn't know that Andrew Tate until now was like an actor. So like, who's like his acting coach?
I don't know. Probably Jeffrey Epstein. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Probably not.
That was funny.
Probably not Jeffrey, but it's
So
like
it's like the word actors. It seems like a little bit. That's an extreme word. To
I
use.
do
don't
think Andrew Tate is playing a role, but I don't think he knows he's playing a role.
that's. I guess that you can give him that courtesy, but I don't think. I think that he's well aware of whatever he's doing. He always throws out. His like stupid ass hand gesture. That's a Masonic hand gesture where he like folds his hands and there's that
Oh
pyramid.
no,
hand.
he's so here's what I think. Obviously, he's connected to some shit. I just don't know if you're trying to make it seem as though he was anointed at birth like Simba and in the beginning of the fucking Lion King.
Yeah.
I don't know if that.
Yo, you're hilarious, Bubble Tea.
Yeah, he is.
You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
Hakuna Matata.
Yes,
I
he's like,
guess
he's-
if
he's
you
a
draw a
little
line
boy.
from the start of his life to where he is now, I guess I don't know.
Yes, the reason we're in this chat and we're not fucking running shit is because we're not Illuminati. We're not in these secret societies.
I to be honest with you, look, bro, if that's how you personally want to, I'm not sure obviously what you're doing. I don't even got to get into it, but I think that's just kind of an excuse. I think to say, well, the reason why we're here and there, it's like, okay, but there's different levels of shit, and you don't have to just sell your soul to the pyramid eye devil to be in a good place in life. I think that's bullshit.
That's kind of true, whether you want to admit it or not. But that's just.
If
the
you
truth.
want any position of power in life, unless you like find a way to like
Organically do it, and even then they're gonna approach you for it. They're always gonna try to find something on you.
Yeah,
know,
they
so.
will. Unless you can find a way to have like a power base outside of the system, and then to like basically
What's the wait?
It's hard to what?
Go ahead. Go ahead, last. I'm sorry, bro.
Oh no, it's like unless you have like a power base outside the system, it's going to be hard to destroy the system within, right? Or without. You have to destroy it without. But usually they'll always find a way to take you down before you even.
Just like what Bill Cosby. You think all of a sudden these women just coming out at him over these charges? No, he messed up in his script. He didn't take orders, and then it's like
what was the order that he didn't like? What, like wait, hold on. I'm confused. So first you're saying it was all a part of the script and he was on Epstein Island, but now you're saying that it was legitimate and that he was actually.
No.
So
it's like you have to. There's a continuing script. You have to keep following orders. Anyone who doesn't keep following orders is.
But you said that him going to prison was a part of this.
Is why World
War II. Hold on. I'm asking. He did go to prison because it was part of the script. And
No. We all heard you. You said that he was on he wasn't arrested. That's what you literally just said.
Well, maybe not literally on Epstein Island, but he was he's living cushy somewhere. He's not in prison. He's not in some Romanian prison getting.
Was he in prison or was he not in prison?
No, he was not in prison. He was laying low.
Okay, so if he was so was that a part of the script?
Yes, it was part of the script.
Then how did he fuck up if it was a part of the script?
No, it wasn't a punishment. That was his.
He's
role.
saying he deviated from the script, right? Is that what you're saying?
If you deviated from the script, then you weren't on the script. You deviated. That was improv, son. That was improv.
No, he didn't deviate from the script. Him going to jail and getting arrested on cheese pizza, child sex,
this is great.
red light traffic.
this is so fun.
Charges that was part of the script.
So was him going to prison? Did they already plan that 5 to 10 years ago?
Like maybe I don't know when they planned it, but it was planned. Like just so you notice any celebrity that doesn't comply, that they suddenly have a new scandal about them. They have like all this stuff. People randomly come out of the woodwork.
Was the scandal a part of the script?
I'm not sure with Andrew Tate. Probably. I don't write the script. I'm not involved in it.
But you're telling me all about the script, the director, the actors. You telling me about the whole production module.
No, it's just that it's like this, like name like what's like I'm trying to think of a rapper or something that just like that didn't follow that just fell out of like popularity, and it's like anybody who like follows pushes the agenda, pushes anything is rewarded. Anyone who like goes against the agenda or goes against like whatever is punished. It's like a system.
No, I understand what you're saying, but my question would be, was Andrew Tate off the script and that's why he went to prison, or was he on the script and he was supposed to be in prison in the first place, or quote unquote prison?
It was a scripted arrest.
Information. Say that again.
It was a scripted arrest.
A scripted arrest.
Yes, it was a fake arrest.
I think those can happen. Like, I honestly do. Like, Epstein wasn't like okay. I know it's not funny.
Yeah, he
You
certainly
know,
didn't go there like yeah. I'm
like,
sorry. Yeah, whatever.
Or just think about lately in Russia, right? With Prigozhin, the leader of this
Yes,
yeah. I mean, like, what a shit show that was. So
Talk about
they
that.
try to overthrow the government, and then they all can leave the country, and there's
They
nothing.
get shut down a month later.
So wait,
Yeah.
so who?
Gosh,
Wait, so who like writes? Okay, so let me ask you this. So all this stuff, because all this shit's like new information to me. So it may seem like I'm being a dick, but I'm actually curious. So like how you think about this, right? So all of the stuff that Andrew Tate actually says, is that coming from his brain or like somebody else?
See, like,
it's
I think
probably from someone else. Yeah.
I think it's a little bit of both. Like, it's kind of like wrestling, right? Where it's like you have your heels and your faces, right? And you have like sometimes you let your faces win, sometimes, but your heel is like he carries the show, right? And with someone like Andrew Tate, he sort of runs this campaign of like he gets to say certain things within a certain range of things, right? If he deviates from that range of things, now it could be part of a script where he's like he gets thrown in jail for that, or he can say whatever he wants and he's free to say whatever the fuck he wants. So either way, if he deviates in any way from that script, he gets punished, and going to jail might have been punishment for that. But they're probably not going to actually convict him, though, right? It's just a quick punishment. He'll probably be back in the old spot. It could be that, but we don't really know, right? I don't write the script.
Three pedal say you're such a troll.
No, yeah, exactly. And it's just like, wait, BPJ, what did you say again? Sorry.
No. I would just, I guess my whole thing about this is that I think that there's a modicum of what you're saying that there's some
See,
truth.
like, Bubble Tea Price, I'm liking what you're saying, bro, because like I love this. Like the symbolism is everywhere. If you just look, you can see it.
Yeah,
everywhere.
the symbolism.
Eyes wide shut.
It's
all this stuff.
everywhere.
It's so true. It's true.
It's everywhere.
See the symbolism.
Like they aren't even like they're showing they have like a transgender fucking NFL cheerleader now, and it's like they're pushing this shit everywhere.
Lol, really?
Yeah, they have one now.
I
forgot
don't
what
think I
team it
should
is, but-
talk about the transformer pill here, but what's it called? No, yeah, exactly. It's
like
everywhere.
they're literally
Not
trying
even
to
hiding it
invert.
anymore.
They're literally trying to invert nature in front of you.
Bro, you've been in a postmodern psyop the entire
Yeah,
time.
Exactly. You know,
They've been running MK Ultra on the American population since it came out, bro.
exactly.
What do you think television's there for? It's literally programming.
Programming. It's TV
Television
programming.
It's
Yeah.
what we call it.
Propaganda, yeah, it's propaganda.
You are not immune to propaganda.
No one is, but people don't want to admit to the level of the influence propaganda has on their thinking, on their feelings, and yeah.
They'll entertain. Normies will entertain like fun conspiracy theories, like we visited the moon or like stuff like that. But when you talk about like the whole thing being a sham, a show, they like people get uncomfortable.
Yeah, I can give probably a pretty logical example where so just think about Epstein Island. Yeah, like I mean every empire, every system always rewarded its elites in high functions, in high positions. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So was the communist Russian system rewarded all of their high members with young girls, yeah, with drugs,
exactly.
with all of these things. So this is what Secret Services were doing since the beginning of time, and within every empire or every nation. So that's a totally normal thing to reward the highly the guys who are in high positions working for the government for an empire with such things. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And who were in the highest ranking positions in the early communist government?
It couldn't be the.
Could be.
Goyim, stop noticing things, Goyim.
I'm just saying.
They can do to Gentile girls and children.
If you guys ever read the book of Revelations 3:9, Revelations 3:9, it's
Oh, yep. I'll read it right now.
synagogue of something, but
Synagogue
still,
of Satan. Yeah, we know it.
those
who say they are Jews but are not Jews, they're the synagogue of Satan. Yeah, what it says. The Bible literally said outright said it, but nobody fucking believes it.
It's so
yeah.
Even if you leave out the religious part and the conspiracy
Yeah,
theorist
just look at
part
them
and
for what they
whatever.
are. Like, look at
No,
them for what they are.
just read books about the old communist Russian system, how they rewarded their members in high functions, in high positions with drugs, young girls and boys and whatever. Yeah, so it's
Exactly.
proven. Don't need to discuss here theoretical things about religion and it's just
Not
look
even, I
at
mean,
facts and history.
theoretical or not, these people believe it.
Yeah.
Apparently, they do.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's an argument. Yeah.
Magic. The elites believe in all this
Yeah.
shit. That's
They
how
believe in
do it.
all that shit. Like, they believe in all
Yeah,
of it.
Yeah.
and also what I
Witchcraft,
said,
magic is real.
yeah, and also what I said before, like they give us this system of the Abrahamic religions, which basically most of them, or probably not the Muslims, but even those,
They're all slave religions, dude.
yeah, they're all apologists. You know, they are all about control, while
Now,
they
depending on how. No, but that's not necessarily
Yeah.
all true. Like, like the overall arcing of the Bible. If you actually read parts of the Bible, it does talk about doing relatively dangerous or bad things to people. I
Yeah,
guess,
well, then the question, why did they sub the Old Testament for the new one? You see,
They didn't. Usually, most people don't do that. Whoever subs takes out the Old Testament or the New Testament is not a fucking Christian. If you do either one of those, you're just a heretic at that point.
No, but the Old Testament just got out of fashion. You see, and the new one is basically the one.
Oh wait, no, this is exactly what happened. Henry Ford said this back in the 1910s. That who bought up all the Protestant bookstores back in the 1910s? Ooh,
Yeah.
it starts with.
Who was it? I think it was the Albanians.
Yeah, definitely, very definitely.
The Amish.
The Amish definitely did it. All the Amish.
Yeah, who prints your books?
Bro,
Who prints your media? Who shows you your media? Who shows you your news?
Maxwell's father owned McGraw-Hill textbook company. The people who make the public school books.
Yeah, who makes your public school books? Like, come on, like, you don't think these people have like? And once again, they don't have to be directly involved. They can just set up a system and let the system run, and things will just run within predictable parameters. It doesn't mean that things won't deviate every once in a while, but even deviation can be accounted for, right?
Yeah, but okay, let's ask a serious question here. So the serious question is, okay, we're talking about the Albanians, and it's like totally obvious that this group of people, they had in so many systems and empires, they had such huge roles.
They are literally like a virus.
Yeah. Influence, money, and power, and okay, you may, but then again, who controls them? Probably there's I don't know. Probably the royal families are still in charge, are still owning a lot of have still a lot of money, influence, and property. Let me finish.
You're running. This is my show. You're running so far from like the most obvious. If they're following this stuff,
okay.
What else is there? Like, they believe all this stuff, and like you attributed it earlier to like, well, because they're in the system and they had lust for power. It's like, well, maybe people who lust for power simply are attracted to that, or maybe it's a matter of that thing is what gives them their power, and that's why they're loyal to it, right?
Yeah, but what if the Albanian group of people have proven themselves to be reliable, actors?
Reliable actors in what? Like,
no, in doing things for the elites, for probably still the most of the royals in power.
I do agree. Most secular Albanians are I don't think they're like doing anything. I don't know, because I grew up with a lot of secular Albanians, and
what I'm trying to say, isn't it good for the real elites to have a scapegoat? Yeah.
Yeah.
So this group of people, they were always the scapegoat since I don't know 700, 800, 900 years.
No, I understand what you're saying. It's like I think a lot of them don't do anything, but it's just like I think there's some, I guess, very important. I still think it's mainly.
I mean, they have a disproportionate influence within our government, and really in every single C-suite in America. Somehow you find them
the scapegoats because.
Like,
once
again, this is us. Like, we're seeing a pattern and then we're ignoring it. oh, there's a scapegoats here, 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 here. Was it really the scapegoat, or was
Okay.
or is that just what they say?
Yeah, you are right, because if you look at the communist system in Russia, like they having leading positions, right? So yeah,
In Germany, they try to do the same thing.
I know the Weimar Republic. I know.
And even before that, like they were trying to overthrow the Weimar Republic. The Spartacus, what was it called? The Spartacus Rebellion?
Mm,
Called? You're German, so you know more about this than I do.
mm.
And like you had what's her name? Rosenstein? What's her name?
Rosa Luxemburg.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Probably.
Yeah,
Jewish
yeah.
names. But like they were.
Yeah, there's also. I mean, yeah. There's so many coincidences. You can call, yeah, which are not
people
coincidences.
keep ignoring
Yeah.
their lying eyes. Like if you see
Yeah.
a pattern somewhere, you know your brain should be going in overdrive. Like something's going on here. Like this is how your mind always works. But when it comes to these things, you're like, nah, bro, it's just it's not real, bro. No, because like to believe it would be like, oh shit. The implication, right? The implication is too. Because like depending on how you've been living your life or not been living your life, or depending on what it even wants, you have to come to a lot of like realizations. They're like, oh shit.
Yeah, and exactly this is this is what propaganda is doing. It's telling you that hey, it's not what you think. Yeah, it's yeah.
Yeah, it's literally
Like-
gaslighting on
like-
a societal level, right? Like you see
like,
reality, but they tell
exactly.
you to ignore reality.
Like, oh my God, how is it possible that Trump is so liked by most people? How is that even possible? Why I don't get it. I just don't understand why Trump or why we see so many right wingers taking over in the West nowadays, in Italy, in Spain, in everywhere. Yeah, I just don't understand why. I just don't understand. My television tells me that it must be some other reason. Yeah.
Exactly.
We call them right wingers. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, but what's the reason? Just think about it. There's a reason for this. But your television
in Europe under those right wingers administrations.
Yeah, but your television will never tell you the real reason for this. Yeah, your television will never tell you that the reason is that most people are sick and tired of leftist politics. Yeah, no one wants to hear this bullshit anymore. Yeah, and then just blame it on something else. Yeah, I mean, like, even I can tell you an example. I just recently watched it on German television. Yeah, and they were discussing why our far right party is gaining so many votes and is gaining popularity. And this person on TV really said on television she cannot explain why this is happening because the Green Party is so efficiently realizing the laws they had intended to realize. And after 2 years of the Green Party being in power, they already put like the majority of their plan into laws. Yeah, so they make have concrete laws now, actual laws. So they change the laws, but all of these laws are bad for the people. Yeah, so how? So she was telling like why don't the people like the Green Party? Because they are making an effective politics. Yeah, because all of the laws they pass are against the populace. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like people like to cope and pretend like mainstream politics will offer like any sort of like
Any real
solution.
solution to your problem. Yeah.
Yeah, but they even like change reality. You know, they even give you they distract you. They give you the wrong reason. They don't tell the real reason.
No, yeah, true.
Why
I'm
would
sure-
take it? Yeah.
I know in Europe, I'm from like I know some Germans and they seem like pretty. I'm not sure if like you would describe most Germans as like I don't know, most of the Germans I know are like normies and they seem to be really,
Yes, absolutely right.
They love talking about like normal like mainstream politics and stuff, and they like actually like, what, you don't like talking about this? They're like so weird when I tell them like I don't really care about politics.
No, most I think Germany is one of the most cucked countries in the West.
Yeah, after
Definitely.
1945, it was over for Germany.
Yeah, of course.
It was over.
What are you expecting? You are losing a war, huh? Who is your daddy now? Take a guess. Who is the daddy of Germany?
He fought hard, man. He fought hard, and the
Ah,
world was against
who
him.
knows?
It was over.
Well, look, it certainly benefited the one empire in the east and the one empire in the west, right?
Yeah,
After
it
this,
really did.
basically Europe got divided. And the one empire, the East got Eastern Europe, and the others got the West, and then and then they rebuild it.
And guess
Yeah,
what? Both of them were controlled by the same group of people.
makes sense. I heard something similar. Yeah.
Albanians.
Like even like look at the British appeasement politic. What the British did to the mustache man, yeah, to the German mustache man, because there was also a Russian mustache man, yeah. But they constantly appeased him. Like they just let him take like half of Europe, right?
Because they thought the mustache man was going to play by their rules, but
Yeah, probably.
What, the Austrian painter? Who?
yeah,
That one, yeah.
the small mustache man, the guy with the toothbrush mustache, yeah, him. It's like they thought he was going to play by their rules, and he was like, "No, I'm start enacting the Great Gentile Uprising," and he was like, and they're like, "Oh my God, no, Goyim, ah!"
Goyim, don't talk about this stuff, Goyim. No. Goyim, you need to go back to work, Goyim.
I
Pay your
kill
taxes.
German workers, Germans.
Like if people actually fucking read the fucking Talmud, they'd be like, "What?" I don't know what they even believe it, dude. Like
that's what happened to me. I was like, "What?"
what they believe, like.
And they
Cattle.
call it Judeo-Christian values. I want to puke every time I hear that shit. I'm like, I hear that one more time. And
Yeah, they send you to fucking a goy school, and then they send you to a good goy
All you have to
college,
do is how
and then you work
Christians
a
are
good
treated
goy
in,
job, and then you die. Like that's their
Israel.
plan for you.
All you have to do is look how Christians are treated in Israel, and you'd be like, "Oh, that's
Yep.
Judeo-Christian values for you."
Oops.
Yep, there you go.
It's like, holy shit, bro. And these fucking conserva cucks, they just don't. They're like, "Oh, everything's fine. I'll send my children to die for Israel and gay rights." It's like, oh my god.
But then the funny thing is like also, I mean, like what's going on in Israel, right? I don't understand this because like they have these hardcore conservative Albanians, and then they also have at the same time like the full rainbow over there. Yeah, that's kind of interesting.
I mean, isn't Tel Aviv the gayest place on earth?
Yes,
It is.
yes.
Yeah.
Makes you think. But
Yeah, what's
they're
going on
better
there,
than
dude?
all goyim, you know that, right? The hierarchy, a gay, you know what, is still better than a.
And all of our politicians just want to give money to Israel, dude. All day long, all day, every day,
And
dude.
they're all.
It's almost like they're trying to like summon something or something, right?
Yeah, it's only they're trying to summon something. You know, that's what the Holocaust is actually called. Oh shit! Well, what the Holobunga was actually called. It's actually called the sacrifice to God or Shoah, whatever they call
What
it.
the fuck? That's the translation of the word.
Yeah, that's the translation.
What the fuck?
I know. That's what I said when I found. I was
Yeah.
like, what the fuck? What were they talking about? Was it the righteous Gentile that was being sacrificed? Because I know it wasn't them. I mean, look how many people died during World War I and World War II. I think that's
Yes,
a pretty
yes.
fucking
Yeah.
good sacrifice, if you ask me. Blood ritual.
Well, it also makes sense for the elites, right? Because after this year you can rebuild. Yeah, talking about the Great Reset. Yeah, lol. And then you have growth for centuries. Yeah, again.
Yeah, a life for a life, a law of equivalent exchange. I mean, like this is nothing can be achieved without.
This has been the most mystery school this stream has ever been.
I know, right? Literally, this is amazing. I love this.
This is it, dude.
Ever. It's greatness. Where'd BPJ go? He just disappeared.
He just disappeared. He's an ugly prime.
What's the logic behind this life for a life?
Oh man, that's what I want to know too. Like because they were doing that back during the ancient Phoenician days. They were throwing their firstborn child into the fire for whatever it was for battle, if they were to win a war, you know, for good crops, rain, you know, all this other shit, right?
Sick society.
It is a sick society.
Just like the Mayans, right? Like, yeah, sacrificing.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I think we're about to see some shit, dude. Who knows?
Oh, it's gonna get good in the future, man. I'm waiting. I'm just waiting, bro.
Bubble Tea, are you there? He's kind of dipped out.
The river Euphrates is drying up. I wonder what that's gonna make way for.
Nah, bro.
To the east?
Dude, stop. It's just a coincidence, bro.
Just a coincidence, bro. I mean, the kings of the east are supposed to be coming, apparently.
Dude, just a coincidence, bro.
Just coincidence.
Yeah, dude.
I
don't
mean, like,
know.
how did those dudes predict that? That's all I don't know. I just.
What about those 5 red heifers, dude?
Oh man, whew.
Perfect 5 red heifers, dude. Crazy. I don't know.
Crazy.
What is this?
Oh, the 5 red heifers. They it's one of the doomsday prophecies, or Armageddon or something like that. Revelation, right? And they're supposed to sacrifice 5 red heifers to the for the 3rd temple, right?
Oh, that's that's exactly what it is. Yeah, true.
What is a heifer?
The 3rd temple
Just a
today.
cow, like a cow, but they're perfect.
Oh.
They're perfectly
The
red,
perfect
right?
cow.
So like they can't have any blemishes and something like that. They'd be perfectly red, and then they just found another one. So
A virgin cow is a
they have 5 now.
female cow. That's a heifer.
Well, red cows. I mean, cows are never red. So, can you explain
Wait, what?
why red cows?
I don't know. Don't ask me.
Yeah, I'm not the dude who wrote the book.
I think that was like a South
Might just
Park
be a meme.
episode.
I never seen a red cow in my life, so maybe it's like.
Yep.
How old are you, Mystery School? I'm like 31, dude. 31. I don't even like 31. Yeah.
What is
What's
simply
your
a
social
virgin cow?
security number, Mystery School?
Yeah, you want to know? Dude? I'll tell you.
We're not talking. We're not talking about actual Albanians, bro.
Yeah, dude, we're not, dude. No way.
We're not talking about actual Albanians, bro.
We're talking about the
the other people, but
people of the small hat variety.
simply adverse. You're brown mutts. Okay, that's cool. Very cool. Nice. Very cool.
Larry Cuckman's here. What's up, dude?
Larry Cuckman's here. Holy shit! Where?
He's in the chat.
Dog. Definitely get in here, bro.
What's his on sale? What's the thing say? Honda Prelude. Okay.
I'm in the gym right now. I'm just fucking talking shit right now.
You serious, dude?
Yeah.
fucking
He's
way.
just schizophrenic talking. Well, local schizophrenic homeless man talking out in the gym. It's okay. I'll be right back. I gotta do a set though.
All right, dude. I gotta do a set. What the fuck, bro? Unbelievable. Do you play League of Legends? No, I don't. I don't play League of Legends. Clown World, bathed. I love the name. I'm the only one here. Wow, I guess I got to cover the whole place for myself. I guess, right? Oh yeah, who didn't have any topics? I don't know. People just kind of dipped out. So.
No, I got nothing.
Oh, okay. So, like, what exactly? You watched the video, right? What did he say? I don't even know what he said.
Oh, the Collective Dismal video?
Yeah. What did he say? I don't wonder what he said.
Well,
what was his best argument?
there were no fucking arguments, really. It's just he was saying that we're personally attacking him, but that's kind of all he does is personally attack people, because all Collective Dismal's videos are is like, oh, these people should be genocided and these people should be genocided. But then he'll hide behind, he'll say like, oh no, I'm not saying they should be. I'm just saying my prediction that I think they will be. Like, he's a pussy.
True coward, honestly, in my opinion. You have to be absolute in your principles. If you think someone should be genocided, say it. Let's keep it real. Yeah, I think they should.
And I got
Yeah,
some more
absolutely.
dirt on him from some people in the Discord. So supposedly, Collective Dismal is 5'10" and 250 pounds. But he does powerlifting. But like, I seriously doubt you can have that much muscle to be 250 and 5'10". And also, he applied to be a firefighter and got rejected. So, and that was kind of recently. So he's obviously not really doing much career-wise if he was just rejected being a firefighter.
Yeah, whatever. You know, who
Did
knows? Who
they
cares?
dox that Collective Dismal guy?
I don't think
No,
so.
this isn't doxing. This is
Scope
he's
mod.
said himself. So this isn't doxing. But yeah, basically he just thinks he's like better than everyone when he's not.
Yeah,
No, I
he
know I'm better
has a
than
very
you.
edgy, like, I don't know, edgy, like, philosophical, like, viewpoint. He's like, oh, if you're not gonna do it, you might as well delete yourself in
Telegram
GTA
was
5.
absolutely retarded. I was on that one time. I was like,
So
They were
some
the biggest,
I've heard the
like,
conspiracy
cobras I've ever
that he's a
seen in my
Fed.
life.
He might be a Fed.
Might be. You never know. Like,
Do you guys think that I think I'm a Fed? What do you guys think?
bro, if you're the Fed, you're the coolest Fed ever.
They would never put much. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm a Fed, dude. I'm a Fed. I'm just here fucking just spouting this stuff out here just to get you guys to go off.
Beast.
Yeah.
But you know, the
You're
best
doing a good job.
fats, they blend in the best, you know.
Yeah,
so
it's true, man.
probably
Yeah, you're
Mister
right,
is
you're
really a good fat, you know.
You'd be told
Am I a
I
Fed?
think one of my best not best hours, I guess, but I think help it Jasper Light said I wasn't the Fed. I'm like, okay, that's pretty good. Dude.
I'm definitely a Fed. Trust me.
I guarantee you, dude. I guarantee you, the Feds know who the fuck I am, though. Guarantee. I
They
live
do
in
know
Northern
who I
Virginia,
am,
bro.
bro.
I'm literally in like Fed
I
Central,
swear I
bro.
had Feds come to my house one time, bro.
Dude, I live in Fed Central, bro. They're
These
probably over the place
sketchy-ass
next to
white
me,
dudes
dude.
came to my house at one point. They said they wanted to sell us.
I
like,
do. I live in Fed Central. Like, do you tell me they don't have shit all over this place, man? Fuck that shit, dude. They know who the fuck I am, bro.
Bro, I swear I had Feds come to my
If I
house.
don't
They
care
were
anymore,
like-
but whatever. I'll just throw the fuck how I feel. What the fuck I feel. Just throw the fuck I think, rather, but whatever.
Mystery before he was the leader of a right wing group, yeah, just like that guy from the Proud Boys, yeah. Rico, what-
yeah,
yeah,
Rico
yeah.
Ontario, yeah.
Nice. The Mystery, this was your last assignment, right?
My last assignment from the whatever you want to call it, the what's it called, the Illuminati.
You have to inject your soy now after your last assignment. You have to be deep.
It's like a truth serum, right? It's injecting soy.
Inject the soy.
They inject the soy right into my veins, dude. Like right straight to the vein.
I've had literal actual two sketchy white guys come up to my house one time, ring the doorbell and said they were selling like hair products in the middle of the night. I was like, what the fuck?
Probably they were just Mormons on a mission, right?
I was like, who the fuck are you? I said, get the fuck out of here. I had my shotgun in my hand, boy. I was like, who the hell are you? Damn, crazy, man. They said, okay, calm down, buddy. I was like, yeah. Get.
Like I don't know, Dismals. I feel like he has like the unironic like chud viewpoint. It's like the West has fallen, millions must die. Like,
Billions must die.
Yeah.
What if
It's literally that though. It's like
it's hilarious. I love the chud meme. Billions must cope.
Like pole face. Like
Should we watch the video, Mystery?
Which one?
The collective dismal, since we're still talking about it.
I don't give a fuck.
I don't want
Talk about more schizo shit. That's
Oh yeah, that's
fun.
what I do. It's just been fun, dude.
No, bro. I mean, like,
Hey,
have
man.
you seen the pyramids all
I love
over
it.
the world, bro? Holy shit! Like, they're in Egypt. They're in they're in Europe, basically in Bosnia now. I believe they found one in Bosnia. They're in South America. They're everywhere. There's one in Antarctica. I saw a picture.
Bimini Road, yeah, dude, they're everywhere.
Hmm.
Yeah, Bimini
Ancient
Road, like
civilization that
built structures. Like, how the fuck? What the fuck? Like,
Why are
oh,
they all
history's only this one, guys. All right, well, you can kiss my ass on that one, dude. And you're lying.
Was there an ancient civilization? No, I'm not saying aliens because aliens are fucking retarded. They're actually interdimensional demons. But
facts.
like the Atlanteans and the Lemurians, bro, those were the ancient lost continents, and the Atlanteans controlled a global spanning civilization. And when you know how it fell, they delved into the dark magic.
And
This is real.
God washed them
God
away.
washed them away. This is.
Do you know about polar shift theory?
Yeah, I know that one.
Yep.
So basically, the poles switch to east and west, so then there's just a whole bunch of tsunamis and shit. And that's supposedly that the Earth has gone under 6 polar shifts, so society has been rebuilt 6 different times.
I believe that. It's you guys ever looked into like the Tartaria stuff? That stuff.
Oh, the
is really
Tartaria,
fascinating.
yeah.
Yeah, it's just
I bet you
that
watch,
makes sense. Like
Unveiled
why?
Mind, do you? You watch
Huh?
Unveiled Mind?
Unveiled. I
Mind
watched.
Unveiled?
What's his name?
Mind.
John Levi. Or one guy I watched a lot is Hans Wormhat, but he's a
Oh, okay. I
interesting
never
guy.
No, but I think the Tartaria thing is fake.
Yeah.
For me, they have. I don't like the evidence. It's not the actual evidence for me. It's just I don't know.
It could be. I think it's just strange that like at least for America, that's where I guess like I'm from. So like there's all these like magnificent like architects like buildings
Yes,
and
yes.
everything.
Yeah, the Tower of Babel was Nimrod was actually he said was God's sworn enemy because he destroyed the Tower of Babel. And why do you think we speak? Dude, the Bible is actually so fucking based. It literally,
Exactly.
oh my gosh, it's telling you ancient human history, and it's just the Bible, the book, because there's more books that have been taken out. So by like the Catholic.
But then like, what are you guys making out of these Anunnaki stuff?
Anunnaki.
Anunnaki, dog.
Oh god.
That's another topic, right?
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
a
There's
topic
there's
right there.
giants. Like they're
That's
giants.
Because if you look at the Mesopotamians, right, it's like you can say it's like the first proto religion, right?
When did they come for the planet Nibiru? Is that what they're called?
Yeah. It's like
Dog. They basically
gets
killed humanity, and also
Nibiru gets close to Earth every 3,000 years or something.
Holy shit, bro.
And they were here to collect the gold.
Yeah,
and then
I've heard that.
I want the gold. Give me the
I
gold.
want the gold. Hey, yo, kinda hot.
Goyim, get me the gold.
Yo, they looked at the creations, human women, and were like, "Damn, I fucking made a."
But if you look at the Anunnaki, they look like angels, right?
Were they? I thought they were just tall. Well, from the, I thought they were.
But they are portrayed with wings. So
I mean, like there was that email from Clinton talking about Gilgamesh.
Yeah,
What the fuck?
No, they were.
It's
trying
true.
To
There was an
resurrect
email from
Nimrod.
Hillary
No, it
Clinton
was
from her
Nimrod.
leaked
They were
email
trying to
that
resurrect Nimrod.
Gilgamesh, yeah. It's weird. Like I said, if the elites believe this shit, then it's like, huh?
Maybe I should believe it too. It's deep connection. Maybe I should.
Yeah,
I
there
wonder
was
if there's
this
pyramids
rumor
in
that
Africa. I mean, at least like South Africa, like Southern Africa. Not we already know there are pyramids in Egypt, right? But I like under all that jungle. I'm wondering if there's pyramids there. I mean, the jungle could have eroded stuff like that too. I don't know, maybe because I heard that was a possibility, like jungles, like being able to erode all that shit.
Hey, wasn't there an email where Hillary Clinton said she was sacrificing the chickens to Moloch?
Yeah. Basically, yeah. I mean, they literally say it outright, and people are like, "Nah, bro, it's not real." I'm like,
I mean, if they were trolling me, they are the best trollers.
Yeah, they're some of the best trolls on the planet, bro. They were like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna plant this shit in the head," you know, like we're gonna.
I would actually dab them up if they were trolling me.
You're talking about hot dogs and shit. Like, okay, you need 85 hot dogs, bro. What the fuck?
Yeah. What pizza party? What do you mean, Pizzagate? Huh? Pizzagate.
So I think it was during the Iraq War. A bunch of soldiers came into contact with a giant.
what?
Oh yeah.
I
heard of that.
Afghanistan. Yeah, a red-haired giant.
Nephilim.
And the Indians also talk about red-haired giants as well, and how they were hunted by them and eventually were able to defeat them. And
Yeah,
I
guys
also
see
heard.
trees were giant. Mountains were giant trees that were chopped down.
Bro, dog, that's crazy. That not in like a weird like I don't believe, but that's I honestly.
I also heard that. Sorry.
No, go.
I heard a theory that like one of the reasons, or probably the main reason, that the U.S. forces were in Iraq is because of all of these artifacts, and they were all stolen, basically.
I think so too. Like in Iraq too. I believe they went there to steal from them. Definitely the gold. They went there to steal the gold. We know that.
Like, there's a reason why America has so much like interest in Israel. Like, come on. Like, otherwise it would just be like, whatever, this is another country. But no, there's a reason why we maintain.
didn't have an interest in Israel prior to the 1918, right?
What's that?
The small hats didn't have an interest in Israel prior to 1918.
Well, they had. I mean, at least the Zionists have. The Zionist movement is started in the late 18 somethings.
1890s, I believe.
Yeah.
But prior to that, like prior to the Balfour Declaration, their primary interest was in Khazaria, actually the modern day Ukraine.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I was talking about earlier, man. They're trying to turn that place into new Khazaria. They're gonna
Yes.
kill off all the Slavs, use the rest of the women to impregnate and make more Ashkenazi Jews, basically, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but then again, if you look at the Albanian traditions, I mean, you can only be an Albanian if your mother is Albanian, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So it doesn't help them to kill the Slav boyos
yeah.
and
But they could just
But
go
they do
there
see
and
the
that way they
Slavs
have more
as
land,
subhuman,
right?
A lesser
So-
race. Actually, they do see the Slavs as a lesser race. At least Marx did.
you know
Yeah,
who
slave
else?
came from Slav. Or
You
Slav
know
came
who
from
else?
slave.
Who else thought that the slaves were a lesser race? The German mustache.
Yeah,
Just
he did.
saying.
Mhm. But I heard that the Austrian painter or like the party would like import like women from like I guess Eastern Europe or like Russia, and because they were like I guess what they deemed as Aryan, like they had blue eyes and blonde hair and white like.
Yeah, well, the Russian itself, they are a Viking tribe. The Rus or Rus, it's a former Viking
Invited them
tribe.
in to rule over them. That's literally what happened. That's how the Rurikid dynasty was founded.
Did you saw these pictures of the capital city of Kazakhstan with all those buildings and the symbols?
Oh yeah,
No,
I've seen that. Yeah,
I have never seen that. Kazakhstan?
I think it's Almaty or I think
Yeah,
it's Almaty,
I think
yeah.
yes. And like those two symbols standing for Gog and Magog and stuff.
Bro, I mean, they talk about that in the Bible, dog. Gog and Magog, bro. Astana, that's the city.
Astana, yeah. And like
Yeah,
full of these
were you guys
symbols.
talking about Sodom and Gomorrah, that thing? Like I heard they actually found a city that has like the exact like thing of that, so it's crazy.
Yeah, they found the city.
They found two cities rather, one off the Jordan.
They found the bodies, like these were secular people too. These weren't Christian guys that found them.
Uh-huh.
They were like, "Hey, yo, wait a minute, something ain't right." They found the bodies too, like how.
Yeah, they found people who got scorched from up above. Like,
yeah,
it's crazy.
So, but why Astana? Why Kazakhstan? I mean, Khazaria is more or less Ukraine, but what's so special about Kazakhstan?
Could be like the air, the
Well, you know that I'm sorry, I'm gonna cut you off. Go ahead.
Oh, I see pyramids right here in Astana.
Did you know that what do they call it I believe that Alexander the Great when they wrote about that area actually saying that it was like a land of like of people who like ate children and did weird shit and they actually closed, they actually had to gate it off so you couldn't go there like shit like that. So
yeah, the Scythians were nomadic steppe people, and they came from these regions. They plagued Western Europe. The Mediterranean, the Greeks, the steppe countries. And who else were steppe people? The Khazars before they converted to
yes.
They're all connected.
First time I'm hearing about this. What the fuck are these steppe people?
Oh, like they were basically they were basically like locusts. They would come from the east, from the steppe country after, the grass was eaten all up or some shit, right? And basically destroy Europe, Russia, Eastern Europe, and all these, like Greece, all these other places. Just basically wipe them. And they were considered basically a scourge on the earth. That's basically what I'm going at. And the Khazars, who before they converted to Judaism en masse under King Bula in the 10th century, I believe. That's when they converted en masse. They were steppe people.
Is it true that they were given the chance to select one of the three religions and they decided for Judaism?
Yeah, that was true because I believe some believe it was either because like it was money lending purposes as well, but like. But it was also because like there was actually religious wars going on at the time too. So like, hey, I don't want to be caught up in the middle of that shit, which was also part of the self-preservation reason as well.
Yeah, because I think Judaism was the furthest away, because I think Christian lands and Muslim lands were way closer.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, they were always fighting.
Interesting. Yeah. And those Scythians and the others, those were descendants of the Golden Horde?
Yeah.
Or something
honestly,
different?
They're all probably different ethnic groups honestly, too, because, like, The steppe is like they had Chinese, they had actually white-looking people, right?
Uh-huh.
They had brown. They were all different types of people coming from the steppes for some fucking reason. I have no clue why. But
Interesting.
they weren't all one homogenous group, but they all came from the steppes. They were all warring with each other, different tribes warring with each other on the steppes.
Uh-huh.
And whoever was like basically driven off the steppes, like the Huns were apparently driven out of the steppes by an even stronger group, which is why they were a scourge upon Rome and all of Europe.
Yeah, which is why they settled in Hungary.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Were the Huns in Hungary? I thought they were like.
Yeah, that's where the name is coming from.
Oh, okay, I didn't know.
With Attila, the king of the Huns.
Magyars. I thought they were just Magyars. I thought it was different. Okay, never know.
No, that's why Hungary is because of the Huns.
Oh, okay. Didn't know that.
And Attila, of course, was their most famous leader back then.
Yeah.
Still, Attila is still a Hungarian name. And a Turkish one, but those were also people from the steppes.
The steppes. The Turks were also from the steppes.
Yeah. So they both still have the name Attila, and the Turkish even have a name like Cengiz, which is similar to Genghis, right?
Yeah, my friend's name is like Khan. Like
yeah.
Khan. So it's
half of the Pakistanis are called Khan.
Bro, steppe people back in the day, that was literally like you're done. It's over. If it's over for you. You're not gonna win. It's done. Like the Romans had to literally freaking team up with their worst enemy, the Germanics, to fucking fight them off, and the Ostrogoths and the Visigoths to fight them off. That's how bad it was.
And they have to pay a lot of warlords, especially in Eastern Europe, to protect the borders.
Mm-hmm.
I know because they paid Decebal, I think, or someone from Romania, right?
Yeah.
The Thracians, and that guy totally failed. So they just had to go there and just raise all of their country. Yeah.
Yes, exactly what happened too.
Or he betrayed them and somehow then switched to follow.
Twice. They gave him they betrayed him twice, I believe. Like first they were like, okay, fine, we'll just put a garrison here, and then they betrayed him the second time, and they basically wiped the entire country. Which is why I believe I think that was during Trajan's time though. I'm not sure.
Trajan's, yeah. Decibel, right?
Yeah.
And then the Romans they came and then they just put salt on your earth and just raised the cities. So that nothing can grow anymore in proximity of the cities.
That was probably a myth. That was most likely a myth.
Yeah. Okay.
Salting the earth and stuff like that. They didn't do that.
Oh, okay.
And it's actually sad what I think Scipio Aurelianus, I believe that was him. His name, the general in charge of the sacking of Carthage, was like, is this, once he saw the city burning down, apparently this is the words he said, is like, is this the fate that is in store of Rome? And it's like, holy shit, yeah.
Oh, shit, yeah.
Holy shit, yeah, bro. It's like, bro. Lithium, the reason why Roman statues had small, members is because, like, they thought that was a sign of, like, discipline and all this other shit, right? And when they had no, Trajan didn't salt Rome. I didn't say Trajan salted Rome. I said Scipio Aurelianus salted Rome, Carthage, in like 283. No, it was probably later than that, but yeah. Scipio, not Africanus. Africanus defeated Hannibal during the Second Punic War.
Yeah.
There was the Third Punic War where it was just like, yeah, we're just deleting Rome at Carthage at this point.
Yeah, talking about empires, Roman symbols. Yeah, I mean, I talked about this before you weren't here. Yeah.
Yeah.
And let's just look at the U.S. Congress. They have the fasces. They have this. What was the crown of the Roman?
Pluralis, which is the civic crown. It had
the one with the leaves, right?
Leaves and all this other shit.
Yeah. They have that symbol in the U.S. Congress. So basically, all of these Western empires are taking more or less symbolism of the Roman Empire as a idol.
We're all LARPing as Rome. We're
Yeah,
all
yeah,
working
yeah.
as Rome, dude.
Yeah, or what I said before
America's
that.
a Roman colony, or it's like the remnants of Rome.
I mean, like basically all the modern day European nations aside Germany were Roman colonies.
Yeah.
From
Even
France.
Russia under the Tsar called themselves the Third Rome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're basically a colony of, not really a colony of Greek, the Byzantines, because I
Uh-huh.
forget which king, which czar. I think it was Ivan the Great's grandfather married the last Byzantine princess.
Ah, interesting. Yeah. The remains of Eastern Rome.
Yeah.
Rome never died.
That was the
Babylon never
1,000-year
died.
empire, bro. That
Probably,
was
yeah.
the 1,000-year empire, dude. Holy shit. Dog. Russia is modeled after the Eastern Empire. It's not modeled after the Western Empire. All of it, it's. I mean, like the difference between the Latin empires and the, I mean, like the Greek Church was that the Greek didn't enforce its language and all the other stuff on the native peoples like the Latins did.
Uh-huh.
Like when Saint Cyril came to, he was a Greek guy. I believe he's from I forget where he's from, but he was Greek, of course. But when he came to evangelize to the Russians, like he made an entire damn alphabet, basically
Oh, yeah,
entire
Cyrillic,
alphabet, the Cyrillic alphabet to comprehend their language. Saint Cyril was Macedonian. Yeah, you're right. Yep.
Yes.
It's like holy shit. Like, and same in Alaska. When they went to Alaska, they actually made gave literacy to the Inuit. I forget what the tribes in Alaska are called. I forget.
Inuit, First
Inuit,
Nations.
yeah,
Inuit.
tribes, and basically evangelized them that way. But when the Catholics and the Protestants came, they basically forced all that shit away. They destroyed the Orthodox churches there,
Oh.
basically causing these other guys, the native population of Inuits, to basically revert back to paganism because of the heavy-handedness that they did. Like they would try to make them speak English and all this other shit. You know, it was crazy, crazy stuff.
Interesting. So what are you guys? Because we talked about the mystery school and religion and the holy books and everything. So what are you guys are you making about those new alien stuff in television, and or the Mexican presenting those two small corpses,
Bro,
right?
that shit is so fake.
fake.
Bro.
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
Bro, I was like, really?
Yeah.
Really?
So you just can print another billion and give most of this to Elon Musk, and
bro, it's so smoke and mirrors.
it's the next scam, right? It's the next scam.
That is literally what a psyop is. But most, it's like, oh my god.
Yeah, if you don't think the American government doesn't have any sway over the Mexican government, you're out of your mind.
Yeah. Well, it makes sense, right? You just print. I mean, Trump printed the first billion. Now Biden printed another billion, and like most of it will go to trillion to private contractors like Musk and shit, and like the millions remaining will just create jobs. Yeah. The Space Force. You Americans now have the Space Force, dudes.
I mean, literally, look who's in the Mexican government. Oh my God, look who's basically about to become the president of Mexico. It's so fucking over for my Mexican brothers and sisters, bro. The Catholic nation has been conquered by you know who. It's over.
Isn't it a Jewish woman or something?
Yes, a Jewish woman. It's so fucking over.
Oh my, could it be any more obvious? Like, come on.
Could it be any more obvious?
Is she a Mexican Jew, or she's like?
She's probably
like,
Sephardic.
Yeah.
No.
Spanish, yeah.
Sephardic Jew. A converse, not even a converso, because she didn't fucking convert to Christianity.
But I heard that is it the de facto president of Mexico trying to stop privatization and make all of these mines public? No, sorry, owned by the government. I heard something. And like DeSantis doesn't like this, and he tells the military will invade because of the drug cartels and shit.
Bro, Like that shit don't make no sense, bro. It's because probably the drug cartels ain't giving us our fair share, dog. I'm telling you.
yeah.
Hey, yo, you ain't forking up the money, cuz that's what they saying. Because the U.S. government, the biggest gangsters out there, we
That's what it is.
we created the fucking cartels or allowed them, bro.
Yeah, just look at the Iran Contra thing, right?
Bro, come on. Sergeant Woods Mason, I have a mission for you.
Did you hear about that one city councilwoman from San Francisco or some shit like that? And they somebody called in and they were like, they called her a Jew and she just started crying. I was like, oh shit, it was this is crazy. I'm like, dang.
Bro, I want to just harass them in public. Just harass them. I don't care anymore.
You could be like the Israelite, that's right, guys. Like that.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right.
That's right. He was right. The Austrian painter was right.
Right.
That's right.
Fucking base,
Don't you
dog.
dare.
I love them so much. They're hilarious.
I saw them once in my college town. It was really funny. Like
Dude,
they're like that's right.
I'll be like, I support you. It's the hatred of you know who. But my Bruder, stop claiming to be a you know what small hat.
Have you heard the theory, or it's most likely not a theory because there should be documents in the past like proving it, that the painter was gay. And he had some STD.
I don't believe
like,
I don't believe any of that shit they say about this guy.
No, but
they control the media. They can just paint the perception of the guy now that he's dead, like or he's gone.
Yeah,
no, but look, if
it's like basically what they do with Greek civilization. We know, like they take pederasty, right? They took about out of 5,000 vases or something. They took about 100 that showed all that gay shit, right?
Yeah.
And we're like, oh, dude, the entire Greek civilization was gay. What the fuck?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be so? Let's say because they like constantly smear the mustache man. Like, why they don't tell people that he was actually gay? You know what I mean? Yeah.
I mean, he literally killed Ernst Röhm for being gay.
Yeah.
Most of the SA members were like homosexuals.
Yes, I heard that, especially in the beginning. Yeah.
In the beginning,
but then something changed, right, on the way.
Something changed, and
the
Schutzstaffel came in and we were like, "Hey, yo, night of the long knives." I believe that's what.
So probably I don't know. He was afraid that the Germans find out that they are all gay, and that's all shit he's talking.
Bro, that'd been crazy, bro. If the H-Man was actually, you know what? It'd be over. It would be so.
What books did he burn, guys? What were the books?
What institute were they from?
I don't know. You tell me, dude. I don't know, man. This is just too many coincidences, man. Like, I don't know.
Hey, come on, dudes. He also burned music by black people in US and stuff.
Yeah, that is what
which are from black people. So
honestly, now I'm thinking about it. Maybe he had a point. I'm now I'm thinking about it, man. Oh.
You see, look, here's the cool picture, right? Here's a cool picture. Here we go. That's some information here. Look.
Yeah, I mean, like,
look at this shit. Look, Democrat lean. Look at atheist. Like, my God.
So
look at the star people. Look at the agnostics. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
Look how many of these brothers on the plantation right now, bro.
Look how they vote.
Huh?
So over.
Here's another one. Like here's another one that's very damning. It's like, dang, like this is what these people actually think. Like they're retarded. Here we go. Look at this shit. 3/4 of U.S. Protestants believe gender is determined by sex at birth. And here, look, it's determined by sex at birth can be different from sex at birth. Right here, look at atheists. What the fuck?
Damn,
I thought it was supposed to make us more rational and smart. Like apparently not, because you guys are so wrong on this issue. It's not even funny.
Wait, where are the small heads?
They're not on here. Of course they're not on here.
Bro, scrolling on Black Protestant, bro. What the fuck is with this, bro?
This shit, bro? What is
what
that?
the fuck is this shit?
Nah, we'll look at it. Look at it. It's gone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's during that sex at birth, they've recovered, but
they recovered. It recovered.
But look at this shit. Like, what the fuck happened in 2017? Right, Obama. Right after Obama and all that, and He passed the didn't pass rather,
Hey,
but you know the gay
Whites are
marriage got
doing
passed into
great
his
right
watch
now.
though.
87-13. That's pretty good right there. They should stay stable right now. Whoo-wee. Dang. Oh, white non-evangelical. Ooh, 50. Oh, man, crazy. Catholics,
dude.
what's going on with the? Wait, go back to the Catholics. Wait a second. Yo, what is that?
Catholics are so cucked. Look at them cuck out, bro. They came back a little bit, but man, look at this shit.
Oh my
Oh, man.
gosh, dude, it is so over.
How could you be so wrong? Like
being a papist and it's so over, dog.
Oh yeah, I have one more I want to show. This one's pretty damning as well. Like honestly, like you can't. The dad is here. Can you argue with it? Like look at the rate of LGBT XYZ. Look at this shit, dude. Look at the Muslims, 85% straight. You know, look at what is going on here. Look at Jewish. Okay, that's pretty high, right? It just jumps from Orthodox into Jewish a lot. You know, that's weird. Then you go on to atheists. What the fuck?
Hey, yo. Hold up. Wait.
The agnostics are even like, look at this shit, dude.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Someone said I got an echo somewhere. I don't know where, but yeah, this is the data, man. Music's pretty good.
That's funny, bro. This is the best stream ever. I'm not gonna lie.
I wanted this stream to be based.
Yeah, when you started it off, I was like, "Hey, yo, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be a good one." Hard R first 12 seconds.
You're like,
is
"Oh,
good,
shit.
bro. Hard R
Oh,
first 12
shit.
seconds. Oh yeah, this is gonna be a good one.
So guys, look, this is what we need to be doing. This is right here what we need to be doing. This is the real. We need to be doing this. Look at this.
Exactly.
That's what we should be doing.
Saint Pepe. Saint Pepe.
We need to be grabbing this cuck soy boy by the collar here, whatever he's got on, and
By
telling
the
him no.
And then telling him no and driving the sword into
through his face so we can get our stuff back.
the base
Bullshit.
Saint Archangel Michael. Thank you. The patron saint of soldiers. Absolutely based. Base stream. Archangel Pepe. Okay, we probably should end it on that note. Should we? Should we end it?
No,
on
I
that
got
note?
a few more memes to go over.
Got a few more memes. All right.
Well, they're not bad memes though. It's kind of like whatever. But here we go. Here's the good chart. I wanted to see if you got the grills. This chart still. Is this chart still relevant? So we got God tier for this is God tier. What you can study in school and
Hey
stuff
yo,
like that.
I'm a theology mate. The shit tier is where I'm at, bro. I swear.
Dang,
It's over
bro.
for me, bro. These are the only things I'm interested in: theology, geography, and history. It's so
Military.
fun.
Oh, dude, suicide
Oh, dude,
tier.
that's me.
Oh, look, we got mathematics, we got computer programming, computer science, something mechanical, something, software.
Too low IQ for the God tier, great tier, and good tier, bro. Too low IQ. Criminal justice really is better than military and law enforcement. What the fuck? Well, I guess, but I would say they're. I don't know. Law, law is good, but.
Yeah, I've heard law is very like you either make it or you don't type thing. Like you either become like a paralegal forever, or you actually like become a lawyer.
Yeah, you
or start
can.
your own firm.
There's a lot of politicians who studied law.
Yeah.
So if you want to climb the ranks, it's best to study law. You don't even need specific wisdom in that domain. All you need is a law degree.
Marketing.
People
and
believe,
business,
yeah.
marketing and business management, construction, zoology, culinary, public affairs. Look at med tier, architecture, social work. Look, I'm in great tier. I'm in accounting. Oh, dude. Astronomy and pharmacology and astronomy seems kind of weird. Maybe there's some money in that. I don't know anybody who's into astronomy. Weird. What else we got here? Women's studies, humanities, liberal studies. Funny.
The best is park administration, so you can manage those homeless people in the park.
That's very true, though. The military being in the suicide tier, because that's actually how I'm going to do it. I'm not going to do it.
Dang, bro.
Too bitch to actually, do it myself, but just wait for a 120 millimeter artillery shell to jump on my fucking head.
It's over, thank God. The sweet embrace of death.
Jesus,
Like,
you ever see the meme where the guy's like, he's just looking in the air, he's like, and he just fucking misses him. He's like, fuck.
oh
Damn,
man,
they
that's
always
sad.
cucking me.
Like, even in death, I am cucked.
Even in death, I'm cucked. I can't even kill myself without fucking up. Oh, it's so over. College education, yeah. Bro, college is the biggest scam I've ever.
Lawyers are
played.
usually great politicians because they don't have morals. They're soulless. That's true. Yeah, you have to be pretty soulless to be a lawyer.
Yeah. Pretty soulless.
Yeah, but imagine like how many politicians have studied law, right? So they have really no specific wisdom in that domain. Yeah, and they just studied law. Yeah.
Yeah.
And everyone thinks if you study law, you will be a great leader and can handle all of difficult situations and shit.
No, honestly, I think the warriors should be in charge of society. It's only right. It's only righteous. Only right.
The holy warriors.
The holy warrior, yes, of course.
Just be a paladin, bro.
Just be a paladin. You know, that's what Charlemagne called his knights, basically paladins. Pretty based. Paladins. I was like, hey, yo, that's kind of based. Even though he came up with the gay-ass Philoloquy, but, you know, it's still kind of based. Paladin.
Computers and music for me. Okay, dude.
Oh, dude, you're pretty smart, though. Hardly any justice in this society. You're very true. Very true.
So a bubble tea. What else do you think about? What else do you believe? You still there? I don't know.
No, he probably died.
Yeah, fuck.
I got taken out by the
probably took him out, dude. I knew it. He was not along for this stream, dude.
We're all gonna die in our sleep tonight. I'm not gonna lie.
No, we probably will. We get choked out from shit, or they'll just put in the fucking gas. The nerve gas. Like, oh, just pass out.
Spazzing out. Overall, I'm an MAA fighter in military.
That's he's the one that's echoing. That's why. Who's echoing? That's bubble tea price.
Oh.
He must have had his mic next to his earphones or something. So, either way, this has been a phenomenal stream. It's been so much different than what we usually do.
Bro. Let me keep it real. It's a very good stream.
Yeah. Hopefully, it doesn't get taken down. We said a lot of base stuff here today, but I truth be told, I get away with saying a lot of stuff. I've used the F-bomb multiple times.
Said the N-word
multiple times. I don't think I get. I think I'm fine. I don't know. Maybe they're just waiting for the day I go out there and do a they think I'm gonna do something or something. I don't know. Like, you should go out there and do something. Oh, the CIA plant. Here he comes.
I won't do that. Actually,
I'm good. I'm not. In fact, I'm not gonna do that. I'm good.
Because they'll just forget about me. The brain rot that's affected society. They'll forget about you in like 2 days.
Yeah, dude. They're like, well, he did it,
What's
and then next week later, you know, nobody remembers shit, bro.
No one will remember it. We all have the fucking memories of goldfish. So like
the memory of TikTok.
Yeah, literally. That's why TikTok is such a good psyop, dog. It's the fucking short shit. People have low attention spans. They're basically zombie. Oh.
So it was basically optimized by the Chai-com, right?
Chai-coms, yes.
That's unbelievable. So what's the deal here? So the Chinese Secret Service is already owning the West, or what the fuck is happening?
I mean, they're probably working in cahoots, the bugmen and you know who's, right? You know, I mean, most our politicians married. Like, I know fucking what's his face, the turtle guy, is married to a Chinese fucking woman.
Yeah, that one.
Pretty interesting. A lot of these other dudes slept with fucking Fang. I wish a woman would love a woman in the United States would love her country like that, but no, never.
Yeah, but this is what female secret agents do, right? They sleep with the enemy,
Shit,
with the males.
Can you hop on, bro?
Who?
Damn, yo. Look at that last comment by Symbolic.
Let's see, my mother's cousin was murdered and chopped up by a bunch of lawyer doctors that were in secret society. True story. That's why I researched. What the fuck? Dang, bro. No way.
Hey, yo. Hold up. Wait a minute.
Hold up.
Dog, that's fucking crazy.
It's some fucking brutal ass shit, bro. What the fuck?
That's some cartel shit, dog.
Yeah, it's like that's some stuff you see out there in the fucking land of the Aztecs, man. Like shit.
Bro, like, I feel like my friend sends me TikToks. I'm like, bro, I feel like I'm slowly getting retarded just by watching these.
Have you ever heard of the Mahabharata? You think that actually happened? The war, the Mahabharata from the Hindu text. They believe this like massive war happened, and
nuclear war, yeah,
yeah, and a lot of what they say, like a lot of the stuff in that book, actually end up being like somewhat true. It's like, how the fuck did that work? Like, but
yeah,
it's somewhat true anyway, you know.
True.
So
like, that's where the continent of Lemuria comes from. Like, what? That's what they say, I believe, right?
yeah,
It just sunk one day. Like, what? How the fuck did they get all those? Like, you really think the Polynesians, all those fucking other guys, just rode? Fucking how far is Easter Island from the fucking mainland of where the Polynesians are basically supposed to come from? Like Indian or some shit? You really think they use a fucking canoe to row all the way over there? That's fucking no way.
yeah.
Well, it would make sense if that was connected to, what was it, Sri Lanka? Is that where Lemuria is basically connected to? And all the way to Easter Island? It would make sense if they walked there, right?
Yeah.
And it actually is like when people dismiss these theories, I'm like, and I just posted them that we only discovered 4% of the what's underneath the ocean. We discovered more in space and outer space than we have our own oceans. We don't know what could be down there. There could be Leviathan. There could be all this type of shit, right?
Yeah, we don't know, man. We don't know anything. We think we do, but we don't. Yeah.
Facts. Dudes pulling giant heads out from nowhere. Like, where the fuck they pull that shit from? Come on, bruh.
Yeah, we're gonna be finished in about 15 minutes. So if you want to hop on for 15 minutes, then yeah, otherwise I'll probably end the stream pretty soon. So
I'll be right back. Though.
What's up?
I'll be right back.
Cool, man. We should learn 100% of the sea before going to Mars. Yeah, we should, but who knows? Yeah, I'm telling you guys, man. When you start seeing patterns and shit, and start like really looking, don't ignore those things. Like you should always remember the symbolism and shit in here. I remember one time I was watching a news channel and I heard the word like eugenics randomly. I was like, what the fuck? It's out of nowhere. And that's out of nowhere. So like they're using this stuff very obviously. Do you read No Pussy No Work articles? Not really. I just know that it exists. Send Bill Gates and Soros to explore the deep sea. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I would send them to the Mars.
Fountain from the deep. Interesting. And Mariana's Trench, yeah, that big ass thing, yeah. It's a pretty interesting thing when you think about it. Like, dang, this is big ass trench. We don't really like. We kind of have an idea what's down there, but like it's so weird. So yeah. You out of here, A-boy? You haven't muted yourself, wasn't sure.
No, Mystery, we can just build our own submarine, yeah, and then steer it with the Xbox controller, right?
Yeah, dude, for sure.
Yeah, and then just go watch the Titanic and shit.
That's how I want to go out, dude. What kind of fucking retard? Who thought that was gonna work, man? Like, and then the thing only has one entrance, and you got this fucking goddamn thing out of the toilet. Like, what the fuck? This is your idea? You're fucking retarded, dude.
I bet it was an Xbox Pro controller. Yeah.
Yeah. Come on, man. This is some next level retard shit, dude. It's next level retard. I'm like, what the fuck? Who thought like only a rich retard could think of this shit, dude? You know what? We good idea. I go to the bottom of the ocean with a big tube. It's like, okay, yeah, you're gonna die. Okay, I'm gonna do it anyway. Okay, well, you're gonna die.
I
And
think
you
we
fucking
should
die. Well, what
fully
are you gonna
I
do?
think we should fully support those elites. They all want to go to space. They all want to live on the Mars, right? They want to get away from us plebs. I think we should give them as much money as they leave because that environment over there on the Mars is just deadly. So we
Just build a
just
submersible, bro. Yeah, dude. Canadian. I did call him that. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry at all, but whatever.
Let's build this.
What's that?
What happened? What's going on?
What?
What were you guys just talking about?
Oh, the submersible shit. We were laughing about it again.
Oh yeah, that was funny.
Oh, like, come
No,
on,
we
man.
just-
This is retarded. This is Panther Head retarded, dude.
No, we don't want to hire white men because we want the bro. I'd be like, if I'm trying to go down in the fucking sea, I'm hiring the military white guys who know what the fuck they're doing to build my fucking sub, bro.
Oh my god.
Bro, how
Diverse.
you gotta be? The moment you saw the video control,
Yeah,
Yeah, I would have been like, bro, I'm out. I'm out. I'm not going.
I'm out of this shit.
Yeah, I'm
not
out of this
paying-
shit, dude.
Nah,
The moment I saw video game control, I'm like, what?
Hey, yo, Logitech too?
Yeah, dude, that thing gonna fucking disconnect and shit, bro. You done. You're done though, man. She got the connection, fucking 1.5 fucking Bluetooth connection. You're done.
Bro, it's so over, dude.
Fucking cooked.
And the funny thing is, the guy was Jewish too. It was funny. He's pity
Oh,
pitching.
fucking what do you know? Yeah.
It's like you get what you fucking deserve.
Who? The captain of the submarine?
No, the
Owner of the company?
owner of the company.
Oh yeah.
Fucking hilarious. Wasn't the captain of the submarine the bitch who was controlling this shit was actually a woman, right? Wasn't she?
Can't remember. And like how you know, like the media, like all of the media worldwide doing this
Bro.
countdown, right?
Yo, the memes were hilarious when that shit
Yeah.
happened. The orcas were like, "We ain't do shit. This wasn't us."
Yeah.
Bang,
Everyone,
bang, bang.
every-
Submarines.
yeah.
Bang, bang, bang.
Everyone who has more than 2 brain cells knew that those guys were already dead. Yeah, and then the media like, oh, 48 hours. Now it's 24 hours.
Fucking
And
retard.
I forget. Like,
Wasting my fucking news time on
wasted my
fucking this
time.
shit.
Bro, I've been like, they were dead in the first 2 hours, bro.
yes,
Dead in the first second. Like, it was over. Like,
Yeah, like you
fucking
saw
head
them-
got fucking hit by the fucking tube and they're done. It's over.
It literally just crushed them. It was like a millisecond. They just crushed them in a millisecond. They didn't feel shit.
yeah. Oh, and we sent this U.S. military ship, but we first need to get the special equipment, and we'll have probably 12 hours left. Now it's only 4 hours left.
They already knew that shit was dead.
Of
like,
course.
this time.
Of
Like they already knew
course.
that. It was like a smoke. I forget what they were covering up that day. What was happening that day? It was probably
Oh.
some train or some shit. I think. What they were
Probably.
covering up. Like,
So you heard guys that the U.S. is already pushing Zelensky to start peace negotiations.
are they actually, bro? They were gonna start peace negotiations 2 months into the fucking war, and then the United States would send Boris Johnson's gay ass.
Boris Johnson,
Fucking boat.
that's the fake ass clown Trump of England.
Literally the clown Trump of England, and all the North African cats were like, "Oh, he's our hero, lads! Oh my god, he knows how to fish! Oh my god!" Bro, come on, dude! I just can't even handle this shit no more. I'm like, dude, it's over, boyos. Can we just like, it's over for all of the human race. It's over.
You know, the funny thing is that it's so unbelievable. Like, I think probably until like something like 10 years ago.
Schizo topics. This is the best.
Huh?
No, I'm looking at comments. Go ahead. My bad.
Just look like until 10 or 15 years ago, like the politicians, they at least try to be serious. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
it's the elite. It's the competency crisis. That's what Morgoth called it as well. Morgoth for
Oh. But probably it's intended because I mean, if I need a scapegoat, I will put an idiot into position of power, right?
Yeah, like we all know, like most people with 2 brain cells to rub together know that these people who you see on television do not run things.
Of course not.
No, yeah.
Come on, let's keep it real.
Yeah,
They're
it's
just
a big
there.
ass fucking puppet show, and you're the fucking sucker believing it somewhat, right?
Yeah, like whoever believes in this two-party system, like, oh my god, I'm gonna vote Trump into office.
He's gonna change my
drain the
life.
swamp. He's gonna drain the swamp. Holy fucking shit! It's ultimate.
Vote.
Red wave coming in 2025. Red wave. It's like, oh my fucking god! I hear that term one more time. I was like, bro, you know there's not gonna be a red wave, right? Stop. Just stop.
That red wave with a red trickle because they're gonna do this.
Red trickle. There was nothing there. Where's the red wave? It was a sprinkle. So fucking hilarious, bro. People getting hyped up for this shit. It's like,
So what is it then? Is all of this stupid leftist politics at the moment just there to?
it's a satanic death cult. That is literally what we're living in right now. It's exactly.
So they are just not ashamed anymore to show it openly, or what?
Yeah, that's what revelation means, right? They're just gonna take the mask off. Eventually, you're just gonna see them for what they really are.
Yeah, Genesis is the beginning, and I believe Revelations is the end. Is that what that means?
Yeah, it's like nobody cares. The stuff's so like in your face.
Yeah,
like,
it's like
that nobody cares.
Yeah, it's basically like almost like humiliation, right? Like it's like what I said before. It's like I know you're lying. You know that I know that you're lying, but you keep lying. And it's like, what do you? Like it's just weird.
I mean, at least hey, you can say a lot about Putin, right? But at least he sort of cares about Russia, right?
He kind of has to. That's literally his country. Like it's literally his. Like he's been the president there forever. So
at least
like his entire like power and wealth is situated within Russia. So
and don't you think he's also just a pawn on the
board?
Hey, he can be a puppet too, but at least you know, like. At least he doesn't totally hate his people.
Yeah, we are totally useless.
Right? So,
we are useless eaters, right?
so,
they just trained us. They just manipulated us to be perfect consumers, and now they don't even need us anymore as consumers.
Bloodsuckers. They sucked all the life out of the American and European peoples. Bloodsuckers. It's over, boyos. And now they're gonna replace you with other people. It's so fucking over.
Yeah, they're literally like energy vampires, right? In some ways.
I mean, we got to get Dark Path on here. He said he wanted to talk about some schizo shit, and I'm like,
yeah, I gotta leave. So.
Yeah, I gotta leave. I gotta eat.
Yeah, we gotta. All right, let's do some fucking last words. Get the fuck out of here. Hey, boy, last words.
Get out before it's too late.
There you go. All right, man. Thanks for coming on, my dude. Alaskan separatist, my dude. Last words.
I hate the Antichrist.
Me too, man. See you later, buddy. Double T Price, first time on. Last words.
The world's a show. Don't take it too seriously. Everything's fake. Christ is king.
Based. All right, man. See you next time. All right. Oh, my music stopped. Whatever. We're good. All right, buddy boys. This has been Mystery School. Please like, share, and subscribe. Leave a comment if you like the video. Maybe hated the video. Leave a comment if you like whatever. Either way, leave a comment anyway, right? And never forget, buddy boys, that wisdom is fucking gold. Please like, share, subscribe, hit the bell icon so you're notified of my streams and all that shit. And yeah, SNC is over, dudes. We're gonna do episode 46 next week. We're gonna have a good time. Another. Hopefully, it's another good stream. This was a pretty fun stream, honestly. It was a lot more varied than what we typically talk about. So it went kind of everywhere, and everybody could kind of got to say their piece, and it was very thought provoking, right? I think it's good fun to entertain ideas that maybe like you partially believe in or someone believe in, and it's always good to kind of talk it through for somebody else, right? So yeah, bill icon doesn't work, boyos. No fucking way. Wow, they disabled my bill icon too. I'm so shut up, man. It's not even funny, man. Feels good though. Feels good to be a fucking rebel on YouTube, right? I'm nobody here, which is great. I love being in the small channel. I can say what the fuck I want, and there's not much they can do about it, right? So unless they get to take me off the channel, I guess. But who knows? Maybe I'm on here because I serve a purpose, right? For all I know. So all right, dudes. See you next Sunday for SNC 46. And yeah, we're gonna I don't know. Wednesday might happen, might not happen. I'll figure it out. And yeah, dudes. Peace out and cheers.